Check, check, check. T, 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 T.
Live poetry freestyle.
You got some poetry.
If they're passing that around, we'll have it on here first. And then,
Check it, check it, check it. MC, live poetry freestyle. Steel chairs before me, a crowd of empty faces. As beautiful faces fill in, a tornado, a vortex, a hurricane, if you will, builds up. A hurricane of energy, love, a hurricane of unity.
Pretty clean.
Check, check.
Are you getting ready for it to be done? Right?
This is now off. We got two other places to turn on.
I know it's a lot, right? It's a lot. You guys got a lot. You got the music stage and all that.
We did all 4 hours.
Yeah.
You guys rocked it, man. You look tired, but
It's only because of lack of sleep, I guess.
I know, no, I get it.
Like,
At the end of this, I'm gonna look a lot worse than you
Oh,
guys.
sure.
I just like, come in and then at the end, So,
Just, take it easy at first.
oh yeah, no, this was really
I'm the
important.
one who needs everything.
Yeah. So no worries. Man. This is love you guys for everything. Couldn't do it without you, right? Could be like talking really loud.
I've seen that many times.
I've been there many times.
Yeah.
On stages when my mic goes out. I'm
Yeah,
like,
your voice.
okay, everyone.
All right.
Oh, we're good. I think we're good.
This old dog just wants to die. Fucking die. True. Somehow stopped the video too. That's a bummer. I stopped. Yeah, we're good. So I'll hear this happen. It's okay. Oh, I love that. Yeah. Sorry. Trey. Hey, how you doing, Joel? Good. Yeah, we got a quick hour and a half. We got the stream going. Next Starlink is sitting up on top of the roof. So that works. Yeah, 2 copies too. Just 2 small copies. Just 2 copies. We do have a Excel coming back here for audio to go to YouTube stream. YouTube.
Let's see, we are ready to start an opening ceremony. I think the only thing we need now are some drummers. Tony and Brian, if you're in earshot, please come join us and we'll kick off this celebration. Anybody that's in earshot that can see Brian and Tony, maybe let them know too. All right, we'll get back to some house music until we congregate here at the stage. Y'all can just join up and do it.
Okay, no. Yeah, you. What you're gonna do? Where's the drums happen after?
Coming up, ladies.
Yeah, come.
Testing.
Okay, Crestone and the world, welcome to our 33rd Crestone Energy Fair. Yay! We have a lot going on, folks, and 33 is a good number. We've got multiple stages, music, presenters, panels, and we are happy to start with some drumming and calling in good energy for this fair, right? It's the energy fair, so that's our intention, yeah? And you all, everyone is part of this event. We have wonderful people and speakers, and we will be going for 2 days. So thanks so much for being here, and welcome for reclaiming self, nature, and the energy that we all are part of. Thank you.
Greetings in the name of the First Nation people, the original people of these lands. We welcome you here, for we're all human beings. When we first came here, we saw everyone as human beings. Everyone had that heartbeat. Everyone had the love that they had each other to take care of each other. And today we'd like to just call with the drums, just come on over as you hear the heartbeat, coming over before we introduce the people who have some words to say to you today. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Blessings to each and every one of you. I'd like to introduce Lisa Bodie. She does a lot of work here. Let's give Lisa a good welcome here this morning.
Good morning, Crestone. Friends who have traveled from so far. I really like to take these off of here and be in the moment, but we need tree for that. So welcome to the 33rd annual Crestone Energy Fair. My name's Lisa Bodie. I'm the director. And we have an amazing crew of volunteers, sponsors, vendors, crew. We've had people coming from coast to coast. We've had someone hitchhike from LA to get here, someone from Florida, and then almost all these states in between. So this is a really amazing moment that we're able to start bringing people together around our theme. It's reclaim self, village, and nature. We really want to empower each of you as an individual for your own health and your own wellness. So we have a wellness village in Creekside Park. And then with music and to enliven your heart and your dance and your soul at our cloud station. And then the majority of our presentations and speakers, how we start to weave our village back together and really come up with the new ways of thinking, the new ways of being, and opening our hearts and how we work together as community will be happening on this regenerative stage. So I would like to introduce Lydia Sprouts, who has done our booking. She's done a fabulous job to bring so many people here.
Not yet. Oh, I'm sorry. I did. Right after last year's event. And yeah, so I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I am yeah. Yeah.
Here we go. This is what's up, folks. We're rolling on a solar system and off grid with the whole town. If you see things that you really need done, help us out, because we're doing as much as we can to provide you with those things like water. But I'm going to introduce Nick, too, our producer. He's done a fabulous job. We've been working together for 4 years to get the event to this point. For a few words. And so, Lydia.
Hey guys, welcome to the 33rd annual Crestone Energy Fair. We're so happy to have you. Today's event begins now. We'll go until 9 o'clock this evening. We have music at our cloud station stage all day, as well as 8 food vendors throughout the day. We have our healing village out at the Creekside Park, which will include things like Qigong and Tai Chi and healing bowl, sound bowls throughout the day.
Yoga.
Yoga.
We've got yoga over there. We've got some talks on your overall wellness and how you can reclaim part of your wellness. And we're also having an Earthship demo by the Off-Grid Guru later over there, where you can build your own mini Earthship model.
And we have, of course, every year our building demonstration area. So throughout the day, we have building demonstrations of Earthships, pounding tires, straw bale, cob. What else we have? We have hempcrete, aircrete. Yes.
Yeah, thank you guys all so much
Gaia.
for coming. Thank you coming for our building demos. Will be on the other side of the building right here, so you can go and check out how to actually build your next chicken coop.
We have an extraordinary lineup today and tomorrow, so don't forget to come tomorrow as well. We also are live streaming this, so if you go onto our website, crestoneenergyfair.org, you can see the live stream link. Send it to your friends and family. They can join us on this stage throughout the day. The other thing to be aware of is we have over 70 vendors today
here in the park and throughout the town of Crestone. We invite you throughout the day to go and check them out. Some extraordinary artisans, craftsmen, and healing artists from around the country have come to share their gifts with you. So we really invite you to see what they have and participate in those things as well. All right, so what we'd like to do next is introduce Kim from Wildwoods Botanicals and my naturopathic doctor. She is an extraordinary woman who has been working with us now for, I believe, at least 4 years as our MC and our host of the main stage. Kim is not only a doctor, but also a naturopath and works in a variety of modalities to bring the healing arts to you. So let's give it away to Kim.
Thank you. Glad to be here. I think what I would like to share is just that seeing the growth of the energy fair. And certainly I have to give credit. Back in the 90s, I was living in Salida, which was a very different place then. And the energy fair has been going on 33 years. So there's been many people that we want to put energy out to and give credit to for carrying this forward. Okay. And it's had different stages and an evolution of process. And I think with the changes and evolution of other festivals in Crestone, we've tried to integrate more. We've tried to integrate music. We understand that energy is not limited to off-grid building and all that, even though that is incredibly important to our community. And certainly I live off the grid completely. I live in a straw bale house, and I've been doing that for probably 30 years on and off in the region. But we're trying to bring in, how is energy affecting us and how are we affecting our energy? And I think that's something this year that we brainstormed and talked about after last year. Can we bring wellness in? How did the COVID events that occurred, how did that affect our wellness, and how can we be cognizant of that? How can we bring change, regenerative change for ourselves? And that's the reason we came up, or a number of people came up with the idea of what to host this event as, what to start as a place, a starting place, right? We're all in transitional time. It's a very transitional time. So thank you for being here. Thank you for bringing your energy to the fair, because we couldn't do it without everyone's energy, right? So please visit the booths, visit the vendors, visit the wellness park. And there is free treatments going on over there. I've had a bunch of folks tell me that please come and experience this. Certainly you can donate and support everyone. But as we expand, we need that energy from all of you, whatever you can do. And that can be just being part of this. So thank you. And there are vendors and music at our stage by the Elephant Cloud, right? And we have other things going on right here in the park. So thanks so much.
Thank you, Kim. So speaking of exchange, one of the things to make this happen is most of this is a volunteer run event. We are trying to create new jobs and new opportunities really based on our locals, their skill sets and their profession and what their passion is. So, you know, we have everything from now graphic design to vending coordinators, booking. We've got videographers, sound, and we're really trying to, as a community, look at our skill sets and how we support each other. So one of the things that's the biggest is volunteering. I've got about 50% of the organization from Sharice Shiner. Give a little wave out there, Sharice. She is the director of the San Luis Valley Food Bank Network. So you might see her coming in. She's always checking on our Crestone Food Bank. And she let me know about this living facilitation training that was going to be happening up at Yellow Barn Farm in Boulder last year. So we took some key leaders and organizations in the Valley with us, and we did a 4-day intensive in Asia, and Adam Brock were some of our instructors. And it was really about how do we work in a social permaculture context with each other. So, a lot of it, we've looked at how we're living in our physical environment. That's that nature part of our weekend with our theme, Reclaim Self, Village, Nature. And they really go that step deeper in how do we do that socially with each other from that permaculture lens. So when there's conflict, how do we resolve it? When there's blockages, how do we start to move them and flow so that we're operating in a more organic form with nature as well and with each other? So from there, Sharice and I were like, wow, this was amazing 4 days. We need to bring that down to the Valley. So in February, she started organizing with Asia and Adam again, and we did another 3-day intensive in Alamosa, but this time we brought in key leaders of our Energy Fair crew. So we were able to come in another step closer to start to understand these principles and practice together. And that brings us to this step where we got Asia live all weekend as our mistress of ceremonies. So I'm going to let Lydia just tell you a little bit more of her personal bio, and then we're going to stick around because we're going to get you drumming and moving and shaking and some body practices. So thank you for listening for the beginning, and please enjoy all weekend and feel free to reach out.
Thanks, Lisa, and thanks, Asia, for being here with us today. It has been a delight to get to know Asia, as I'm sure you will experience. She is an intellectual, very well trained in the arts of social justice and community. And we brought her here to positively influence our community since she was such a positive influence to us over this year when we took our training with her. And I hope you'll forgive me for not having printout of your actual bio, but I'm sure you will get to know Asia over the weekend and get to know more about her. I am delighted to bring her here to you. Asia Dorsey, everybody.
Yes. Thank you, Lydia, Lisa, Kim. Hey, y'all. Yes. That's right. That's right. I am that person. So my culture is one of call and response. And I love the serenity that you have. But if you would like to respond when I call, all of us. It's always so beloved to have an introduction of people who love you and who know you and who care for you. We've been all over this fair organizing, these guys, these folks have, and despite the imperfection, the interstitial conversations that are happening in the background are so full of love and care and thoughtfulness for y'all. And so I just want to thank the organizers and all the things that are happening in the background. And I want to thank you because it took you something to get here today. Maybe you had to organize where you were going to sleep. Maybe you had a stomach ache. Maybe you left your business cards. Whatever it took to get you here, I want to thank you as well. Yeah, that's right. Thank you. So we're going to move into an interactive opening. I am Asia Dorsey, the daughter open spaces with pouring of libations. The first part of pouring part of the pouring of libations is we call to the spirits that were here that are that we have lost. And so this is an opportunity for you to engage. I'm gonna say a word like, we call to the spirit of the cute little puppy dogs. And then y'all say, Ashe. All right, let's try that. We call to the spirit of the cute little puppy dogs. That's right. And so I'm gonna call it in and you're gonna Ashe. And then for that second part, I want to invite the people in your world who is not here in the flesh anymore. And so you can speak that quietly to yourself. You can shout it out and you can be totally silent, because the rules here, y'all, is that you get to do what feels good to you. And anything that doesn't feel good, I invite you to pass, okay? So I would like to share this with you. It's all good. We got our water. Jen is one of the important things that we call, but I have some hawthorn berry. And so we're gonna work with the spirit of hawthorn as we're calling in, okay? All right. We gonna make this work, y'all. We gonna make this work. We're gonna do it like this. All right. I think I got it, but thank you. All right. I want to give thanks to the lactobacilli microorganisms that are all over our skin right now. I want to give thanks to the mycorrhizae fungi that are all in the soil right now. I want to give thanks to the minerals, not just the minerals in the soils, but the mountains that are containing us right now. I want to give thanks to the sky and the clouds that rain upon us right now. I want to give thanks to the water, the rivulets, the little streams that are surrounding us right now. I want to give thanks to the wind that holds us and that moves through us and the things that need to leave right now. I want to give thanks to the sound, the rhythms, the intonations that come through your vocal cords that speak to who you are and who you have been right now. I want to give thanks to the movement of your bodies. Rather you can walk as good as you used to, rather your knees hurt, rather your hands hurt, rather your feet hurt. I want to give thanks to your bodies right now. I want to give thanks to the bodies of all the non-human beings who are here right now. I want to give thanks to the bodies of all the beings who are no longer here right now. And now we're going to open up and give thanks to those who aren't here. I want to give thanks to all of the people who we lost during COVID right now. I want to give thanks to all the people who experienced genocide as a result of us being here right now. I want to give thanks to all of us and all of those ancestors who died during the Middle Passage right now. I want to give thanks to all of the refugees who didn't quite make it home right now. I want to give thanks to all that have died in wars for liberty right now. I want to give thanks for all those who have died in meaningless wars right now. I would like to call in all of my uncles who have passed right now. I call in all of the aunties who have passed right now. I call in all of the two spirits who have passed right now. And the grandmothers. And the grandfathers. And the parents. And the children who have left us too soon right now. Ashe, 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 Ashe-o. And now we will call to the stage some of the most beautiful humans whose ceremonies are ceremonies of and have remembered is the dance. So I want to call to the stage the Southwest dancers. These are the First Nation people of these lands. They traveled all the way here from the other side of the sand dunes to not only be in solidarity, but to help us to remember the roots of who we are as well. And so, Mr. Tomas, Eagle Bear, please come up. And I would love to introduce the other folks who are part of your family to lead us in more ceremony. Because we said this was the opening ceremony, and y'all was like, where's the ceremony? We said, right here. All right. So thank you.
Thank you. Give Asia a good hand here. Greetings on behalf of the First Nations people. I'm going to introduce myself in my language first and to pay respect to my family. Shiki Shikisen in a show. Show. So to na atuishta and naye ishta. Na yusen shiki shikisen yusen. Yusen so to shikine inde shikine and nakai. I am no one without my family, so I always introduce my family first. I come from the Shikine band of the Inde people, today called the Apaches. But we're Inde. Inde means the spirit people. It means there's really no death. The spirit will always live once his body goes back to the earth. So we're Shikine Inde. I come from my clan and Nakai clan. That is my family. This is my family here around the drum here. One person alone is very lonely, but we come as a family, our children, all our relatives, and you as well are a family, part of the human family. We don't accept the separations that they have given to us. The black, white, yellow, red. They say that's what the people are. I say, no, maybe to you it is. We're just all human beings. Don't separate us by color. That's we're human beings. An important thing to do also here is that our elders tell us that the ice is melting, the North and South poles melt. And those selfish feelings of that comfort that people have. Sometimes we have to give a little bit, sacrifice our comforts to remember of our children. They're going to have a hard time. Changes are coming. But one thing our elders have told us, there is hope because the children, they put their minds together. They will find a way out of this. But they need guidance from you, the parents, the uncles, the aunties. That's how we as a people have survived here, not alone, with guidance from our elders, uncles, and aunties. So we like to just come together here today and ask also the mystery of life. Some people call God. We say it's a mystery. Everything you see and you don't see, to us, call the mystery of God. So we like to call to everyone to come together, put our minds together, and let's greet the four directions, the sky and the earth together. So I'd like to have everyone please stand together. And if you can first over to see the sun rising this way, behind us, right? Okay. Okay. To the east, just raise your hands up to the east. And let's put our minds together that we have each day, appreciate every moment. But we don't know when will be our last moment here on the earth. And to be thankful for each moment and for each day, and to be able to receive the sunlight and the warmth of the sun in a good way, and to remember those who have less than we do, that they have a good day today, they have a smile on their face, that we can create a world where all people will live in peace together and walk together in peace. As we look over to the south, we greet the warmth of the south and the love and the compassion to that they will also guide us to reach our inner being and to walk with that compassion and love and the warmth the south brings. Without even asking, the south always brings its warm winds, unconditional love in that way. We ask people then to look over to the west where the sun goes down and to remember each day to reflect upon your lives. How do we walk today? How do we treat people today? Is there someone that maybe I have to approach and say, forgive me for how I was today with you? Maybe I didn't smile enough today, but we reflect on our lives so that the next day we continue to grow as human beings and thank the sun that is going down, that we can reflect in the darkness within our lives, look within in that way. As we look over to the north, we ask for the northern wisdom keepers of the north, the elders, to guide us, to continue to guide us here, to walk on the earth as human beings, to not forget our humanness, our kindness, our love for one another, our care, to remember our history. At one time, all of us were tribal people, and we didn't have no bows and arrows, we didn't have not even fire. But what kept us alive was the love for each other, the care for each other. And as we look over to the sky, we raise our hands above. And look at all the beauty around us, the waters and the rains that came the other day to nourish everything, to bring us water that we can drink, to grow our plants and all our gardens. And just say beauty and thankfulness of everything we see in the night sky as we see all the universe around us, and that we're part of that universe. We're not separate, and that we can always respect each other and respect other people, and respect other people's religions, other people's ways of life, and not to judge others, whether they're Christian or Catholic or Native or whatever. It doesn't matter, that we all just respect each other with the teachings that came from each one of those religions. So we say thank you in that way as we put our hands to the earth and touch the earth with our hands. And we thank Ella, Mother Earth, to say thank you for the abundance that we have since we first were born and came into this life. And our children are being nourished as well, to continue to have the respect for the women that we have, and to listen to those who have been hurt, all the women who have been hurt, that we can once again bring them to the center of our nation, to uplift them, for they are the center of our nation, the backbone. And we ask forgiveness for any maltreatment that the women may have received from in the hands of anyone. Ask forgiveness, and that they will always shine and bring their love and nourishment to each and every one of us just by a smile. And for all the women who are nursing their children and giving love to the children in that way, and that we always remember the earth in that way and the beauty of the earth. For one day we will go back to the earth and our spirit will be free. And as we stand up together, we look around and look at each other and say, you don't have to look far to see God, just look at the eyes of each other. Do not separate yourself from the mystery. You are part of that. God is within you. Everything you see and you don't see, all around, above, and below you, and around. So as we do this song to just bring all of us together, I'd like to just move your feet a little bit, dance a little bit. We all dancing together. And we'll do a little bit here just to show you a little bit how we're going to do this. Okay, and it's real simple. You can pick your hands up like this. Okay, and then we're just going to be like this. Okay, real simple. Okay, how's everyone feeling? I can't hear you. How you feeling there? All right, give it up today. And let's move your feet and let's move your hands. Let's do a little dancing here for the dancing of life. Thank you. Reach over and greet one another. Just say hi to your neighbor there. And thank you. Remember, walk with prayer, walk in peace, walk with love in your hearts. Thank you. Come up. I couldn't call you.
I was live on air, bro.
Hi, everybody. Thanks so much to our First Nation peoples for bringing in the spirit. Thank you very much. We always need that to be reminded and to set intention, right? Setting intention is huge. And we all have good intention to set. And our next event, so to speak, that we want to talk about is our art installation. And I'm just going to give you a very brief idea about. And if you haven't seen it, Allison and Chris will be talking quite a bit about it. They're about to come up. The concept is basically that doing something with our trash that can be creative and energetically sustaining on some level. So I'd like to welcome them to the regenerative stage so that they can share with you what they have been working on for a number of months, actually, and how you can take part in this process. Please welcome Allison and Chris. Thanks.
I learned something from Asia, how you take a mic off a stand. Thank you. So I would love to introduce Alice in Wonderland and Chris Manfield.
Yeah, no.
So they have stepped in with our Freebox art installation, and I'm going to let them give you all the amazing juiciness, dynamic details of that. But I came to talk just a little bit about the Crestone Freebox. How many of you have used the Freebox? How many of you have dropped stuff off there? How many of you picked stuff up there? So the Freebox is this magic gem treasure, and it was closed because of COVID, and no one wanted to take it on. So we, as an extension of the Energy Fair, we have started a group. This was Donovan Spitzman, Nick Navarez, and myself. It's a private partnership so we can really catalyze community projects to keep moving and not get stuck with red tape and bureaucracy when we see needs in the community that need to start happening now. So we started the Crestone Energy Exchange. So you might see the Energy Fair, Energy Exchange, because we wanted to play on that this is about an exchange of energy with all of these things that we do. So we just got the Freebox opened on Earth Day this year. I want to thank the town of Crestone for that. They were really crucial in helping us get that piece rolling. Lonnie Roth at Crestone Creative Trade. Give Lonnie a big round because he's hosting that private property and he's been doing that for years. And then our Energy Exchange. Now we have our own Freebox group, and Laura Enzer started our Facebook page. So you can find any information about that group at crestoneenergyexchange.org. It's just an offshoot of this group, but I'm going to pass it up to our lovely artist installations because Chris, I have just met, an amazing artist. And from what I'm reading you and coming to our meetings and these ideas, I'm really thankful and grateful to be working with you. And Allison, I've known for years here, and just her expertise in weaving and this, like all of the layers of what it takes in community. I learned from her with this Dragon and Fairy Festival that we did for years. And it taught me so much about the stages of how we live from being little. We had the first little baby fairies, and I was not really around. And then the second year we had they were a little more grown up fairy children, right? And at the time I was running the youth program. So then I said, this year it's going to be for the teen fairies. So we did a dragon slayer and dragon motif where you have to slay your own dragons, right? We have to have that mirror and we have to hold it up to each other for learning. So this woman is just amazing and so creative with how she teaches us. But today is about the free box. So you want to take it away?
Thank you so much, Lisa. Nick, yeah, oh, thank you. And Lydia and everyone that has kept this Crestone Energy Fair going for 33 years. 33 years, that is something. It is a heartbeat. Beautiful to be here. Going to begin, and I'm going to pass this to you by taking a quick moment, but a long and full moment to take this breath in and out with honor and respect for ourselves, each other, and the land of which we live.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for coming. Before I begin talking about the art installation, I just want to say that we are currently here coming together today, celebrating this beautiful event on the land that has been caretaken for a very, very long time by the Capote Ute. And this was a land, and it still is a land of spiritual pilgrimage. And so I just want to remind us to keep that in mind when we're celebrating the energy of this place and the energy of each other. So this year for the Energy Fair art installation, our piece is called Out of the Fault, and you can see the piece kind of behind right there, the center of those 5 trees by the art gallery. And so it's titled Out of the Fault, and the fault within the context of this art space can mean many things. The fault can mean the failure to perform a task or to fulfill an obligation. And the vault in the context of this work can also mean a storage space or safe. And it can also mean mistakes, imperfection, or fracture in a continuity of the Earth's rock formation. And perhaps one of the most famous fault in the world is the Mariana Trench. And the deepest known point, this is the deepest known point of the ocean. And after about 30 years and 5,000 dives to gather images and video footage to resurface what might lurk within the depth of our ocean, researchers have found that at the astonishing depth of 36,000 feet under sea level, they found a plastic grocery bag. But we don't have to really dive so deep or that deep to recognize and be present to begin to have a conversation regarding the discourse of trash and waste management. So let's scale down this thought to something a little closer to our community, which Lisa brought earlier, is the free box. And we're specifically also working with the free box dumpster, which is technically the dumpster that the stuff from the free box ends up in when the free box gets way too full. So yeah, I'm not sure if any one of you have, I'm sure if some of you have checked out the labyrinth, but I was wondering if anyone can guess how long it take for us to source the materials from the free box dumpster for the installation. Anyone? No? Guy with the hat? No, it's so this meditation labyrinth is constructed using approximately a week's worth of trash from our community free box dumpster that would have otherwise gone to the Saguache landfill every week. That amount of trash goes from the free box dumpster alone to the Saguache landfill from our community every week. And so we wanted to honor this land and bring attention to our relationship with it. And the land at the center of the labyrinth has been exchanged with land from the Saguache landfill in a ceremony. So we took out a chunk of the land from the park, brought it over to the Saguache landfill. We dug out a hole there as well, put our land here, and the land that was dug out from the Saguache landfill, then we brought over here and center it at the center of the labyrinth. And yeah, so as you navigate yourself towards the center of this labyrinth, please take your time to be present with our trash and consider where they're coming from, where they came from, where they're going, and where they are now. And yeah, feel free to take and leave something from this installation if you so desire. And I just want to say that the free box to me seems to have provided objects with, and trashes with a lot of second chances. And it's really an interesting and beautiful thing. And when you recognize that it is also a place where it have also in the past provided some people with second chances as well. So let's take care of this space together. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. It's been an honor and an adventure working with you, getting to know you, particularly through this process. And I'm noticing the butterflies on your hat. So beautiful of what you've made. And it's reminding me of the transformation. I think of butterfly particularly as that, the way in which they're so beautiful. They have levity, right? They're light, levity. And yet they're doing a lot of work. Butterflies and all of the pollinating insects and all of that. There's always stuff going on. And so when we started connecting, we weren't sure. I mean, it could have been anything that we did for this energy fair installation. And right, we're just cooking it up and saying, hey, I want to get to know each other. What's moving us? And then we were looking at, okay, what the Crestone Energy Fair theme, what's that? Okay, reclaim, self, village, nature. All right, well, what's in there? And we got to trash pretty quickly. And I'm thinking, what's trash? Right? Can I even open to that? Do you, anyone that's here in this little bit of a conversation, taking just a moment here, what is trash? Anyone have anything they want to just toss out? There's no right answers, by the way. But anyone got anything when I say, what's trash? Oh, don't be shy. Well, you can't be shy. I'm shy. But you got something? Oh, hey, you got it. You got it. Right. Anyone else want to say anything about it? Anything in your hearts to say? What is trash? Or even sharing, you can be, yeah, go ahead. Trash is something you no longer respect. Trash is something you no longer respect. Taking this in. Yeah, so that's the open question. And that's where we got to, is we're in the question of it with you. And we have already had the beginnings of so many beautiful ongoing conversations about that. So in this moment, I'm going to be sharing, again, back to the free box. I got my notes here, so don't forget, shout outs. So we have with that free box, so Lisa Bodie and the others, there is that free box volunteer connection. I think there's a few ways to find out about that, but a simple one is just go to the free box. I think there's some info right there. It's great. It's a village, right? That's how we do it. Like Chris said, it's providing, the free box is providing for us always, right? And then there's also Mary Lowers. I just bumped into her today. I always shout out to Mary Lowers. Thank you so much, sweet love, for all you do. She shared is free box crafting is coming soon. So some of the stuff you see there, Chris, was there a lot of clothes going on there?
Yeah, there's a lot of clothes. Most of the stuff are and shoes and wearables.
Yep. So some of that is going to get crafted. So here we go. And any ideas you guys have, especially if you're bringing some energy and some manifestation to those ideas, we welcome them. And then there's a free box fashion show, part of this energy fair. I think it's tomorrow. I think it's around 11. No, thing that when we said trash, I was like, oh man, that's too heavy. Instant, too much. I want to do something fun. I've been back to the butterflies and the levity, and let's just do something pretty and fun. And so, but I stayed with it. And then I thought, okay, you know what? I can find that levity, and I only can rise up as deep as I can ground. So I got myself fully there, present, and tapped into that infinite life force. You feeling that a little bit? I don't know. I do. It's here. It's now. And from that place, I thought, okay, I have a capacity to start facing some of the things that are hard. I don't want to face that trash, but this is what's happening because I don't want to. And right, we were talking about this. So we were getting to a place, okay, now we have a little more capacity. And I truly do find, not just believe, but I have found it so that when I first connect in that deep way more than I have all myself, separate, connected, got that infinite life force, I got the capacity. It is so helpful to start facing some of the stuff. And then things come up, they bubble up, they get round, they change, transformation, levity happens. So from that, we got out of the fault. And I heard, I Mariana's trench, and that had come into us. I mean, that took a lot of me getting into that place of, oh, mama, sweet daddy, help me right now, because that's so hard every day when I know that in the deepest part of the most beautiful aspects of our world, our human relationship with that world, we have impacted with, what was that? Trash is that aspect of which we have lost respect, right? We've lost our accountability. We've lost track of our impact. It's affecting every little bit. All those microplastics, right? All that boom, boom. And now it was, oh, boom, I'm just too heavy. I can't deal. So move it around. So we thought about a labyrinth, because with a labyrinth, you can't get lost. There's space to move into. Right. So that's part of what it was. And then the fault part. So that's the space. That's a fault. The fault is deep. It's a space. Right. And from that place, I also thought about, oh, is that funny? That fault, guilt, shame. I'm collapsing. I can't do anything from there. From the way I related to fault, guilt, shame, shadow. I'm not going to face that. I'm going to pretend it's not there. Well, when you start to open it up, especially when we connect together, we can start facing some of that stuff, stuff that we were ashamed of, and it changes, it moves. So that was that kind of fun thing about the fault, the guilt, let's be accountable. How do we do that? We find each other, we get connected. I mean, actually, I don't know, but these are the things that I'm exploring. You want to start working off of something else here?
Yeah, I was just like talking a little bit about the commodification of trash.
Okay, all right. So we're going to get into the product and trash stream, and yeah, here you go.
I just want to say, like, a big part of our intention is to honor the landfill, right? Because it's a space, it's land that have in a way been commodified to take in the things that we don't want anymore, and the things that we don't know where to put, and that it's interesting to think that there is commodification that are around these things, that someone would take some resources in exchange to take the things that we don't want, and then they have to then figure out, as we're navigating through this project, also we have to figure out permissions on how to get the land from the landfill, and how to talk about how to get essentially dumpster material. There's that issue that's been brought up also about like dumpstering and whose trash is it anyway, and who owns the trash. And it brings us back into also the discourse and thinking about who owns the things around us, and if you can really own trash, or if you can really own the land. So yeah, I just want to coin that so that we can keep that in mind as well, to think about all those things and how we might I think that the reason we make art is oftentimes because we don't have the answer, and that it's more of an invitation to think about the discourse together and start conversations and be present with the issues, because it's something that apparently we can't really answer at the moment. So we try to bring people together to just be present first with it.
Cool. I want to, this is what I'm going to reflect what I just heard you say, Chris, is something about why we make art. I mean, why do we make art? Does anyone know about what the heck? What? Art? What were you saying about that?
I personally make art because life is more important than art.
Say it again.
I make art because life is more important than art.
What? And I don't know as my answer, but I can't not. So that's what I gotta, that's what I'm left with every day is, you know, life, art. I don't have a difference there. I don't know why and how, but there is something about the question. When I was in art school, I had a devastating critique that has lasted my lifetime in the most beautiful of ways. And the critique was, you're not asking any questions, Allison. This work is not appealing to us because you just, it's like propaganda. You just had an idea. You put a period on the end of that. That was your answer. And you just put it out. No, I'm not interested. I got nothing. So I started to really explore that. And it's opened up every day of the question. And in this case, this, so out of the fault over there, that loud, the questions that are coming out and the dialogues and things I would have never even expected, both in the content, things we're talking about, trash, but also like the aesthetic or like, hey, can I move through this space? Can I touch that? What's this? Yeah, and of all ages, I gotta just say thank you so much for the kids, all the kids that were there yesterday, particularly while we were doing stuff. Guys have taught me so much, asking questions, bringing in, we had a butterfly, I'm serious, a true, did you see that? And a snake. What's that about? I don't know, but it invigorated the space. And are there rules? Can I, you know, we started to move into the space. Can I touch this? Hey, what's that? Those are the things that we're talking about our trash. We're facing it together, but with this levity, this question, it opens it up. Just stopping for a moment and listening. I love these sounds in our beautiful town. It's beautiful. This is us. You can hear a little bit of the trees in the wind, slightly quiet. And all the buzz. It's a beautiful day. All right. Well, I'm here and Chris is here and we're just talking away until it's time for the next. But I thought I'd just read. This is, by the way, something I want to just say to you, Chris, is so appreciate again getting to know you, particularly how you articulate and how you write things up. So as we were, you know, working things out, we would be taking notes and he'd write this stuff up. So I'm going to reflect this back of something that you wrote up. This is on the website for Crestone Energy Fair about our installation. And this is before we really knew what it was going to look like. Reclaiming art installation. We want to make something that encourages our community to come together to reclaim the collective responsibility of finding salience with one another and the everlasting presence of these things that we choose to discard. We seek to open a portal between our community and the final resting place for our trash. Be it the Swatch landfill, or perhaps metaphoric dump, or a fault, or the nooks and crannies in between our interwoven livelihoods, the ever circulating ether in which we breathe out of. Yeah. Okay, are we all set? Okay. All right. And we got an announcement. Someone has lost their keys. It's a Honda. It has 2 post office keys on it. It can be brought to the voter registration booth back there. It's a blue tent. Okay. All right. House music. Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm gonna just give one more moment. I mean, we're just kind of warming up. Yeah. But before we on that house music, interesting now. All right. Thanks so much. Thank you.
I just also want to thank you all the volunteers that time to the installation of this artwork. I really appreciate it. And you know, when you're working to move a big pile of trash somewhere to somewhere, it gets pretty old pretty fast, even though it gets pretty fun. So without the volunteers, we wouldn't have been able to do it, and it's so difficult. But thank you.
Thanks so much to Allison and Chris. Really appreciate all the work that you've done. And it's really important. And I love how we're bringing this into the Energy Fair this year for sure. So thanks so much. All your insight too on how we're using our energy and the avoidance and getting involved. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Everybody give a round of hand for the art installation folks and everyone who's been volunteering. We really appreciate you. Got to do something with that garbage, right? Not all of it can go right back into the earth right away. Okay, so please go and visit them along with other practitioners and people with singing bowls and tuning forks and all kinds of stuff. Okay, some of that is donation, some of it is cost, but it is affordable. So please go and get some wellness, go and get some good energy. If you need a tune-up, it's all there for you, folks. We also have yoga going on down there. We're going to have Tai Chi. We've got a lot of events. And just for your information, out here by the back of the entrance here to the park, over by the former brewery Bliss, I could name many names, we actually have posters with all of the event timing and locations of all the stages. So please take a look at that. You may find there's something really interesting that you had no idea was going on. And I'm discovering this as the day goes on as well, even though I probably have a better idea than some people. But it's really amazing. We've got a lot of things going on and we're trying to get that flow going, and we want you to all participate and enjoy yourselves. So thank you. I do want to do a little plug here for the Energy Fair scavenger hunt for the children. Okay. And this is super cool. Okay. Some really amazing creative thought has gone into this. And we've got people waving over by the tent where the kiddies are. And basically what it is talking about different types of energy and helping the kids find things to represent those things. So this is really cool. Okay. They're getting an egg basket. Okay. Like this, you know, an egg carton. And I enjoy this because I just got 12 chickens. And so chickens are on my mind, folks. We've got wind power, solar energy, healing energy, okay, crystals, rocks. The kids have certain things that they can pick up that represent the energy of these items. And then there will be prizes announced tomorrow at 4 o'clock. And they're also putting a thing in the paper. So if you've got kids and you want them to be part of this awesome scavenger hunt, please come over to the Kid Village tent over there and partake in this. Hey, I wish they'd let adults, because if I had some time, I'd run over and have fun with this. Okay. So thank you. So we're getting ready for our next panel. And as we're gathering people together, again, this is our natural building panel. Okay. And it will be hosted by our visionary sponsor, Off the Grid Guru. He is an eco-architectural visionary, has been traveling the world seeking solutions to humanity's biggest problems for over a decade. On his YouTube channel, he shares a knowledge presenting high quality inspirational info content covering alternative building movement, okay, highlighting different people and different types of building. This building panel, we will be introducing, or I will be introducing the Off the Grid Guru, and we will be organizing the panel shortly. So please stick around for that. That's our next event. Later this afternoon, okay, we will have Southwest dancers after our panel. We will have Spore presenting. Okay, he was here last year when we were out on the land. He'll be discussing Michael Coalition, which will be awesome. I know that was a huge, interesting talk and panel last year. So please join us for that. And then later on, we will have the local foods panel with Jay Sanders. Okay. So that's just a little heads up of what's going on the regenerative stage. And there is music all day happening down by the Elephant Cloud stage. Okay. As well as our wellness village and demonstrations. And we'll be announcing those as well. So stay tuned. Thank you. All right, welcome back. We are about to engage on our first panel of the Energy Fair weekend. This is our alternative building panel. And this panel's been around since the beginning, as far as I'm concerned, and what I know about it, and had many people over the years who have put forth great new ideas and tried to integrate alternative building, which we know that Crestone is one of the mecca of this, right, in the United States. Certainly down in Taos on the plateau as well, and other areas around the country. I'm not implying we're the only one, but we certainly have been on the cutting edge of that for quite a number of decades, yes. And there are certainly houses even in the Crestone area in the Baca that are 30, 40 years old, and we're employing alternative energy and alternative building. Right. And so we certainly like to host this panel. It's a huge integral part of the Energy Fair. And we would like to introduce our host for this panel, our off-the-grid guru. And he is going to introduce the panelists today for you. Okay. So please give a big round of welcome to the off-the-grid guru and his alternative building panel here at the Energy Fair. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think anyone is more excited for this moment than I am, because I discovered the Crestone Energy Fair last year. I decided to come up kind of on a whim last minute, and I ended up walking into one of those scenarios where you're at the right place at the right time. You meet all these amazing people. I just happened to have all my equipment with me, and I was able to film some of the demos from last year. So to give you an idea of what my last year's looked like, ever since I went to the Energy Fair, I thought, how could I make this combo event even better for me? Because this is my birthday weekend. And I was like, oh man, every year if I could celebrate my birthday and do something awesome that involved natural building and brought all my friends together, what would it be? And this year we decided to go with the Builders panel, because Donovan, who, bless his heart, has been doing this for years and years and years, he finally decided that he was going to push his talents into some of the other projects. So you can go and check out what Donovan's doing over there. The demo section, just so everyone knows, is over by the pirate ship. So if you go over to the food court area, there's a big pirate ship there, and that's where we're going to be doing all the demos. So before I properly introduce everybody here, I just wanted to give everyone some information briefly, so you get a lay of the land, and we're going to talk a little bit about the schedule. So the Off-Grid Guru booth, where you can get all the information if you miss anything here, or if you want to pick up some of the awesome merchandise that we put together for the first time ever. We've got Off-Grid Guru t-shirts, and there are books and more information available at that booth right there, which I'm looking at here. So main stage, we've got the Off-Grid Guru booth over here, and then we have the demo section, which is over there. I am going to be doing a special Earthship model kit class, where I'm actually going to be sitting down. For those of you who sign up and reserve your seat, we're going to be building a small Earthship paper model together. And so what you're going to get with that is you're going to get a intro to Earthship systems book, which is Earthships 101. So that explains literally in plain language the basics of the Earthship systems, and we're all going to need to have that in the class to sit down and look at the information together. It's going to start with a 45-minute Earthships Explained talk, where I'm going to be basically giving the talk that I've crafted over the years that condenses all the information into a short period of time, but without a slideshow, because this is an outdoor event. So we're going to be setting it up in the wellness village, and we're going to be on the picnic tables. So everyone's going to want their book, and then we're going to have our paper model. We're going to do a 45-minute talk where we can do some Q&A and everyone can have their questions answered. And then we're going to get our hands dirty, and we're all actually going to build a little mini Earthship house together. So let me just make sure that I'm covering all the info in my notes here. If you do want to attend the Earthship model kit class, you have to go over to the Off-Grid Guru booth to reserve your seat. It is a $30 entry, and that includes the book and the paper model. And yeah, about it for the information, except for I just wanted to mention to everybody that we have if you're really interested in the builder's schedule and you want to know so you don't miss anything, then we actually have some printouts of a different schedule. It's not the one online, and it's not the Crestone Energy Fair schedule. It is only the builder's demo schedule to make it super easy to understand when everything's happening, because there's so much happening at the fair. So you can go and get the builder's demo schedule from there, and you'll know exactly what demos we have happening. But I just wanted to give a quick rundown here for anybody who is interested. Right after this, at 12:30, we're going to be ending the Natural Builders panel. This discussion is going to end, and we are going to take it right over to the builders demo area and get started right away with a tire pounding demo with Ron Chirillo and Kirsten. They're going to be doing a Q&A. After that, it's going to be from 2 to 3:30. So that's from 12:30 to 1:30. We're going to do a Q&A with Ron and Kirsten and tire pounding demo. That's right over there. Then from 2 to 3:30, not in the demo section, but in the Wellness Village by the picnic tables, we're doing Earthships Explained, and then build your own Earthship model. If you want to attend that, just remember to go get your ticket ahead of time. We only have so many seats at the picnic tables. They are going to be doing, for those of you who are interested in gasification, a gasification demo over there, 2:30 to 3:30 today as well. So that's overlapping with my talk. So if you don't make it to the talk I'm doing and you want to go check out the gasifier, check out the pirate ship crew. And then after that, from 3:30 to 5, we're going to do aircrete. Ignacio Cunha from Dome Gaia here is going to be teaching us about aircrete, and we're going to be pouring some bricks, right? Yeah, so we're actually going to do aircrete twice this weekend. Those of you who are interested in learning about a material, expands the volume of Portland cement 10 times, giving you 10 times the amount of volume per bag of Portland cement. The equivalent, extremely cheap, mold resistant, insect resistant, fireproof, bug proof. It's an insulative material. It's incredible. We're going to do 2 days of. We're really happy to have Dome Gaia here, coming all the way from Hawaii, representing the Big Island. And they have done some amazing exotic builds all over the world. And they're going to give you a little taste of what it looks like over in the demo area at 3:30 to 5. And then tomorrow they're going to do 2:30 to 3:30. So we're going to be pouring bricks today. Tomorrow we're going to pop them open and see how the mixture went. And that's always an exciting process. Today is closing out with a hempcrete demo, 5:30 to 6:30 in this evening with my man Eamon here. And we already have a really awesome video from last year's demo from the Energy Fair that was super entertaining. So I look forward to seeing what you come out with again. So just before I get started here, I have a little intro that I didn't want to forget, so I wrote it down. I just wanted to say to everybody to welcome to the 33rd annual off-grid living of all kinds. I've covered a lot of Earthship projects, but also many other materials. And right now we are increasing all of our material spread plethora going into aircrete, hempcrete, all these different things. And I just wanted to remind everybody that all the guests here today have been featured on the channel, whether it be a dirt to doorknob tiny Earthship documentary with Ron Chirillo, a stellar home tour of an Earthship that she built herself with Kirsten, building low-cost aircrete domes that look incredible with Ignacio and Dome Gaia, or sharing with us how to build with hempcrete. Each of these individuals have shared their special skills with me, and I brought them here to share their skills with you. So I just wanted to quickly introduce how I know everybody here, and then we're going to get into a speed round of questions. And then we're going to go into a Q&A where we're going to get a little bit deeper into some of the special skills and superpowers that these individuals have that have been saving the world for many years. And that's going to probably get pretty intense because we're all pretty passionate about that. And then we're going to open it up for audience questions. So it is 11 now, and we have, let's see, let me just put a timer on. So let's make sure we're keeping track of time here. Okay. All right. Let's see. Well, you're next to me first. So representing Dome Gaia, I am super excited to have you here, Mr. Ignacio Acuna. He wants it to be more about Dome Gaia, but I mean, geez, come on, look at this man, beautiful man here. So I met Ignacio because I had been told that I should go study with Dome Gaia and signed up for the workshop that they had in Baja, Mexico. That was in 2019. And, you know, one of the reasons why Iggy has just become such a intrinsic kind of mentor figure in my life and a friend is because he really believed in me when I first came down there for the 10-day workshop. I said, look, I don't want 10 days. you know, you need to teach me this. This is going to take time. And so I was actually so blessed to be able to stay with Iggy in Baja for 2 months. And he was able to, in that time, teach me, you know, far above and beyond what I would have learned in just the 10-day workshop. And so now, you know, we are doing other projects together. We just came back from Utah this year, actually, for another amazing 10-day workshop. And I documented the entire thing. So we're going to have that up on the YouTubes as well for everybody to check out. So yeah, you can already see Iggy on the channel right now. We've done a short video covering the Utah builds, and I have some other videos that mention aircrete. But just briefly, I'm gonna run down the stories here. So Ron Chirillo, man, Ron Chirillo. This man is a legend. I don't know if anybody realizes this here. But anyways, Ron, I don't even know what to say about you, dude. These two right here are basically family. These two right here are basically family. Just like Iggy gave me a chance to study aircrete and live there for a little while and do that. I mean, geez, you two have just done so much for me and for this movement. And I was reflecting on the fact that, you know, if it weren't for some of you who really believed in me early on when I went to the Earthship Academy as a little 18-year-old baby in diapers, basically, now we're talking 10 years later, you know, I was like, oh, I'm going to do all this awesome stuff. And they're like, yeah, right. All the students say that. They get super inspired and then they don't do anything. And I remember when I came back and handed you, I said, look, I told you I was going to make because I had been waiting for years to get onto an Earthship crew professionally, from dirt to doorknob, everything from start to finish, and learn every single facet of building these things. And you were able to give me the opportunity to do that from your wealth of knowledge, which comes from 15 years of building Earthships with Earthship biotecture, climbing your way up through the ranks to the point where now, I mean, you're basically a free man. There's not that many Earthship builders out there, you know, and you're one of them. And it's a real blood, sweat, and tears craft. And so I'm really grateful for people like you who have taken something that takes so much determination and hard work and to continue to do it, you know, even when your body doesn't want to do it anymore, you know, and then to pass the torch on to us, you know, and make these opportunities available. It's been amazing. So for those of you who don't know, Kirsten and Ron were intrinsic in founding the Earthship Academy, where I basically got a start in this industry. So my relationship with Kirsten is special because she knew me, you know, when I was 18 and came out, you know, early on, quite young, to the academy. And I had a lot of ideas and I was always coming and spitballing in the office with her. But we actually came up together with some pretty great ways to share this educational content. And I think our passion for educating people has just grown over the years. And on the YouTube channel, I have some tours of Kirsten's house that she has built on the Mesa there in the greater world in Taos. And it's one of my favorite Earthships. And I'm not just saying that, it really is. It's such a beautiful home. And I've stayed in funny. So I was like, oh, what was that hempcrete builder's name? I was like, oh, that's right. It was Eamon. So I'm looking at my phone. I find Eamon. I'm like, oh, he probably won't even remember me. So I call him up, and literally the first thing on the other line I hear, oh yeah, hey Eric, how's it going? Sorry, man, I'm building a 400-foot wall right now. I can't talk. Boom, 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 boom. So I don't even know what to say about you. You're just a monster. You're like some kind of Hercules, man. You know, he comes in to do the hempcrete demo and he's got, you know, everything, like the whole hempcrete demo on the YouTube channel right now. If you watch it, you'll get his energy. You got such a special energy, and the way that you handled working with the kids and involving everybody in that demo was amazing. And here's the thing people don't realize. I've heard your voice, well, not your voice, but your voice in editing for hours and hours on repeat. So I've spent so much time with you, more than you've spent with me. For every 1 minute we spend together, I have to spend that in the editing room. So it really feels like I got to spend a lot of time with you, even though we haven't properly, you know, spent time together, right? And I really like the way that you went about doing that, because, you know, everyone has their special skills, their talents that they can share. Not everyone can translate that into something that's really fun and interactive for everybody and inclusive. And it was really fun to watch you tell the kid as he was smashing his fist into the hempcrete mix that looked like oatmeal, "Oh, this looks like oatmeal." And then you were like, no, don't eat that. We'll go get a cookie after if you want something. We'll get a cookie after. Oh, okay, Eamon. All right. So anyways, I just had to get personal for a second to give everybody a little bit of a look into how I know these individuals. And I'm going to switch over now to the first couple sets of questions here, the speed round. So I've told everybody that they have 30 seconds on the clock, but I have to read from my phone at the same time. So I don't know, does somebody want to take their phone out and do can we get a harsh timekeeper here? Can we get like, bam, 30 seconds, speed round. All right. Okay. So I wanted to come up with some fun, compelling, short questions that'll reveal a little information about these individuals without getting super deep just yet. And I'm just going to give an example. Okay. So for this speed round of questions, I came up with something. I'll just give you my answer here. So you guys listening? Everyone knows you for blank. In my case, it would be everyone knows me from the Off Grid Guru channel, but my secret superpower is. So in my case, it's storytelling. So, you know, everyone knows me for doing aircrete domes.
Okay.
In that case,
domes.
Right.
And my superpower is designing, drafting, imagining alternative lives and lifestyles, and also alternative structures. I guess that would be mine.
Okay. So I would say I'm pretty well known in the Earthship world. I started in 2006 as an intern volunteer. It was supposed to be a 30-day program. So 17 years later, here I am. I'm still doing it. So the thing I'm probably best well known for is just having a contagious personality and trying to inspire people to believe in the ability of, you know, getting off the grid and building a, 100% autonomous, self-sufficient home while you're using recycled and natural materials to help the planet at the same time. You know, that's the biggest thing for me is I'm not interested in just my own personal achievements. It's what I leave behind. I love you. Goodbye.
What is your superpower?
That is my superpower.
The contagion.
No, his superpower is organizing. He is a Virgo. He's super organized. And I have never been on a more organized job site. That's it. I got to say it.
I say it's inspiring people. Ron's superpower is inspiring people and making them feel amazing. Everyone knows me from Earthships, but my secret superpower is transcending that and connecting with people around the world to help people decide what's right for them. You know, Earthships are an amazing product, but they come with a capital E and a lot of other things involved. People need to decide what's right for them, for their budget, for their lifestyle, and their situation. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Roland. I'm starting to become more known as the Hemp Creek guy, along with Eamon and our company. My talent or my superpower is crunching the numbers and planning and doing all the computer stuff.
And start again.
Yeah.
Hello, my name's Eamon McNaughton. Everybody around here knows me for the Hempcrete, and I've been doing that for about 2.5 years. Love building. I guess my superpower is probably working with children, and I'm also been a tennis pro for about 30 years. And yeah, connecting people. I like seeing people together, trying to make everybody, you know, work together and be one.
Great. Keep it. So, because this question is going to be easy for you, unless you choose a sneaky different answer, which could also be, I mean.
Is it still speed round?
This is still a speed round.
Oh boy.
Let's go.
Oh, let's go.
Let's go. Okay. I got a good question for you. Oh, if you had one material to save the world, what would it be and why?
Make everything with it. I mean, you can build with it, obviously. You can feed people, you can get people healthy. Yeah, hemp has the opportunity to really save the world.
Yeah, I can't really add to that. Hemp is a remarkable plant, has so many applications. Yeah, there's really nothing that comes close, I don't think. Sorry.
I would say earth. It's so versatile. You can ram it into tires, you can pour it into bricks, you can dig a hole in the dirt and put a roof on it, you can sculpt with it, you can do floors, you can do walls. It's natural, it feels good on your skin, it's beautiful, it's healthy, it's just an amazing material. I love it. Earth.
I'm glad you said that. Somebody represent Mother Earth. Come on.
Mother Earth.
Let's go.
Yeah, for me, it's all about tires. Hundreds of millions of tires are thrown in landfills, in the ocean, and on playgrounds, and ridiculous use of that byproduct with pounding them. It's a forever building material. It's not going to go anywhere. And then I want to evolve out of ramming tires to doing tire bale construction, which is reasonably common here in Colorado, but I want to bring it to northern New Mexico and start building affordable housing for military veterans.
Nice.
The timer was for Ron, everybody. Sorry.
I would have to say, I'd have to agree with hemp, but I have to agree with earth. Those are to me are the two most amazing materials that we have at our access right here, affordable and low carbon footprint to getting them to your location. I can't think of anything better than that, honestly. And also sand, but that's also that you have to bring in, and we're depleting our sand. So, but definitely earth, definitely hemp. Yeah.
Wow. All right. All right. Okay. I'm not going to ask you why you didn't say air creep, but that's because I have another question, which is going to lead us into that. All right. So we are the kind of freaks who are like sitting over breakfast or lunch or dinner or working while talking about other materials and other techniques. Literally 24/7, we are talking about these kinds of crazy things. So, and I've been very curious to ask this question of all of you. What is a cutting edge or unexplored material or technique that you are excited to get into so you cannot choose your own specialty? What is a new thing that's either cutting edge or coming up on the horizon, or that you just haven't explored yet? Maybe it's an old technique, super simple, but you just haven't used it yet. What are you looking to get your hands into? 30 seconds on the clock, Ignacio, let's go.
I've been really interested in geotextiles and impregnating geotextiles with cement and making thin shell concrete roofs and shell structures. I've been making bathtubs recently with thin shell concrete, and that is you use like a fraction of the cement, and you're able to get some really high strength, especially if you're using a lot of curvaceous geometry.
So in northern New Mexico, our biggest concern, except for this year, has been water. We typically get 8 inches of annual precip. So Mr. Reynolds, my former employer, recycles water 4 ways. I recycle water a 5th way, but I need to get in compliance with the EPA and, just to be able to get approval for being able to treat black water, with water being such a scarcity all over the planet and people complaining about it all the time. By recycling it an additional way and being able to bring it back in, I think that can have a huge impact on housing.
I want to experiment with 3D printing with Adobe Mud, and there's people that are doing that, but I want to learn everything about it. A lot of 3D printed houses are printed with concrete, but there's ways to print with mud. You have to get more specific about your mix because there's a little more shrinkage with mud mixes than with concrete. but you can scale it really quickly. You have one unit that can build 10 houses at a time, make them passive solar, make them off the grid. And I think it would just be an amazing combination of low tech and high tech. Boom.
Bam, before the bell. Let's go.
Yeah, so very similarly for hempcrete, also the 3D printing option. The challenge there is getting the consistency or getting the head to deal with the consistency of hempcrete, which doesn't have the viscosity that traditional 3D printing would have.
That was very short and sweet. Okay, I'm really excited about combining these practices together, not just using hempcrete for a whole house, but understanding elevations of a house and what is necessary, and also understanding that hempcrete may not be good for certain environments and others will be. So recognizing your local area and using the proper materials for that area.
Okay. Okay, this one's going to be weird. I don't know if they're all going to have an answer for this because this is kind of a hard question. But I if you can, just say something stupid. Just make something up. Let's go. Okay, so if you could create a tool to make your life easier, right? And it doesn't just have to be a straightforward tool. Like if you could create a technology that made your life easier, what would it be? It could be related to building specifically, but could be also something else.
Let me start the timer.
Yeah. Well, also you make your own tools. So that's why this question's a little unfair because he literally makes his own tools depending on what application.
I'll go on that real quick. So we actually do make our own tools on the spot all the time because some don't fit certain nooks and crannies, but I actually did section, and it would take them about 6 to 8 hours. And with this machine, it would take about 20 minutes.
Yeah, similarly with hempcrete, there are already existing spray applicators. Most of them were invented in France, and there are some modifications for the American market, but they don't yet quite work the way we need them to work. So that's the big one.
I would create a electromagnetic interference that could focus on people's homes and disrupt their existing grid lifestyle. So they would have to think about how to use their resources in a more thoughtful way.
Oh my God.
How am I supposed to follow that one?
Did you know you were married to a supervillain?
Yeah, now I do. I don't know, guys. For me, I mean, human energy is the only clean energy. And whenever you're talking about tools, you're talking about embodied energies, pollution, some form of byproduct. I agree with, certain pieces of equipment, machinery. I'm a heavy equipment operator. So, I mean, there's quicker ways to put together tire bales and using shotcrete machines and all that to cut down on labor costs. I'm a big fan of that as well. But human energy is the best tool on the planet.
We developed a machine called the Little Dragon, and that helps you make foam in order to inject it into cement and increase the volume of cement by 10 times. So that's a pretty amazing little tool that we made, and we're coming out with a new machine called the Magic Dragon, and that one will mix your cement and inject the foam so you don't even have to mix it, and that'll be all inclusive, and it'll pump it to wherever you want. We might be able to even create enough pressure to spray it. And another tool that I really would like to invent is a lightsaber.
All right, you heard it, folks. The Magic Dragon. Okay, this one's just for fun for me because I don't know everybody here, and I'm kind of curious what your answer is going to be. If you don't have a top one because you have traveled so much, then pick top 3 exotic locations that have been the best experiences, your best exotic build location experiences. Like I've gone to Mexico, I told you guys before. Utah recently was really cool, and I've been to Europe. So that's my 3.
At Dome Gaia, we have coming up in Tulum. That'll be fantastic. It's a beautiful spot. Important.
It doesn't
Utah.
matter. Yeah. Oh, Utah. Okay.
Utah was amazing.
I was gonna say you ran out of time.
So early on in my career, after my internship program, I was sent to England and then France and back to France and then Jamaica and all over. I was like, all right, this is pretty cool. But we ended up building a music school, language school on Easter Island. And the people that were running the program came to me one day when we had all these necks for the bottles to make the bottle bricks. And I was like, hey, can we send these back to the recycling center? He said, no, this is the final location destination for all materials on site. So we had to get really creative and figure out ways of like putting them in the mixer and grinding them down and bringing all the subfloors up, mixing it into concrete. That was really inspirational to me to not create a byproduct from a byproduct. And that lesson was taught to me on that island and realizing how precious it is to protect that land. And I learned that of all countries I've worked in, I learned that there. That was amazing.
I would say Uruguay, where we built the first public school that was an earthship. And it was a beautiful experience. We had students from 60 different countries come and learn and build this public primary school, which was oversubscribed. Every parent wanted to send their kids to this amazing school. And now the group we worked with there is scaling that and building public schools in every country in Latin America, which is amazing. And we're hoping to integrate the education designed by Matt Panitz at Long Way Home in Guatemala, who's created an entire curriculum for K through 12th grade, where every course, every week, every subject is about sustainable living, teaching kids these skills for the future.
So being a relatively new business, Rocky Mountain Hemp Build hasn't built that many homes yet, but my clear number one has to be Crestone, where we are building 2 homes this summer.
In terms of exotic, I would have to say this place right here is one of the most exotic places I've ever been, with the highest frequency on the planet and all the beautiful people here. Another place that we did a little demo was down in Moab. That was pretty cool. But where I've helped build, not Hempcrete, but Sligo, Ireland is where my family's from.
Awesome. I was really curious about with you two, and I'm glad that you brought up Crestone, because this is a very interesting place. And as we get into the meat of this conversation, you know, just to warm us up, obviously these questions were fun, but we're here to talk about some serious, real, tangible things here. So we're going to bring it a little bit back down to earth, and I have some questions prepared for everybody. To greater or lesser extent, everyone on this panel knows about Crestone. You know, I've been bringing Ron and Kirsten here. We've been looking at land. I personally own land in the community. We've been looking at developing here for some years. Did you get your land? You got land in the community as well. So we have some community landowners here, the 2 of us. I'm not sure yet. Eamon, did your parcel come through?
We backed out on that, but we're going to get another one. Thanks, Nick.
All right. Yeah. So, so on the panel here, we have 2 current landowners.
Definitely
Very soon to be residents. Three landowners and a soon to be. All right. So that means that our gears have been turning, thinking about what we're going to build. And to me, that's the most interesting, because now, as we take this conversation in a more collaborative direction and ask the question, first of all, because not everyone on this panel might even define a home in the same way. And I think I'm actually going to start. You want to start with, how do we define a home? No? Amen. Let's go. How do you define a home? What is your idea of a dwelling?
Is this speed round still?
This is not speed round.
Okay, cool.
So we're just going to quickly go through and talk about what all of our definitions of a home are. And then we're going to go into how we would design a home for this climate, for this particular area, for this region, the materials, the layout, whatever your heart fancies.
Define a home. A home is a sanctuary. We spend so much time in it. in order to create a true home, I think you have to also recognize, like I said earlier, where you are, how to build in this region. Understand that we have tons of sun here, so use it, especially with elevations, and where to put windows, where to put the insulation, where to put the thermal mass. Like I said earlier, combining these materials. I have a dream of building a home, not just of a hempcrete home, but when you need thermal mass on the south side, you might use the aircrete. East and west walls could be hempcrete, and then the north side could be either earthship or I think straw bale as well, because you need a lot of insulation. But just understanding where you are and using the sun and using the elevations to create a nice space that is warm and comfortable, where you don't have to use a lot of HVAC.
Yeah, traditional building is a lot about keeping elements out, and so water out, sun out, and therefore trying to create a a barrier that's impermeable. And actually, hempcrete goes counter to that principle. It's actually a semi-permeable membrane as such. It allows moisture to go through, which of course then also regulates temperature. And so that's how I like to think of a structure, that it's not actually as rigid as traditional, and that we allow that kind of permeability.
Nice.
I think a home should heat and cool itself completely naturally with no backup systems. I think every home should harvest all of its own water and be designed with water efficiency in mind, so that you can use that water by recycling gray water, recycling black water. A home should be independent with its power systems, and not just in the sense of like, okay, I'm going to take my conventional home and slap, $60,000 worth of solar panels on it. You need to design efficiency into your building from the get-go, so that you can use the fewest number of solar panels, because there's embodied energy with that itself. A home should be something that you could build yourself if possible. I think that's a really beautiful thing, to live in a home that you've built yourself. And it should be
when I started my career with Earthships, it was the way it made me feel when I walked in. I'm an Italian boy. My family comes from Calabria. We never shook hands. We don't even know. I never knew what a handshake was. We greeted each other with a hug. Unfortunately, with COVID, that kind of dropped off quite a bit, unfortunately. But my home does that for me. When I walk in the door, the laws of physics and thermodynamics are happening automatically with no HVAC systems. I love that. I don't like hearing pumps and things moving. And I like a peaceful, embracing home when I walk in there. That natural light coming from the skylights and through the passive solar windows, the thermal mass, just keeping that temperature exactly where all humans need it to be. I'm pretty low to the floor, so I like that temperature, really comfortable down there. And the other thing about me is, as a contractor for all these years and coming home, you go to work, you bust your butt all day long, and then you come home and you're like, oh, I got to fix this, I got to fix that. I like to build houses that are going to last for centuries. I don't want maintenance, and especially with cost of materials and labor, those things, that mentality needs to end. We need to build housing that is going to last, past my granddaughter's lifestyle. In fact, when I build, I think about my granddaughters living in a home that I'm putting together, not just for me. I don't build houses for selfish reasons. I do it for the future generations, just like the Native Americans do in Taos. They think 7 generations, and I do the same thing. So that's what, to me, housing should be all about.
Nice. Well, a house for me is, I like to think of my body as a house, and I'd like for my house to be thought of as a body. It has lungs, it has a skin, it has a heart. And I believe that I should use that as my model. My body is the model of my house. I agree with everything everyone said here. I believe that a house should be made also with the least amount of energy, carbon footprint as possible. So making materials like extend the material as much as possible. I believe in like this thin shell concrete thing really interests me because you're using minimal amounts of material to make large spans. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I could go on and on and on. That's a big question for me, you know.
Of course, yeah, it's a big question. We're going to dissect it even further now.
Yeah.
So we have some different definitions of what we consider to be a home here, all of which I think are fantastic. The sanctuary idea, absolutely. My idea of off-grid is like outside of this box rather than off-grid. I take it more like outside the box. So I really like the fact that you said the house is like a permeable membrane. It's more like something that breathes, because for me, that's the quality that I would really like to, the way I'd like to influence the world is that I open up the boxes more, and that's one way, right, to bring the outside in. And then, of course, Kirsten, you and I have talked about this so much. It's just a constant philosophical debate. But I guess the home, the body being the home, right? So, everyone has a different idea of what that home represents. And for me, I don't know what the hell even actually they're talking about here, all this off-grid, fancy schmancy stuff. Why should I care about that? Because to me, all I need is a pre-manufactured box, right? I'll get a lot over here in the chalets and I'll throw a pre-manufactured box on there with a, heating and cooling system on it. Some linoleum floors, some laminate, fake wood flooring. And that's what I'm thinking about. So, I was thinking, guys, if you could convince me otherwise, why wouldn't I just get a on-demand delivery home that I could just slap down on my property, connect the water, connect the gas? Why not have the hookups and why not have the bills? Tell me why, please, Eamon. Let's start with you. Because I'm going for it. You got to convince me right now on the stage. I'm going to buy a pre-manufactured house and slap it down. Why would I use any other material?
Do you like being sick, or do you like being a healthy home is not just for the planet, it's for the people in it. You will see your health last longer. You spend what, 90% of time indoors. And if you think about like the carpet in your bedroom, right? The walls, the insulations, the VOCs, the paints, you sleep in that all night long, right? Sucking that in. So I'm a big fan of waking up in a house that feels good, that keeps me comfortable, keeps me warm. And yeah, I'd say that's it.
So how do you like paying bills?
Bills? Oh man.
Your electricity bill, heating bill. If you build it cleverly, you can reduce it by a lot. Specifically building with hempcrete, you can in most cases get rid of your HVAC system because of what I described earlier about moisture being allowed to escape through the walls. And so yeah, in the long run, it'll be cheaper. You might pay a little more upfront for the quality upfront, but in the long run, it'll be cheaper.
You said it yourself, Eric. You're going to buy a box. You're going to live in a box. Box inherently doesn't have anything but maybe some protection from the elements, which in this climate, I don't even know how long that's going to last, with wind, sun, snow, whatever else is going on. You're going to have, when these this network of systems that we're completely dependent on has any failure, your box is not going to function. You could die in your box. You could freeze to death in your box. You could have heat stroke in your box.
Oh my
You could
God.
have no internet in your box. What are you going to do? How are you
getting
going to have your
scared.
channel with no internet?
This is too much.
You are a young man and you need to come into the modern world. What if I told you I was going to take away your cell phone and give you a landline to conduct all your business and all your life with
Might
a
as well be
landline
dead.
phone? You might as well just be home right now, waiting for sending a fax, waiting for a phone call. That's what a conventional house is. It is the landline of homes. You need the cell phone of homes. You need to be autonomous, resilient, and independent and modern. Eric, please.
All right. Can I get my tea?
Wow. Okay. I hate following Kirsten.
Use this opportunity to grill me even harder than she did. Let's roast.
Okay, let's so you're a young entrepreneur, you're a business owner, you've got merchandise, you've got a channel, you're all about subscribers. That's that generation. I don't know much about it, but I hear it's a thing and maybe it can pay for some things and all that's great. But for me as a businessman, I'm thinking about, you know, not only investment in my health, which I agree with 100%. I just celebrated my 56th birthday Wednesday. Eric's birthday's Monday.
Let's go.
Thank you. Thank you. So, you know, I mean, I'm feeling healthy, strong, happy, energized every morning. I mean, that's an investment in my work, in my, you know, and just in my existence as a human and being able to commit to, you know, helping people. And when you live in a box like he's talking about, throwing down on the ground, that's completely detached from the environment. It's detached from, even his dog is not going to like living in that thing. You know, I mean, you got to think about, you know, the investment in real estate and what's been happening. Look at Crestone, look at Taos. I mean, if we sold our house, we wouldn't be able to buy it back tomorrow. If you throw down some piece of crap with a bunch of utility bills that continue to go up, and with an there was a time when I bought my first house, the gas bill would show up. I lived in Cleveland. The gas bill would show up, and I would look through that little window and squeeze the bill. And if I saw more than 2 digits, I tossed that thing out so fast. I was like, man, let them shut it off. I can't afford a 3-digit utility bill in 1985. So in, you know, 2030, 2035, where's he going to be? Instead of, like we said up here already, make the investment in your home now. It's already too late for most of us. You know, the cost of building materials and all this is out of control. So if you're going to make this investment, you better be wise about your choices.
Yeah, I agree with everything everyone said. Eric, you're an artist. Why would you want to live in a box? I mean, they're ugly. I mean, the quality of life inside these houses that we're talking about is through the roof. They're beautiful. An earthen floor compared to a vinyl floor, there's no comparison. You know, an earthen wall compared to a drywall and acrylic paint, there's no comparison. The way that sound even travels inside an Adobe house. If you could sit right next to somebody while someone's making dinner and you can have a conversation. Sound doesn't vibrate through the house like that. It's efficient, it's warm, it's cozy. It's like being in a blanket, you know. And it's cost effective, as everyone is saying. The price of materials right now, we're being gouged. You know, people are taking full advantage of us, and I'm not going to stand for it. Are you going to stand for it, Eric? Because that's basically what you're wanting.
Yes. Roast away. Okay. So now that I've played devil's advocate, let's talk about some of the options that are available here in Crestone. If we pass the mic back to my man over here with the hemp shirt. So you're thinking about moving to Crestone or some other community, what have you. I mean, let's just broaden the scope a little bit, because there are many regions that have a very similar climate than this. I mean, we're talking about the Southwest of the US. Okay. So this doesn't just apply to Crestone alone. Obviously not everyone's going to be living here. So don't take it for complete face value here. You know, if you're looking at developing a house that is going to be similar to that of which would encounter the elements and have this type of climate. So let's just say we have this mountainous region here. We have 4 seasons. We've got a harsh winter, right? But we do have sun most of the time during the days. So that's one of the advantages. So I don't need to blabble on about this because I brought the experts to talk to you about it, but we've all been thinking, and you can get a little crazier if you want. We've all been thinking, what would, first of all, what materials would we choose to build with and what design in this region, maybe even houses you've already seen that you were inspired by. I have a whole list of them on my hand. So I can tell you about houses I've seen in Crestone that worked well for some reasons or not as well for other reasons. And really, you're the man to talk to about this because this guy is like, you're committed. You're building. What kind of house are you building right now? Let's just talk right now about the house that you're already building.
Right now we're building a mother-in-law suite with a garage. The rest of the home, but right now we're doing that part, and we're very excited about it. So in terms of building here,
yeah, in terms of building
specifically, I'd say the greatest water is very important. So I think Earthships have absolutely nailed how to use water properly. Use water over and over and capture it, because it doesn't rain here a lot. You would never know that from the past few days, which has made our lives a lot of fun building in the last few days with all this rain, but it doesn't come often. And I'd say the greatest resource we have is the sun. So passive solar design is the single most important thing, I would say, when building your house. Put the windows in the right places and put the insulation and the thermal mass in the right positions with the proper overhangs.
Short and sweet. Love it.
Yeah, obviously I'm going to recommend hempcrete for reasons that I've already discussed some of. But the other main one, especially in this region here, is that the hemp that we build our houses with are grown within 30 miles of here. So they're actually from the valley. And that is incredible because transportation for a lot of other building materials adds to their embodied, well, some coming from China, Canada. So the more local we can be, the better.
I think you have a lot of options here, like you mentioned, which is amazing. We have a similar situation in Taos. We have a climate that supports different building envelopes that are alternative and sustainable, all different kinds. So you have a lot of choices. You know, Ron and I have talked about what would we do up here, and we talked about doing something that was part earthship and part some insulative building material. So when we weren't pounding as many tires, maybe pound the first few courses with tires and then do hempcrete or some other pumice-crete, something else on top. I think for you, Eric, building here, one of the things you have to consider is time factor. You want to build a house that you and your dad could be in. You don't want to take the next, 20 years of your life to build a super labor-intensive house. So one thing you might consider for here would be pumice-crete, because you could form it and pour the walls within a day. They can be structural. You can put the beams right on. Like you could really move into enclosure really quickly, which I think would be a huge advantage for you. I mean, there's embodied energy in getting those materials here. It does use some cement, but the forms are reusable. You can form the window and door spaces right in it. You can lay the electrical conduit and the plumbing right in the walls. It's the dream material to plaster on top of. As I mentioned, hempcrete is as well, because it's so flat yet has a texture. So as opposed to Earthships, all these layers and layers and layers of plastering forever. I mean, I'm sure there's clips probably in the Ron's last house of me just like in the corner, not talking to anybody, just plastering and plastering and plastering. And so I think with something like pumice-crete, you get that. And they work now with varying the thermal mass. And so it's not just insulative. You can make an inner withe of the pumice-crete that's more dense, that would store more temperature and have the outside be more insulative. I just think because time is a factor for you, that would speed it up and you could start doing the finishes and the systems more quickly.
Great. So almost as fast as putting a box down, I could put pumice-crete walls up and have my rafters up in a weekend. Oh, and both the pumicecrete, which is lava stone. For those who don't know, it's a mixture of lava stone and a binder, like a cement type of glue, that basically you have a truck that pumps all the lava rock, small pebbles of lava rock that's been mixed into forms. And so the whole thing can cure basically in one day and be poured in one day. And it's locally sourced. There's in Alamosa, they have the Red Rock Lava Company where you can go and buy for landscaping and agricultural purposes, and for the freaks like us who choose to build with it, that purpose. And then also, I don't know if you meant it. Sorry, Ron, but all the hemp they're talking about is grown in the San Luis Valley, guys. This is the biggest win for the natural building community in, like, I mean, it's a win for the planet. But first of all, when I heard that you could actually get the raw material that you need to build an entire structure, basically with local lumber. So with local lumber, and then with the hempcrete, you can basically source everything from within 30-mile radius of here, which to me and to everyone here who has one eye open should be extremely attractive. Sorry, but to continue, Ron.
Okay, so let me just make sure I understand what the question is. What would I recommend based on the Crestone climate, what to build?
Well, I know that you're excited about throwing some tire bale houses down.
I am. I think the thing with a location like Crestone, and again, like that island mentality that I've developed when I'm building sustainable housing, it requires talking to locals. It requires, talking to the people who've been here for several decades, not, the people that come in and get awestruck by the mountain and the sun and all that, coming from Cleveland, like me and a couple of my buddies that are here. And, you got to talk to, the local, sources, like they're saying, you have to take advantage of that. And then when you can collaborate with other builders that have already been here a while, one of the biggest things here is to work as a community and not as an individual. So the problem that most of us have is in our mentality is, come in and we're going to beat on that ground and we're going to push our will and we're going to make it be what we want it to be. You have to comply. You have to be willing to negotiate. And when it comes to building materials or building designs or envelopes and talking to architects and engineers and local officials, you have to come in with that open-minded, sort of outlook on what it is. Because, like he's saying, he might want to drop a box down. It might not work. The water table might be too low. The annual precip numbers are too low based on the square footage of your roof. Can I get cisterns below ground if I've got basalt volcanic soil? What am I contending with? Which direction is the water running off the topography of the ground? That's what we call a site evaluation. We do a test hole, and then right there and then that might tell me whether or not I can do it or I can't do it. How many people I've consulted in my career and they got all these grand ideas of what they want, their dream earthship, their dream building. And I ain't crushing people's dreams. I crush them every day. I love it, man. I love wiping that stupid smile off your face and saying, hey, man, look, let's get to the real world here and find out what works in Crestone, what works in Taos, what works on Easter Island. We've sent Vigas from O'Gean's and Taos to Canada. We took sand to the beach, people. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta be willing to understand what Mother Nature is providing. Keep in mind, everybody understands what climate change is right now. If you're just saying it's a hoax or it's just, some made up thing that politicians say, I got news for you, man. Like he was talking about rain the last few days. It's been biblical storms. Like, I'm seeing like roof leaks that has provided job security for me for the rest of my life. I don't have to pound tires anymore. All I got to do is fix roofs. It's amazing. And I make 10 times the money. It's awesome. So it's like, I love, this is my third visit to Crestone. I understand the attraction. Taos is called the land of enchantment. We call it the land of entrapment because there is an incredible natural beauty. But again, if you come out here with, I'm not going to mention any states in the United States with that mentality, and you're throwing a bunch of money around, you're going to go through a lot of money. You know how you become a millionaire in Taos? You bring two. You get it? We grab you by your ankles, we turn you upside down, we shake every dime out of your pocket. Crestone is very good at that as well. If you don't come out here and you don't talk to the locals and you don't find out where you source indigenous materials, anything like we're saying up here, 30 minutes within where that build site is, to tell you the truth, guys, that's what's preventing me from joining the rest of these guys with buying up a bunch of land out here. You know, I'm a reclamation gravel pit developer in the greater world earthship community. I reclaim scarred land. So I'm not upside down on this build cost. And another thing, collaborating with other builders, there's always a surplus of excess materials. Starting some sort of a restore thing, probably already have it here, where we can start to make things a little more affordable to truly develop a community like this. This community's been here a long time, and so is ours. And we're maybe 60% of the way done, and that's going to slow down. So there's a lot of things to think about and talk about if you want to talk construction. Oh, you don't have to do that.
Wow, that was great. I just sat back and said everything. Well, I think Ron was definitely hitting the nail on the head. That for me, the first place I look whenever I'm designing for a particular place is I look to the indigenous culture. I look to what they're using locally, vernacular. And then I start looking, obviously, to nature. How is nature moving? What are the resources that nature has to offer in order to bring into my home, to power my home? And obviously, Crestone, there's a lot of sun. I'm really interested in digging into the earth and using just the natural thermal mass that it has to provide to create stability in my home, because that's what I want. I want a stable environment. I don't want it to be fluctuating with the heat and the cold. So I look to nature, look to vernacular architecture. My ideal house would be a hybridization of all these different techniques that we're all talking about. I don't believe there's one way of building for all environments. I don't believe that aircrete's the solution for the world. I don't believe that, I don't believe there's just one way of building. I feel like there's combinations of techniques that we've all been developing and techniques that have been here for ages, hundreds of years, thousands of years that people have been using. I recently went to Utah and I met a man who blasted out his house in the side of a mountain. And it was the most stable, beautiful architecture I've ever seen. It blew my mind. All he needed was some dynamite and some diesel fuel. That's it.
Motor oil and a fuse. That was
Yeah, motor oil and some fuse and a fuse. That's
incredible.
what he said. It was an absolutely stunning house. And yeah, that blew my mind. And it just made me realize we don't need to use all these resources, all these materials that the system is offering us. I think that are toxic to the environment, toxic to us, the people that live in the houses. When we got this, we're part of the earth. We come from the earth. That's the least toxic material that we own. And I feel like that's what we should be resourcing. But I think a hybrid house, depending on the location that you're at, exactly what Ron said, the location, the altitude, and look to nature. It tells you everything you need to know. So that's it.
You said community, and this community has thankfully embraced me. I've been coming here. There was a long stretch, but I actually came here in 2004 for an all-night meditation from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. And in the morning, I drove into town to see what the town looked like. And I was like, oh, that's not much. But there was a sign that said free puppies. So I got my puppy that morning on New Year's Eve day. And I've been coming here for the last couple of years with the hempcrete. And I've been here about 30 times plus in the last year and a half, 2 years. And just to call it out, we needed a couple workers. And I just trusted in this place, the space, and community came together. I saw Jaku I just met him. He's this fantastic worker that's helping us out. And a big thank you to Suzanne Rouge. Not only did she supply our beast of a machine, we don't have a name for it, but I kind of like Roxanne. Sir Mix-a-Lot. There it is. So Suzanne not only help us with the mixer, but she's been on site and she's just a badass. And what I hear about this place is if you're not on the vibration of this place, it will spit you out whether you like it or not. So you can build a home here. You can build your $2.5 million box. And Nick has told me that people have built here and then just left in 3 months because they can't handle it. The vibration here, you have to match it. So community, that's what it's all about.
Yep. Great way to end the main Q&A section with community, because now we're going to be turning to the community. I actually had a little bird pass me a fan question, Jeez, so egotistical. Get this guy with the mustache off the stage. This is a audience question. So we have about a half hour left, and sometimes audience questions, this can be a while, depending, if everybody has something that they want to ask, maybe something even more complicated spurs another discussion. But we're going to kick it off right here. So in a moment, I think we'll, with the one mic on stage, the corded mic here. And then if anybody has a question, we can pass around that wireless mic into the audience here. But the first question that I had, Ron, please ask about the toxic off-gassing from tires and earthships.
Yeah, that's a great question. Of course, we've been hearing that for 50 years. The off-gassing from tires is definitely a legitimate question. We don't ignore that as air quality testing system that we have incorporated for years, because many people ships specific to off-gassing. Our argument about that is, if you go into any tire store and you're picking out a pair of set of tires, when you first walk in and you smell that off, intense, maybe there is a little of the off-gassing that's affected me on that. I don't know. Yeah, man, that's what I'm talking about. Like, hey, man, compared to like a little bit of concern about what you guys are asking me to the toxic homes and conventional. Lights, and you add your ventilation tubes, and that's a passive system. But if you do an active system, as long as air is moving through any home that you live in, it's not stagnant. It doesn't matter what chemicals you clean with or mop your floor or do your laundry or eat. All that crap is way worse than any concern about off-gassing from tires. There's been plenty of studies done with off-gassing, but when you entomb a tire, we've already done tests that if we set a tire out here in Crestone with the sun beating on it, it would take 2,000 years to fully break it down. And the elements that the planet provides, which is the sun, the wind, and the water, those are the things that break down petroleum products. That's where off-gassing, you're starting to develop, and you smell that. When you entomb them, you plaster them, and you take those three elements that the planet destroys all man-made product. I don't care how good you think you are. I mean, stainless steel, any of that.
And oxygen.
It's all, yeah, and
when there's no oxygen present, when there's no oxygen present, when there's no sunlight present, when the moisture level is, and also the tires that we use have already gone on the road.
All these tires have 40, 60, and if you're in Mexico, 150,000 miles on those tires. I mean, we were building in Jamaica, and this guy was driving a tractor, and all the radials were popping out of the tires. I was like, man, I think you're due for tires, and we could pound those tires for you if you like. But I mean, don't be so concerned about the off gassing when you've got so many more things on your job. The environment itself, breathing the exhaust from your car, the guy that's parked at the light next to you with his diesel polluter. Yeah, I'm not going to say that you should not be concerned about the air quality in your home, but I'm here to tell you that that's not enough of a concern.
And I want to say one other thing, which is that let's think about these walls as thermal mass walls. So the thermal mass allows you to stabilize the temperature and to store temperature, both to heat and cool the building via the design with its passive solar or natural ventilation. You don't have to build with tire walls if you want a thermal mass building. There's other ways. There's rammed earth, there's adobe blocks, there's compressed earthen bricks. There's lots of other ways to achieve thermal mass. So don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Look at the entire system, look at the aesthetic that you want, look at your climate, look at what's going to work for you. And don't ship the tires if they're not already there. We shipped tires to Easter Island. That was definitely a bummer. Luckily, they made a beautiful building. It's a beautiful music school, but that's not my first choice. Earth bags are another way to build without the tires. So thermal mass walls, passive solar, those are the important things.
Yeah, without the tires. Okay, I'm not going to talk about tires. It's going to take more time. Does anybody else have a question? Well, let's get that going out there.
Hi, I just want to say thank you all for speaking and sharing your hearts and your new perspectives. My question is for the aircrete, between aircrete, hempcrete, and pumicecrete. What are the benefits between all of those, and where would you use each of them when building a sustainable home? Thank you.
Oh wait, do you want to keep that and pass it to the next person?
Yeah.
Okay, so where would we build with these different materials? And what are the advantages? Okay, so we are trying to trap carbon. I would say hempcrete is fantastic for doing that. It literally is putting a carbon filter on your walls. Hempcrete, obviously, like we were talking about, builds locally. Where is pumice? Where is your concrete? Obviously, we get it 30 miles away. We tried really hard to find local suppliers. And so when we first got together, goal was to identify local supply chains, because our first bags that we got were from Canada, and then we got some from France, and we're shipping binder from France. And so right now we're using a binder, a line from Austin, Texas, which is a little far for me, but then we get just a couple more materials at your local Home Depot. Where you'd want to get it. Yep. Anybody else?
Yeah, I mean, so concrete is pretty much native to the world at this point. You can find it anywhere. It's one of the reasons why we at Dome Guy are using concrete still. But there's also alternative materials like magnesium oxide. I don't know if you guys know about magnesium oxide. Please look it up. It's an amazing material. We've been experimenting more with hemp and magnesium oxide, and we're finding our bricks to be like 5 times stronger now. We're still not using magnesium oxide because it's not as readily available, but there are mines around here. So the cool thing about magnesium oxide is that you don't have to heat it to such high temperatures, and you don't have to heat it for as long as you do concrete to make concrete. So please look up magnesium oxide and hemp. That's a great building material as an alternative.
Okay, so do we have someone else ready with the microphone?
Hi, I was wondering, with your different respective building materials,
as these structures age, what kind of repairs and maintenance and maybe like pitfalls do they fall into these different types of structures?
Can I start with just something about that? So an interesting thing that happens with hempcrete is that it increases in its strength over time. And we don't have too much time left for the audience questions. So if it's okay, can I explain? Because I understand some of these things. So maintenance over time is always going to be like cracks and plastering on the walls for certain things, in terms of your plasters. So that's just kind of always going to be the case with any material, whether you're covering tires with plaster, hempcrete with the plaster. Certain materials will keep the plaster without it cracking longer. I would imagine hempcrete is pretty good because it already has quite a texture to it, as well as the aircrete finishes that we do. But aircrete and hempcrete both have the property of basically being stronger as they age, which is an incredible property that those materials have that others don't. So in terms of the maintenance over time, just the material alone, you're going to have a lot more maintenance in your home with moving parts and mechanical things, like your toilet bowl plunger and your fridge and your stove and your lines. And, there's going to be so many more things rather than these materials. We're talking about the strongest part of your home here. Everyone here who builds is building with the beefiest, longest lasting, most blown out of the water type of material, rather than going with a stick frame where your literally house is collapsing on you after 30 years. And your roof, of course, the roof, none of these are addressing the roof.
I want to say something about maintenance, because I don't think people really realize. So typical houses right now, contemporary building stick framing, we're using about 17 layers of 17 layers of building materials that there are potentials for failure. So a lot of these houses that we're building generally go from 3 to maybe 5 layers. So that is a really important key thing to take into account. Like an Adobe house, for instance, has probably like maybe 2 or 3 layers. So that's something to take in consideration. Yes, you do have to plaster sometimes and to maintain it. But if you have nice, long, big eaves, you're going to get less exposure, you're going to less damage.
Yeah, it's a good question. When it comes to maintenance, that pretty much freaks most people out when they're looking to buy into an off-grid house, an existing home. For this panel, it's easy because we're contractors. We build them from ground up, dirt to doorknob. So we understand how everything kind of comes together, the Lego set. The biggest thing when it comes to building anything, I don't care if it's a conventional cracker box or a fully off-grid self-sufficient home, you have to understand how materials work together. And then you also have to understand that certain applications at a certain time is extremely important. Like right now, we're dealing with a lot of roof leaks. So I like to call out to my guys, hey, I call it a 40, 70, 72. What that is you don't want your temperature below 40, really much above 70 degrees, and you need about 72 hours of that stable controlled environment. And that's really hard to do when you're working on tropical islands or during monsoon season. So you've got to be, really aware of the timing of certain product. And if you do that, and as a heavy equipment operator, I can make a mistake very easily by over excavating. And then if my guys come in and they pound tires on disturbed earth, I can promise you there will be cracks in that tire wall and that plastering. So if you're not mindful during the process of assembly, then the next homeowner is going to be having a fair amount of problems that's pretty much could be avoided.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Share this.
Oh, do you want to talk about systems maintenance too? Right. Yes. Want to engage with your systems. If you just expect to walk into a room and flip the light switch on without having considered, how much power you have in your battery bank, how long it's been sunny, what other things you've been using, then you might be disappointed intermittently. We haven't run out of power at our house, but we're used to living that way and being aware of how to use the power, how to use the water, how to treat the systems correctly, how to clean the filters on the water organizing module, how to clean our really disgusting gray water filter, which is a very basic system coming from our kitchen sink, has a woman's pantyhose stocking strapped to the end of a PVC tube to catch any, and I'm very religious about not letting food particles go down the drain, but still what you end up with is a turgid, slimy, stinky stocking that needs to be replaced every few months. And that's Ron's job to do that. So thank you, honey, for doing that. But, and you want to maintain the plants in the gray water cell because they're not just ornamental plants. They're an integral part of your wastewater treatment system. And so some people think, oh, you can just, toss a bunch of plants in there, let them go crazy. Well, it gets overgrown. The plants aren't healthy. You need to trim them and treat them with natural materials to keep the bugs off them and get them really thriving and happy because they'll keep your gray water clean. So I think you have to want to engage with your home, and it's not any more maintenance than a conventional house. It's just a different type of maintenance, and it's fantastic because you feel empowered and self-sufficient, and knowing that the grid's never going to fail on you. You're making your own systems work.
I just have a quick story to tell. Thank you. Very, very quick. Yeah. So 1500 years ago in France, when France was Gaul, they used hemp in a little town in a bridge. That bridge is still standing today. It's the only structure still standing in a raging river. And a fun fact about that bridge is when the Nazis were fleeing, they crossed the bridge and shelled the bridge with their tanks, and it's still standing. So I don't want to say hempcrete is bomb proof, but it's pretty strong, Yeah.
All right. Well, they're trying to kick us off. So if you'd like to ask your question, we'll see if we can answer it quickly.
Okay, real quick, we're in the process of building a earth bag home, and we're a little bit behind schedule. So we came up with this idea as far as the main living area, which would have all of the plumbing and electrical type of stuff in it. Have you had anybody use a modular home and then outskirt the outer shell with the earth bag? And how does that work together?
Well, I will tell you what, I'll make you a deal. These two fine individuals here are actually about to move over to the demo area where they're going to be doing a question and answer over there to continue for everyone who's still jonesing and chomping at the bit to tear down this utopian idea that we've just provided you with. But we're also all going to be available this entire weekend. All of these amazing individuals, give them a round of applause. They're really not just talking, they're walking the walk, and they have many years of experience. And we're going to be seeing them over in the demo area on the schedule that you can pick up at the Off-Grid Guru booth if you're interested. If you have, we are literally going to be going into the nitty and gritty of every single one of these building techniques today. So if your interest lies more in one of these different specific materials and the demos, we're going to have a tire pounding demo. So we're going to be talking a little bit about earthships and anything your heart desires, questions. Ron's going to be doing the demo and Kirsten's going to be there to help out and ask questions. That's going to be right after we get off the stage here over in the demo area. And then later at the schedule is at the Off-Grid Guru booth. You can find a paper copy of the demo schedule, which is different than the Crestone Energy Fair main schedule. And then between 2 to 3:30 in the Wellness Village, we are going to be having an Earthships Explain talk there. So that's going to go a lot more in depth into the entire system of the home, specifically when it relates to Earthships, recycling your water 5 times, growing your own food in your house year round, passive thermal heating and cooling. So there's absolutely no systems, no fossil fuels being used to heat and cool the home. and it's built with recycled and natural materials. So after that, we're going to do the Earthship model kit demo there. We're going to sit out on the picnic tables, and I'm going to walk you through how to literally build a little model house that you can take home with you. And it's a family-friendly activity. You can get the tickets. They're $30 there. It includes the book and the model at the Off-Grid Guru booth. And thank you so much, guys, for coming out. This was such a fun time. I live for these types of conversations, and I look forward to all of your amazing projects moving ahead in the future and the ways in which we collaborate. So one more time, everybody, the builders. Oh, and I forgot to say, if you go to the Off-Grid Guru booth and you show that you've subscribed, we'll give you a free sticker.
That was a great panel. And as always, as we start these panels, people are learning from each other. And I didn't even realize that I knew some of those folks from online workshops and things that I've partaken in before. So I hope you guys all really enjoyed that. In the next 10 or 15 minutes, we're going to be having our Southwest dancers here out front. And these are our Native American powwow, song, dance, and storytelling. And that'll be going on here at the Regenerative stage. We also have a couple other announcements because we do have a talks going on at the Wellness Village. Okay, so the Wellness Village is just to the west of the gallery here. Okay, it's another park. All right, so you cross the street and then the park is down there by the creek. And what we do have is at 1 p.m., we have Lauren Keeley. He's going to be doing a really cool talk on energy medicine and the vagal nerve, okay, which we're all being affected by right now, folks. So join him down at the wellness stage area at 1 p.m. Okay. And later on, after the Southwest dancers here on our regenerative stage, we're also going to have Spore presenting, discussing Myocoalition. Okay. And community upholding values, ethics, and visions for psychedelic policy reform and medicine, natural medicine with plants and psychotropic medicine. So that's coming up here. And we also, as the Off-Grid Guru let you know, we have multiple demonstrations going on throughout the afternoon. And that's basically between here and the Wellness Village. Okay. So if you end up going down towards Elephant Cloud in the music stage, there will be multiple demonstrations going on and builds. So please visit those for all the things that was discussed here at this last panel. Thank you so much. And please get ready to welcome the Southwest dancers. just a quick announcement. The tire pounding demo is about to start. They have all the tools over there, and that's by the pirate ship on the next street over here. So please go over for demonstrations on the tire pounding Earthship demo. Thank you.
Sound better when it's off the ground. Like a stick. And then we'll put our toes, one toe underneath.
Just introducing you.
All people over.
So now on the regenerative stage, we'd like to welcome the Southwest dancers. They'll be doing powwow, ceremony, and storytelling.
We're using brain.
Is that one from the car? One about? Your number?
We just start with a song and then once they come around to talk.
Is that stick here? We'll just put the drum on our toes. Oh, right there.
Is that Jeff on the camera?
You want to ask it?
Jeff on the.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
No, I just want to talk to him. Come over here. No, no one. I just want you to smudge down with this. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. Right.
Did you get you?
Thank you. Next you, so next you don't film the ugly guys, just the handsome one. This one here. Huh? We don't want to pick up the drum too much. Prop it up. Yeah, with our feet, we just put our feet on. One of your feet. And the stick should be on the other side. We did this. Brian, so don't drum with us until you practice with us, okay? So you could put it on the side, but not on here.
Thank you. Greetings, welcome to Indian country. First Nations people, we've been here for thousands and thousands of years. Then a foreign people came to our land. They only been here for about 250 years, something like that. We said, you know, when you came here, we said, when you come to our home, you have to do as we do. We come visit you, we do as you do. So when you come to our home here, you come visit us, you take care of the earth, first most. Take care of all the trees, take care of all the animals. Take care of the children, take care of each other. Don't talk bad about anyone, don't gossip. Try to walk in peace, walk with prayer, walk with gratitude in your heart. And live with all people, not just the two-leggeds, but all of the people on the earth, and be thankful every day. That's all we asked of them. But they had their own ideas. And to this day, you can see what they have created. Prisons, many people who have issues with mental issues, physical problems. Some people even have problems trusting their neighbor or trusting anyone. In the old days, long ago, you could trust a stranger because all of our people were taught not to harm anyone, not to harm the children. You could trust a stranger. And that's what we're trying to come back to again today. To have trust within your community, within your circles of friends, that you can trust someone to come into your home. They're not going to steal from you. They're not going to disrespect you, disrespect your wife or your partner. And that's how we're trying to create a world where we can remember the trees, the earth, the clean water, get away from the fossil fuels that have been hurting the earth for too long. And that's all we ask people to try to do as we do here in our land, to walk with prayer, walk in peace. So we'd like to invite you as we do these dances here. You know, we kind of set up this half circle here because we didn't want to be like a show, people coming and looking at us, staring at us. When we do our dances, we always participate. It's a community event. So we'd like to invite you to participate with our dances too, because that's how it was done. And it continues to be done today. We invite people to dance with us. So we'd like to begin with our first dance. It's a dance of all people. It's called a inter of your life and the people around you. So we're going to have our dancers line up here. And if you can just line up right behind them. And if you want to come in and just dance with us, okay? So we're going to have all our dancers line up right there. That's identical line up, big line. Okay, let's line up behind our dancers. Anyone want to line up just behind our dancers? You could do freestyle, okay? Just how you feel and how you feel with happiness and joy. This is a dance to remember that we're not four races of people. That's how they want you to believe. Red, white, yellow, black. But that's just a separation. Remember, when we here in our land welcome people, they came here as human beings. We didn't have a separation. So we invite all human beings to come and join us in this dance here. We're going to just dance a few times and it's going to make you feel good. You know, I'm already 70 years old, 70, and I can still move my feet, okay? But you got to keep doing it. You can't just watch TV all day. Okay, this is called intertribal dance, a dance for all people to walk in peace together, live in peace together. Let's give all our dancers here a good hand. Put your hands together. Say thank you to all of them. Hands up, hands up. Hands down. way hi ya, way hi ya, ho, way hi ya, ho, way lo, way ya, hey yo, way hi ya, way hi ya, ho, way hi ya, ho, way lo, way ya, hey yo, way hi ya, 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 hi ya, ho, way hi ya, ho, way lo, hey ya, hey yo. Way hi ya, way hi ya, way hi ya, way lo, hey ya. Thank you. Give yourself a good hand there. Put your hands together. Thank you for a beautiful day. Be thankful to be with family, with community. Thank you so much for participating. Okay, thank you. We'd like to continue now with a dance to honor our women. Anyone in the crowd, your mom, your partners, whoever you'd like to just come up here, just come on up and honor them. We honor our women because they give us life. They take care of the gardens. They take care of the home. They take care of the old man who's out of balance. They get your stuff together. And they're very beautiful in how they teach us men to remember that we have our mother inside us also, and don't forget that feminine part of you as well. So let's come together as we honor our women. Anybody just like to come up? Maybe we have these chairs set up in a half moon because that's the power of the woman, the power of the moon. That's right. Mini Rizzoni continue to live on. So come on up and join us if you like. If you can be in the shade back here. You don't have to be in the sun. It's okay. And this is just a dance to honor our women. Okay, all the women who live on the earth, no matter what nation, where they come from. Too much you hear about disrespect of the women happens every fall. So you hear that women are getting raped and hurt. Native women or native males are being disappeared daily. And many things are happening at the home where people just speak badly to them and maybe even beat up their wives, thinking they have the right to do that. It's just a shame how they mistreat women today. So let's remember we have to uplift our women, back them up. They're the backbone of the nation. So let's give our hand to all the mothers, all the aunties, and grandmoms, moms, everyone, caretakers that take care of our children when we're not at home and we send them to schools and stuff. Very beautiful. Okay, this is a dance called Honor Women. And it goes to the heartbeat of the drum. At one point, women will pick up hey, oh, well. Hey, hey, oh. Way, hi, ya, hey, ya, hey, hi, ya, hey, hi, ya. Way, hi, ya, hey, ya, hey, hi, ya. Hey, ya, hey, hi, ya. Way, hi, ya, hey, ya, hey, hi. Hey, hi, ya, oh, hey, ya, hey. Hey, way hi ya, hey ya, hey hi ya, hey ya, hey hi ya. Way hi ya, hey ya, hey hi ya, hey hi ya, oh well, hey ya, hey ya. Way hi ya, hey ya, hey hi ya, hey ya, hey hi ya. Way hi ya, hey ya, hey hi ya, hey ya, hey hi ya. Way hi ya, hey ya, hey hi ya, hey hi ya, oh well. Thank you. Let's give a big hand there. Thank you. To honor our women, always be thankful and grateful. And I was this is it coming out here. You know, some people they say, "Oh man, it's kind of a beautiful day." I say, "Yeah, but you gotta smile. You gotta put laughter into your life. Walk around being happy." So I'm just gonna let you in a little Indian joke that I have. Okay, it's just a way of teaching you the language also. Okay. Where I come from, the Apache people, when we say good morning, we say Danjo. Can you say Danjo? And you're feeling friendly to anyone of the native people here. I need my nephew Jeff over here because he is also a native person. He's been adopted into our nation. But any one of our people, you can come up to them, you feel friendly, you can say, Cola, Cola, friend, friend. Just say Cola. Can you say that Cola? Now maybe you woke up a little grumpy, you're not feeling too good. You go up to me, you say, Uncola, Uncola. Or 7-Up, whatever you want to do, okay? Okay, put a smile on people's face, all right. Okay, now our next dance, the dance is called a warrior's traditional. And to be a warrior doesn't mean that you can fight. To be a warrior, a true warrior, is someone that can walk in a situation where people are fighting and you bring peace. You sit down, you say, let's sit together. That's right. And it's not what I said, it's what our elders have said for a long time. But there will be conflict. But the important thing is that you can sit people to bond together and resolve that conflict. That's how we have what people call the peace pipe. We didn't call it peace pipe, it's called a chanupa. That was to resolve conflict. When people had issues, they would sit down and they would talk about it. And they would walk away, walking in peace. It's being given the wrong name, peace pipe, but it was really a ceremony to resolve conflict. And that was very important. So a warrior would always be able to do that. But you also defend your people if you have to. When we got attacked by the US Army, US government, we weren't looking for it. We're pretty happy living here. Somehow they felt they were better than us and they wanted to take the land, and they said they didn't consider us people. They thought, oh, these are just like animals. They have no right to title to property. They can occupy the forest, the animals do, but they have no title to property. So we have the right to take it. That's we never against it to them. Because we're not Christian. We may not be Christian, but we believe in God. That's for sure. Every day. So this is a dance to remind us of our warriors to defend the people and also to be hunters as they go out hunting, providing for their families. And that's what you'll see. They'll be making moves as they dance of a hunter on a hunt, of a warrior on defense of their people. So this is my nephew here. Warm welcome. Okay. The animal you're hunting, or you sneak up on your enemy. But don't be afraid. We're not from Hollywood. They're not going to steal your kids. They're not going to scalp you or nothing like that. Okay. That's just a make believe. And when you greet them, they're not going to say, how? Okay. We're going to do that stuff. Okay. So this is called a warrior's dance. And as they come in, just imagine being out in the battlefield, defending your people, or going on in the hunt, providing for the community. hey ah ya hey ah hey yo, way way oh way hey ah ya, way ah ya ho way oh, way ah hey yo, way oh way way oh way ah ya hey ah hey yo, way way oh way ah ya. Way hi ya ho hey ro, way ya hey way yeah yeah way ro way yeah way ro hey ya hey yo way yeah yeah way ro yeah way ro way ya hey yo way ro way yeah way away, ay, 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 yo. Way, way, away, hey, hi, way, hi, ho, way, 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 away, way, away, hi, ay, yo. Way, way, away, hi, way, hi, ho, way, way, yo. Thank you. Give me a hand there. All right. Thank you so much. We'd like to do a dance for you now called a hoop dance. And the hoop dance is a dance about the earth, about the circle. System changes. And right now the ice is melting. The North and South Pole ice is melting. It's not as much that the sea level is going to rise, but what's underneath that ice? If you listen to the scientists, they'll tell you there's a lot of CO2, carbon monoxide, methane under that ice. And if you think we have a lot of pollution in the air now, once that is released, you're going to have a hard time breathing here on the earth. And that's something that we're going to have to adapt, learn how to live with. And beginning today, find a way to park your car, go into electric cars, find a way that you can grow your own food, try to get clean water, try to, and most important than that is even have a clean mind, clean thoughts, peaceful thoughts. You know, in our language, we don't have no curse words. And I'm glad we don't, because that's not a very good thing to be expressing yourself with curse words. So that's very important to try to be the best you can be. And never mind other people. What other people do, that's their karma. But you carry the best way you can. And we're all growing, we're all learning. So this dance here is a dance about the earth. And as we get ready here, I'm gonna have just my nephew here say a few words while I get ready for this dance. Okay.
Woohoo. Greetings, everybody. It is a beautiful day, isn't it? We appreciate you allowing us to be here and, you know, spread the love of the drum, you know, come out here and show and keep people in touch with our ways. You know, we hate to see, you know, the anybody's culture taken from them or, you know, watered down so that, you know, you miss the true meaning of who you are. So we appreciate being here. I want to say a little about the drum. You know, the drum represents the circle of life like that. Represents the heartbeat of Mother Earth, you know, and it'll draw you to it, you know, because that heartbeat, as they say, is one of the first things you hear. You hear that in the womb of your mother. Yeah. So when you hear it here, it comes familiar to you and it draws you to it. I feel that way. So I want to say thank you to my wife and to my family here for being here, you know, coming out and supporting us all like that. Again, so we can continue to share these ways with everybody, keep everybody educated and let you know that we have not disappeared. We're here, we're coming back. We're trying to share and educate everybody and so we can, you know, keep our generations educated as well, not let them forget who they are, where they come from. So with that, Uncle.
Is there any oxygen in the house? Yeah, you get to be 70 years old and people say you can't do it. Say, come on. You can do it. Start little by little. Okay. And Asia over there. Say thank you to Asia coming here today. Thank you bringing her beauty this morning. Yeah. Community effort, family coming together. That's what it's about. So we'd like to do in our presentation today, our last dance called the friendship dance. We make friends with everyone. People come together holding hands in a circle. It's a very beautiful dance. So coming up and join us. It's our last dance for today. We could participate. Young kids, bring your mom, dad, auntie, bring them up. The elders, bring your grandkids, bring them up. Just come up, everyone sit in here, stand up, hold hands in a circle. Okay, thank you. I'll get them in the circle. You keep them.
Oh yeah.
Okay, then do the other one. Bigger circle. We need a bigger circle. Whatever I do with my hand, thing. I go sideways. I go one foot at a time. Back. Then we may even raise our hands up.
Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. I'm so proud of you. Just sit in there for now, okay?
Thank you. Blessings to each and one of you, for your families, for everyone. If you want to come up here and take pictures of some of the dancers, you're welcome to. Come and greet them. Welcome to. Thank you. Have a beautiful day. God bless. Thank you.
Let's give another round of applause for the Southwest dancers. Thanks so much. And ourselves. Yay! We all did it. So just a few announcements. At 2 o'clock here on this stage, we have Spore Presents. A team will be discussing my coalition and Spore and community surrounding upholding values, ethics, visions for psychedelic policy reform and medicine stewardship in Colorado. So that'll be coming up at 2 o'clock at this stage. And at 2 o'clock, we also have more Off the Rig Guru and others that were on our building panel doing demonstrations. That's all on our demonstration panel board, which is floating around the community here. And they were pounding tires and they're probably on to something else right now. So we're going to plug the wellness area. Oh, you're in the wellness area? Ah, so they have moved to the wellness area or the wellness. Yeah, great. Awesome. So you're not over on the street. Great. Okay, so what's going over there? Earthships Explained, build your own Earthship model. I'm sure you're going to be pounding something too, possibly at the Wellness Village. At 2:30, we have the gasification, a new approach with the pirate crew at the demonstration area, which is just west of us here. We have Aircrete with Dome Gaia. That will also be a demonstration, and that will be happening at 3:30. And at 5:30, we have Hempcrete with Rocky Mountain Hemp Build, and they will be demonstrating. So that's our updates on the demonstration schedule. But right now they're over at Wellness Village, and please be sure to visit our massage therapists and other wellness people providing healing, arts, and performances. We have coming up at 4 p.m. over in Wellness Village, a Body Talk Your Brain with Elza. Okay, so that will be very interesting. That's an upcoming one at 4 o'clock after the demonstration on the Earthship. So please stay tuned with us for Spore Presents, and that'll be happening in just a little while at 2 a.m. or 2 p.m. Wow, 2 a.m. We're not there yet, right? Okay. Well, the question was, where's demonstration stage? On the boards, there's one on the side here by the volunteer tent. There's another one over by the park on the side here by the old Brewery Bliss. Okay, there's a big sign just over here that also, and then over at Wellness Village, there'll be another sign of events, and they vary. Okay, so the next one is, so on the board, it'll tell you, the one right now is the Earthship, and that Earthship building demonstration, and that's at the Wellness Village right now. But later on, there will be some over at the Pirate area, okay, which is kind of the street right over here. Okay, all right. Thank you. Welcome back to the regenerative stage at the Crestone Energy Fair, 33rd Energy Fair. Hold on to that thought for just a minute. So we have a number of sponsors for our event, and we always like to give some thanks and appreciation to sponsors. You can see some of the signage up here is some of our sponsors that have given quite a bit of support at our cultivator level. And we just want to give thanks to them today. Adventa Credit Union, Buck's Pizza, Crescent Moon Construction. Oh, I'm starting at the cultivator level. So let's do that. We're starting with our cultivator level and we're cultivating. And then we will get to our visionary level in a minute. So cultivator level. Excavating. And we will be moving on with thanks to our harvester level. So cultivator is a donation of $250. Our harvester level is $500. And keep in mind, if any of you wonderful people out there would like to support the Energy Fair in the future, you don't have to wait till next year. You can do it now. Please meet someone at the info booth because there's people over there. Our harvester level is $500, and we have Beyond Organica, Crestone Eagle, the Crestone Mercantile, Katos and Luna, Saguache County Tourism Council, SLREC, Spore, T Road Brewing Company, Valley Roots Food Hub, the Elephant Cloud, and we are very thankful to all those sponsors. And if you see them, thank them for us as well. Our community builder level is the $1,000 donation. And we want to give a great shout out to those folks at Cloud Station, Oppenheimer Ranch Project, that's Diamond, Shakti Sharnam Yoga Shala, SLV Seed Exchange, Darlene Yarborough Real Estate, Terra Media, Rainbow Lightning Family Village, right over there, and Golden Turtle Sound, who's helping us produce this whole thing. Thank you very much. We have a barn raiser level. They're raising the barn, and it's the town of Crestone. Thank you, town of Crestone, $2,500. And our visionary level, we all want our visionaries, right? And we may not be able to financially support, but we do want to thank our visionary level sponsors this year. Off the Grid Guru, Saguache County, Succeed, and Mountainside Realty. So give a great hand to all our sponsors. Couldn't do it without you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kim. So yeah, with sponsors, we're trying to be creative. You can also trade. We've got people with really good skill sets, you know, with some of our videography, photography, our graphic designers. And so we also do trades with some of these sponsorship levels. So if you're interested in joining our
Okay, we have a little special guest. This is Drew the poet, and many of you may have seen him over at our info area, and he would like to share a poem about 33rd, yeah? All right, Drew, here's the stage.
Thank you, Kim, and thank each and every one of you. I was commissioned to do a poem specifically for this, the 33rd Energy Fest. This poem is entitled 33 Degrees of Separation. We've come from our homes, leaving behind the rigmarole, bringing divinity in mind. We mean for peace, love, hope. For this, our 33rd fest, the numbers of revolutionaries have shown up in droves. Just look around at our honeycomb. Just ask around, put an ear to the underground. We're here. We want you here. So let its purpose resound loud and clear. Because Mother is calling in her weary wanderers from wherever we once were, to bed in her treasure chest, to feast upon her breast. From these sacred pop-up places, we boldly go forth towards each and every next destination with pride in our 33 degrees of separation. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Drew. That's awesome. And that's called Going with the Flow, folks. Because I think you just wrote that today, didn't you? Because Nick asked you. Yeah. So that was on the moment, right? That's awesome. Okay. So next up here on the regenerative stage, we're going to have Spore presenting a discussion on my coalition, as in Myco Coalition and Mycelia, and networking and policy reform with medicine, okay, with psychotropic medicine. But building presentations going on, and right now that's at wellness stage, okay, or the wellness area. Okay, we've got massage people, we've got healers over there, as well as some building going on. And then we will have more from the demonstration avenue going on this afternoon with hempcrete and other builds. And we'll be announcing those as we go through. Okay. And then we also have later today, Body Talk Your Brain with Elsa. That'll be going on over at Wellness as well. And I would like to introduce Alexa Rosenthal. She's the founding steward and chief ecosystem organizer of Ecoversity. And she will be speaking with Spore and the crew, and they will be talking about mycelium and community and bringing natural medicine into our world. Thank you.
Yeah. Hello, hello. Thank you. Do you want to be soft? And then I can pass back and forth. Ready? Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for the introduction. My name's Alexa Rosenthal. As she said, I'm the co-founder and chief ecosystem organizer at Ecoversity. And in the last 22 months, we've graduated over 600 students from 27 different countries, accelerating a regenerative change online since the pandemic. And I'm really excited to be here today to facilitate a conversation with my friends and accomplices, Sabrina Shumari and Matthew Duffy, the co-directors of SPORE, or the Society for Psychedelic Outreach and Education. And we'll be talking about the My Coalition today. And inspired by the mushrooms, SPORE embodies a way they call mycelial organizing, which lays the foundation for responsible psychedelic medicine, stewardship in Colorado and beyond. So thanks for being here today. And hi, everybody. So if you both can introduce yourselves, what SPORE is, and in your own words, and what you guys do individually at SPORE. Duffy?
Hello. Thank you, Alexa. Let's give it up for the 33rd Crestone Energy Fair and ourselves and the land and all the organizers and volunteers. Thank you so much for having us. Oh, my name is Matthew Duffy. I go by my last name, Duffy. I'm co-founder and co-ecosystem director at SPORE, which is Society for Psychedelic Outreach, Reform, and Education. I prefer the title Captain Compost because I feel like that's what I actually do. I just get up in the shit and try to alchemize it. Spore came out of the campaign that decriminalized mushrooms in Denver in 2019. And that made Denver the first city in the country to decriminalize any psychedelic or entheogenic substance since prohibition. And so after that campaign, which I was one of the core spore organizers for, we were saying spore organizer back then. Yeah. Spore was born from the sporulating team that was that band of rebels that stood up against the empire and did something cool. And we now are focused on two primary initiatives, this My Coalition that we're going to focus on today, and a people from the ground up public education storytelling based approach to public education called the Right to Heal campaign. And really, we're just focused on in psychedelic assisted therapy. There's this phrase, set and setting. Has anyone ever heard of that? Set and setting first? Yeah. So it's basically your mindset and the environment. Those are really critical conditions for optimal psychedelic healing and transformative experiences. And we say we're really focused on the collective set and setting. So how do we consider our communities and our cultures and a broader, more holistic collective understanding of what healing even is and what is even going on with this relationship that is being restored between people or rediscovered between people and these medicines. I'll pass it to my partner in Mycelial Mischief, Sovereign Oshamari.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. How's everybody doing? Yes, I love to hear it. I'm so excited to be here. My name is Sovereign Oshamari. I am the co-ecosystem director at Spore. And something that I was thinking about this just a second ago, and I was like, okay, I could tell you all the things that I do, you know, as far as work, but I thought I would just tell you more of like the energy that I bring through a story real quick. So when I was 7, and that was like 1992, I don't know if gymnastics is a passion of mine. And when I was a little kid, I was watching these gymnasts on TV do these tricks and throw their bodies in the air. And it was beautiful. It was just a beautiful display of just embodiment to be able to wield body in space in a particular way that I thought looking at the TV, and then I just threw my body back. And I did my first backflip just by watching it from watching TV. And so by the end of the summer, I could run and do a back handspring backflip. And so that was kind of like my first, like that. I did that at 7. And it was just this, my body giving me this information of anything is possible. Like literally anything is possible. And so like, that's the kind of energy that I bring to Spore. That's the kind of energy that we are cultivating at My Coalition. That's the kind of energy that we are trying to bring into any space that we're in. Anything is possible.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Sovereign. That'd be great introductions. So you guys are talking a lot about mycelial organizing. And does anyone know what that is out there? Okay, we got a few hands up. It's a little complicated, right? So let's talk about it. They like metaphors a lot at Spore. So let's talk about what mycelial organizing actually is and what that means to you guys at Spore.
Yeah, I don't think any of y'all would hear of it because we kind of made it up. During that campaign in 2019, the Denver Psilocybin Initiative, I'd like to remember it was myself, but I'm not really sure. But somebody in one of the meetings stood up and was like, "This is mycelial organizing," because it's like, cute. It's like deeper than grassroots, and our focus is much more relational. And we found that we weren't so like hell bent on an outcome. We saw that the magic that was just coming through us being guided by mushrooms and the faith and devotion that all these people had to each other in this cause was the most important part. So I would reckon everybody here knows what mycelium is. I don't need to, right? It does, mycelium is the root system essentially of the fungal organism. And it creates the network of synergy and reciprocity, and basically, sacred economics is the foundation for ecosystems. And then the organizing part, we were talking about this on the way up. I'm kind of averse to that word in regards to the work that I feel like we as humans do. I think we might think we're organizing. I feel like if we're really creating, movement spaces and community and building community power and coming together for incredible, beautiful, difficult to imagine on your own, but when you're with a group of people, anything's possible community efforts. You're tapping into something that's really organizing you. You're more facilitating. So I honestly feel like the mushrooms are organizing us. And this approach that we have in trying to, really embody that is focused on critical relationships. Just, basic root facts of the universe is we are interdependent. I am because you are. So when we're talking about healing, or we're talking about liberation, justice, wealth, having thriving lives, the way that we actually create those is through our relationships. So we have goals. They're impacts that we want to see with this movement, and with how psychedelic medicines are integrated into society. We want that to look holistic, and we want that to look responsible, and we want power to the people for community sovereignty in stewarding medicine. And we trust that will happen through building real, authentic solidarity and moving at the speed of trust. We say that a lot. Holistic change can happen in many different ways. Change isn't necessarily positive. For holistic change to happen, which I kind of feel like true revolution really is holistic change. That happens at the speed of trust. It has to be through the relationships and people consenting to it. So the last little bit I'll say about the mycelial organizing part, a really amazing, fascinating thing that mycelium does is mycelium sends a signal out to plant root systems to wait for a response for consent before it penetrates the cell, before the mycelium, the hyphae, penetrates the cell wall of the plant roots to make that synergistic relationship. I think that's one of the most beautiful things that happens on this earth. And we have no better framework for a network of mutual aid and collective care and solidarity than so. We eat a lot of mushrooms to figure out how to do it. So.
I guess what I would add to that too, with the mycelial organizing, I myself am very inspired by trees. And if you look around, you can see a whole group or family of trees kind of holding us up, watching us, giving us oxygen, giving us place to rest, lean on. I think, using nature as a blueprint for how we as humans should be is incredibly important. The concept of biomimicry, like the solutions are already here. Like I'm looking at the trees and they're like, yeah, we've been telling you, you just need to look at us. Hug a tree today. Thank you. Everybody, if you have an opportunity, hug a tree. It'll tell you a secret. It'll give you we're moving and giving us information on ways to consider moving. So thank you.
Thank you both. Duffy, you mentioned the word solidarity, which is a word that's brought up a lot in organizing or activism or making change in any ecosystem or community. What is solidarity and how is the mycelial organizing accelerating that? And I'm going to start with Sav on this one.
Hi. So yeah, let's talk about solidarity, shall we? Where is she? How is she? When is she? Yeah, solidarity to me has been this journey of trying to figure out, like for myself, I'll start from an embodied response, just from childhood, not necessarily belonging in my own family and my queerness, my blackness, my being kind of being pushed up against in my own cluster of people, and like looking for places to belong. And I've been through many ecosystems from many different movements in the last like 10, 15 years since feel like I've been called or activated to doing the work on myself to do this work. And it's been really interesting to see the lack of solidarity. So it's like, I define it by what I don't see. Like, I don't see people being willing to look beyond themselves in an effort to connect to another. I wish to see more people being willing to come together and express the pain, emotions, like traumas, like being able to really truly express like what we are bringing to a circle so that we can, oh, sorry, I thought it was someone talking to me. Coming into a circle to metabolize the tensions that we have. To me, solidarity, I'm looking at this like network of trees. I'm thinking of mycelium, like they're in agreement to be together. They're in agreement, like I'm looking at the branches, right? Like they're connected to a trunk, then they turn to branches, and then they turn into leaves. Like people, like it has different destinations, but it's still connected by a single thing. And I feel like to me, solidarity is that, but it's something that I find really hard to embody, or it's really hard to see it embodied when we're all so different and we live in a system that values that difference. And then we pay people to continue to perpetuate that difference. So like, where is the trunk? Like where is the trunk of our movements? And I think we get solidarity for a minute to achieve certain goals, but then again, capitalism will come in and then try to separate you, and then it gets lost. So to me, solidarity is also an opportunity to truly build a foundation that's sustainable, that's reciprocal, and then it's like, not everybody has to believe the same thing to be in solidarity, but you have to believe that there's a cause bigger than you to stay together if and when someone is needed or you need something from someone. So, but I really want to see it. Like I dream about it. I've come a long way in search of it, and I will continue to be in search of solidarity. It's my particular journey, and I hope to see it. I really do. I dream about it, and I'm sure you all do too. But yeah.
Thanks, Tom. I a couple years ago, a couple days after a pretty large dose and journey with mushrooms, I was contemplating solidarity, and the mushrooms have this way of meme making. Like they've turned me into this meme machine, like just memes all day just coming through this brain. And they said that solidarity is where sovereignty and interdependence meet. And I've
I've stuck with that as like my simple definition for solidarity. For me, what I understand with all of our differences and these, how we're essentially non-essential. We're always changing. We're always morphing in becoming. Our ideas of what's true, what is justice, what is solidarity are shifting because we're constantly in motion. But I believe solidarity is that commitment to collective liberation, to mutual liberation, to in relationship being fully, you know, in dignity and receiving another in their full dignity, regardless of where they are located in their life, in society, and whatever. And it's not a given. And I really appreciate the preface that you said, because, you know, in one fractal level, it is a given. It is what makes this all up. It is the interdependence of life. But for us, and for this, you know, human having a spiritual experience, spirit having a human experience, whatever it is, experiment, we have to give it. We don't just we can't theoretically comprehend it and then it's like, yeah, I know what solidarity is. We can forget it as easily as we can remember it. And I think we can remember solidarity together. This might sound kind of left fieldish, but that's where I live. Is through a deep practice and praxis of forgiveness that we can arrive. And it's not superficial. It's deep. It's an action. And as soon as we can forgive ourselves and another for taking part in some sort of trespass, transgression, injustice, and do it meaningfully, not just like, you know, in a way that's bypassing, really truly in your bones, you've forgiven, you can come back you remember then and come back to solidarity. I have a little riddle on forgiveness and remembrance later. If you come to our table, I'll hit you with it. But mycelium, as we're getting at in the last question, how mycelium organizes and reproduces in this way and builds this network of relationships that, you know, it's something over 90% of all tertiary plants couldn't exist without the relationship to mycelium. So that foundation for life begetting life that's why the mycelium exists. It's just constantly looking for synergy. It's looking for power with the whole dominator power over model. Mushrooms don't compute. It's like, yeah, you're going to die and we're going to compost you and regenerate you into a more abundant, thriving ecosystem over and over again, no matter how colonized and detached your civilizations get from the basic fact of interdependence. You can't escape it because it actually, at the end of the day, it is solidarity. It's the approach with the My Coalition, Mycelial organizing. It's just that practice of remembering together is like, what is really true? What is like true holistic justice and solidarity in this moment with any given group of people, with what we're working towards? Can we stay in the relationship and resist the temptation to move into like a transactional way of being with each other or a utilitarian way of being with each other, and find a deeper utility in the synergy that is it just latent in our connection, you know? So.
Woo! Give it up for Duffy and Sav. Thank you both so much. That was super juicy. You guys have been talking coalition, Colorado being a huge place for this movement, the psychedelic movement. What is, for those of us that might not know, what's a coalition in general? And what is the My Coalition? How is it playing a part in this movement, specifically here in Colorado?
Me first.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. I just, you should go in part because you hold so much of this and you've gone through this.
Um, so I don't know like the Webster definition coalition. I kind of think it's people genuinely coalescing around a common goal or vision and and doing so intersectionally, bringing different parts of an issue or a problem or just community need into a sort of like ecosystem arrangement where often capitalism creates a pressure for us to work in silos. So to build like intersectionality and see where the common ground actually is and really focus there, and also the work that comes in building these really strong relationships where there's always going to be drama and trauma cycling, and that's karma. It'd be moving through us in all these different ways, and the commitment to solidarity and with different collectives coming together on a common cause, you can form what we call a coalition. So the My Coalition, we like our mushroom puns and we like to be as cute as possible, as often as possible. So My Coalition, like mycology, it's this mycelial approach to coalition building. And what was the second part? Like, what are we doing? What is it?
How did it get started?
Oh, great question. So it's gonna get juicier, I promise y'all. So the My Coalition had been somewhat of a vision percolating for a while. We at Spore, and Spore has gone through many iterations and alchemical phoenix revivals in our little 3 years, but COVID, that was like a whole century. So we have been looking at like, how do we really bring together all these different parts of this emerging psychedelic ecosystem into alignment? So there's, like grassroots community and people who are really committed to healing justice. And then there's the psychedelic assisted therapy community. There's the researchers. There's the politicians who they're just going to jump on anything that's hot. There's the festival communities. Like how can we bridge all of these different communities to create change where there is common goals? And lo and behold, as I said, Denver was the first city to decriminalize an entheogen since Prohibition. Shout out. What's up? You got to sign up over here. We'll bring it together. So yeah, our table's over here. Please come over and hang out with us. We'll be painting each other's nails. We'll paint your nails. We got different sign-up sheets. So yeah, just come and get to know us, and we'd love to get to know you. But so full circle from the Decolonizing days, I realized shortly after that campaign, we were so excited. We were like, wow. But even do it, there was a bold few. Me, I'm always that dude that's like, we will do it. Like, yes, we can. And we did, and we barely won though. It was like a 51% victory on the vote. And yeah, man. Yeah. It's too loud. You're so close up to the stage. I think that's our problem then, I guess. Yeah. So lo and behold, yeah, I've realized shortly after that campaign that I feel like my dharma in this whole mix, and I think a big role that Spore plays, is actually to slow things down. Because a lot of this stuff, like suddenly we decriminalized in Denver, and we never could imagine that all these different cities and states would have followed suit so soon after. It was so quick. And, you know, we all want to see these laws change. The drug war needs to end entirely. And we have a responsibility to really make sure that the ways that medicine is integrated into our communities is really held in community trust, is not dominated by for-profit industry. Like if we don't have the power and sovereignty to steward medicine in our communities, and it's still gate kept by basically the same big pharma model, that's not it. It's not healing. So full circle, this past year, there started to be some whispers in community about a potential ballot initiative statewide for Colorado for something around psychedelics. And as that became more and more real, you know, there was a PAC. There's a PAC called New Approach. They were behind a lot of cannabis reform around the country, out of state. They are polling in many different places, one of which being Colorado, and they saw some good opportunity with some of the early polling that they were doing. So they started organizing to, you know, set up a state regulated framework for that what's going to happen with the policy reform in the process is truly equitable, is driven by community, is represented, the most marginalized communities are represented. You know, all respect to the people who, you know, came with New Approach and started to organize around this ballot initiative that is live in the state currently. I don't know if everyone here knows. Actually, I'd love a show of hands. Is everyone here aware of the Natural Medicine Health Act that's on the ballot for Colorado this year that Coloradans will be voting on in November? Did you? So you didn't, but most people didn't. Can you raise your hand? Could you raise your hand if you did not know? Yes. Exactly. I would love to show that because this is seems like a very psychedelic astute community out here, right? And y'all don't even know because it's been part of the strategy to not educate and inform people whatsoever that this is even happening. So it was kind of, you know, like I'd say usual suspect situation, like all corporate heads, all white men creating a stakeholder group. They're like, this is it. We're going to create it. We know what this is going to look like. It's going to be good for everybody because that seems to have worked out over centuries and centuries. And we were like, hold on a second. And so we organized this coalition for an immediate response of what was needed to make sure that there was that we could disrupt, influence, and make an impact on this process that was already 12 steps ahead of us. And they had the really high polling numbers. So they basically didn't need us. They didn't need the people. They didn't need the community because the general public is seeing all the mainstream media around psychedelics that this, you know, it's great for depression and PTSD, and people are seeing all the good news and all this hope around psychedelics. And they're like, yes, this is a good thing because people deserve to have access to mental health treatments that actually work. But the gag, you know, where the monopoly guys slipping out the back door with the bag, is that this piece of policy does not, it doesn't put people over profit. It does the opposite. It really puts commercialization over community. We'll get more into it in a bit. so I'm going to save it. And I'm sure that there might be questions. But the My Coalition formed more urgently to be able to have some kind of response to what was happening there. And we were the primary grassroots influence, pretty much the only grassroots influence of this piece of policy. And I feel good about that. And I'm still telling people to vote no. I'm going to vote no. And that surprises people often because they're like, you're the co-ed of sport, you're all about this. And you know, I was there with many people through this process. There would not have been marginalized community representation if we didn't, you know, essentially kind of kick in the door. And that's a problem. There can't be equity without an equitable process. And this measure really sets up people, you know, the for-profit ecosystem, which has garnered a lot of capital in the past few years, a lot of investment. They're very poised to determine what implementation on this policy looks like. And we are just getting our community together. We just decriminalized in Denver 2 years ago, and then COVID. The people of Colorado deserve the space, time, and resources to create community-driven policy reform to make sure that medicine is stewarded in community and the reform is community-based. So I really genuinely feel like we could do a lot better with a couple more years where we can, you know, we can do our thing with the My Coalition and support a potentially community-led policy initiative. But you know, we'll see what happens in November. Right now, and I'll wrap it up this part up here. The My Coalition we're organizing in a way anticipating that it could pass, and there's a really strong chance that it could pass. I think it's going to be really close. And if it does pass, then the My Coalition is now focusing on creating a People's Medicine Pact and a People's Medicine Council, because what's not happening with all this policy work around the country is we're not doing some basic movement community organizing 101 stuff and creating ethics, shared values, community agreements and principles around the changes that we're going to make. There's just people who have political power who can make the change to set up shop. And so they want what they can get as quick, what they want as quick as they can get it. So we're gonna, through creating this pact and creating this council, it's gonna take years for the rules to actually be created if the NMHA does pass. We're gonna, through this pact, we're going to make sure that as best we can, of regulatory agencies at Colorado is the governing department of that. And if you know anything about them, it's such a joke. And then there's a decriminalized aspect to the bill that we can get in later too, making sure that that's, you know, driven by community. And if it doesn't pass, then we're going to create the conditions for a statewide initiative that can actually be led by Coloradans.
I mean, I feel like that was it on that. The only thing I would add to that is nothing. No, that was great.
Thank you, Duffy. Thank you. So for those of us that are listening, what's worked well so far in this movement? What hasn't worked well, and what can we learn from it for the people?
So what's worked well, and I can honestly say this because I was like, am I gonna lie? No, but I'm not. Is the amount of people who care, the amount of people who believe in what we're doing, the amount of people who believe in psychedelics, the amount of people who figure out how to get through this. Like that to me has been so powerful because, you know, and at least for me, I feel like psychedelics gives you proof that transformation is possible. And I think it's up to us to then manifest that in reality beyond our own self, right? Like I can have a transformative experience and now I'm Soleil Moon Frye and I can frolic and do all the things. But like psychedelics has told me like, hey, do deeper work, you know, be able to like understand yourself when you're wrong. Like, what does it mean to be when you're wrong? And like, how do you move from that place? How do you accept new information and move forward? And so being able to be a part of my coalition and watching that kind of move has been really, really powerful. And I think that that's worked really well. And people like show up. That's the thing that also I'm like, people, when you ask, or we will make an ask and people will come through. And so it tells me that people are ready to show up and they're ready and they're curious. And so to me, like that, there's an opportunity for this transformation to like be deepened and to be more embodied. So I would, that to me is what I've seen as far as what's worked.
Yeah, you got it.
2:35. We're going to open up to questions after one more after this. But I just wanted to highlight the reason why I'm here is because of Duffy invited me to what the My Coalition holds as a town hall in Denver, which is a beautiful space that Duffy and Sovereign have facilitated for the community, where instead of the stakeholders that Duffy is talking about with the super PAC, there's actual stakeholders of the community in a facilitated conversation. And what I think has gone really well is there's like a lot of great failure. Like and what I love about watching Duffy is how gracefully he keeps failing and keeps getting up straight up. And I think that's one of the greatest things in movement is like being able to graciously fall and be like, that didn't really work. And then getting up the next week, inviting everyone. And I've never been in such an intersectional space. And this man is dedicated to making sure all voices are in a room. And what happens with all voices, like when we're talking about solidarity, all the different identities that are coming out of collective trauma of the pandemic and our individual traumas of living life as humans during climate change, like coming to a room and actually being honest about those conversations and being able to be held in a watch. So big props to Duffy for failing so graciously and winning in the goals that you are setting, seeing their movement, seeing the legislation actually be swayed. The man has like stood up to one of like the most fiduciarily having money to do this. He stands up and keeps fighting for it. So I think there's a lot to learn in making sure in conversations to have having someone disabled, having someone of a different race, of a different gender, of a different sexual past, like all of those conversations. And I think the My Coalition Explore is doing that really significantly. And I just wanted to give them serious props for that. Yeah. Yeah, Duffy wants to grab it.
Yeah, on that, I'm glad that I would say the same thing is like where we fail best where we succeed. I understand succession as that, you know, it's we fail forward. Cornel West says that, you know, we really don't ever hit our mark. We just fail better. We fail better every time. And that's succession. There's no singular success point wherever we're trying to reach. You know, the American dream has kind of created this illusion that, you know, one day if you work really hard, you'll get to this place. But we live in cycles. And so speaking of, she needs to compost that plate. Well, thank you. Yeah, the composting work, the succession work, we're definitely here for a long game, and it's generational work. So I feel pretty woo-way about this whole political moment with what happens with the NMHA, because I trust the work that we're doing and what I'm seeing happening. And it's not just me taking a stand. There's a really beautiful emergence of spirit through people who are communing with plants and mushrooms and remembering who they are and remembering their ancestry and reclaiming ourselves as sovereign beings together, that can't be beat. So I I really truly believe in that, and that we'll continue to heal through relationships, and we're reaching a point here on Turtle Island where it's really time to do healing and alchemy work between different bodies and different communities, and that's going to take time, and that's going to take real commitment and devotion and intention to actually be in relationship and build solidarity where trust has been broken century after century, generation after generation, and we are part of a new wave of generations that will restore.
Thank you guys so much. Yeah. We're going to transition to questions, but just if you didn't know, the Spore booth is like literally right there, and there is a sign-up sheet to get involved. My coalition has a membership program anywhere from $1 to $1,000 if you've got all those resources to help organize our communities to make sure that you have the resources so that the people have a voice in this process.
There's no financial barrier to entry to become a member of the My Coalition. It is like a monthly give, but if $1 is even too much for you, just reach out to us and we'll hook you up with membership. Yeah.
And you can get on the newsletter and be involved in Denver if you come out there or in any way to be part of this movement. So now we want to open up the questions to the community. If you do have a question, I guess you can just say it really loud, or I can get you this microphone. Go ahead.
So I see it a lot in our local, Adam, I live here. I see it a lot in our local situations that arise, that a lot of trauma comes around. And then on a national level too, and you said with your movement, it was passed by 51%. So that's kind of like 49% of people who feel disenfranchised. So I guess I'm curious how you see that or tend to that. Does that make sense? Okay.
Oh no, I thought I was being helpful. We have 2 mics too. Test. We'll make it work. So I question that framing a little bit, that 49% of people were disenfranchised, because the Controlled Substances Act that has made all of these medicines and any drug, anything that we call a drug, illegal, was the disenfranchisement. And the democratic process is like, there's some people disagree with how things go. And though what I do feel about your take there is that, so for the NMHA, the Natural Medicine Health Act, this statewide initiative that's coming in November, one of their biggest campaign points is that Colorado, according to some studies, has recently, this past year, been ranked worst in the country for mental health. And I don't know, I haven't looked super deep into these studies, but I did look into them, and the studies point to lack of access to healthcare services and mental health services, and just poor infrastructure as being the primary reasons for that. So to put psychedelics into that broken system, that's potentially disastrous. And the disenfranchisement that already exists is that we don't have time to rehabilitate infrastructure in that way. So, ideally, the wave of alternative medicine keepers and healers that Colorado does really have in spades could be involved in like a transition process, but because the way of power is distributed right now, and the power analysis is really important to understand this piece of policy, and a lot of people just don't have it. Real quick, the right now, because there's no way that the current infrastructure and regulators in Colorado have a clue or have the bandwidth to know what to do with psychedelics. The corporate head, they're going to be looking to who they consider to be experts, and that's largely going to be the politically savvy and the people who already have political power to dictate what the implementation will look like. Does that make sense? So yeah, I mean, we have to take into account that there is a lack of readiness to integrate. And if we're going to integrate psychedelics responsibly, there's a lot more education work. There's a lot more community building work for people to actually be at a place where they are ready to receive it well. And to me, it's not so much about the percentage of the vote. I think that will turn as people get actual, true, honest education and are empowered to be able to steward medicines in their communities themselves. I hope that was a helpful, accurate response. We're going to move to some other.
Okay, should we have people just come up?
Any other questions?
I'm like, am I going to ruin life? Oh, it's working.
Hi, y'all.
Asia.
Yeah, thank you so much for all of your sharing today. I haven't heard anyone make a really powerful case for community stewardship. And so when I'm thinking about the average everyday person wanting to know how psychedelics are being distributed, for what reason would they choose community stewardship over psychedelics in an institutional setting? So can you make a case for community stewardship, A? And then another question, which you don't have to answer, but do you think mushrooms are politically biased?
Sovereign, do you want to go into any of that? Mushrooms are so queer. They are, I think they say different things to different people, and I'm certain that they have an agenda, and it's a multifaceted agenda. And I am not completely sure about what it is, but I trust it. I have some ideas. I do think they're collective. That has, I would give yeah, I love the first question too. I feel like I would love to give it a shot right now. So I think the easiest case is, so therapeutic medical access, we are for that. There's there's a huge diversity of needs, and ways that people could benefit from having a relationship with psychedelic medicine. I'm very wary of any sort of model that isn't held in community trust. And period, specifically with this, the big part of a person's healing and hopefully positive transformative experience is not the actual psychedelic itself, it's the integration. Have is a catalyst, and it shows you you can get guidance, and you can have, you know, sludge alchemized through your cells, and you can be refreshed and reset and be given, you'd be shown the work that you have to do, but you have to do it. Is your responsibility. These medicines are not our saviors. They're not going to do it for us. They're here to help us, and we have to be in partnership with them. That means reciprocity. That means the quality of the relationship really matters and how it will affect your experience, and the amount of support and collective capacity and community capacity that we have to support people through their integration is primary. Because if people are having, they're going to, you know, a psychedelic therapist, and those people do really amazing work. Many of them do really amazing work, and some of them do really fucked up things, and there's a lot of abuse in those spaces too. But if the only means of access for people is to, you know, pay probably astronomically for a psychedelic session, and then you have like a few rounds of like an integration calls or something like that, it's not nearly enough. We need the capacity for communities to be able to support that integration process together. And it has to be accessible. That has to be accessible. So those means have to be given to the people, or people are going to have these really powerful, profound, transformative experiences. But transformation doesn't necessarily mean for their well-being. It can also bring about the demise of people, and that can happen at a collective scale. The potential for irresponsible integration of psychedelics into communities and in society to accelerate a lot of destruction, which I think is just part of the process that we're in, you know, if I'm being super frank. I don't think any of us want total annihilation. I think we want to be able to, like, you know, build thriving communities and ecosystems, and these medicines can help us. But if they're held in a way that's profit driven and extractive, that quality will impact the people who are only have access through those models, I believe. So that was a shot.
One more.
This is the last question.
This is more of a comment. It sounds to, I missed your presentation, most of it, but it sounds to me like you're saying that using mushrooms or other mind expanding drugs can cause one to go to consciousness. And
Could you say that last part again?
bring one to consciousness, expanding the mind. But from where I sit, it's the same. If one expands their mind, they don't need a substance to do that. And it's much safer. So could you speak? Okay. So from my point of view, consciousness can be expanded without substance. And then there's no abuse. So could you speak on that, and why aren't people thinking in that direction, as opposed to, I'm going to use LSD to expand my mind. I'm going to
place where it's already started. So I think to answer that, it's a combination. It's a combination of having relationship to psychedelics and the knowing of you can also do this way as well. I think it's a both and, because for some people, at least where I sit, I'm like, folks are, they're looking for something that's not in themselves. And so this is a way for them to go to that thing and then come back. And if done right, it's like, hey, go do that. But ultimately, it's about, like what Duffy was speaking to earlier, it's about not expecting psychedelics to do the work for you. It's about you doing the work that you need to do. And then, like for myself, I'll speak for myself personally. Like, I'm not someone with my relationship to psychedelics. It's like once every so often. It's not something that I have relationship with, like, say, on a daily basis. For that reason, because I have this knowing and relationship to myself, that I can find that in me. But again, that's for me, like collectively, I think we're all in different places, and and then we're also in this culture where we're looking for the quick fix. So why not, if knowing that, like I said before, take the fix, but then also with the preface of, like, you need to go back to yourself. Like, this isn't going to be the thing that saves you. You're going to save you, but this thing is going to, like, help you deepen that relationship to yourself. That's how I would answer it.
We would love for you to continue that conversation, and anyone else who wants to have, go thread off anything we talked about up here and get to know us more and come over to our table. It's right behind you. Big Spore banner. And did you want to add something to that quickly, Lex? I think we're out. Yeah, I think we're we could, we could do it all day.
I just want to say one thing. If you want to look at, I just want to say decriminalize nature is another movement. And the whole notion of it is the fact that natural substances are criminalized. And that even notion in general, would we look to it and be like, why is that even criminalized? So I just wanted to plant that seed. If you haven't heard of decriminalized nature, to look that up. But we can wrap up. Thank you, everyone.
Well, real quick, I got to add to that.
Oh, gosh.
There's save the movement talk. There's a lot of wild politics going on in this movement. And, I have a relationship with Decolonizing. They came after Denver. And there's something that needs to be spoken to with that, with like a psychedelic exceptionalism. But I also think that there's just an idea of that supremacy is very insidious. It can find its way into anything. So, my way to spirit, to healing, to God, to whatever, is different than other people's ways, and people have different needs. And, but what's important is that it's everyone's right to seek healing. And it's all of our responsibility to make sure that we are going about our healing in ways that are actually healing, and not perpetuating, patterns of illness and violence and abuse and things like that. So.
Thank you all. Thank you, everyone. Hug a tree, take a nap. It'll save your life, I promise.
It was awesome. Thank you. Nope. Okay, thanks so much for sticking with us. And we want to thank the SPORE team. Always a really awesome conversation. And thank you for your questions and your involvement too, because this is growing, right? The mycelium are growing and our community's growing. And I always get all these great downloads throughout the fair that we can add to future upcoming panels and conversations going on. So there's a couple housekeeping informationals here. There was a small brown purse found in the park, and it is being held over at the Peace Patrol, and that is over by Info over here at on the south side of the park. So if you have lost a small brown purse, please go see the Peace Patrol at the Info booth. Also, we have a silent auction going on. If you have not seen the items on the silent auction, they are over. There is a nice array of gifts, building materials, everything that's happening at the fair in the silent auction. So it's not limited. It's a pretty well-rounded auction items. Please support the auction. The donations go to Energy Fair, and we appreciate your support with that. Next up, our next panel is going to be hosted by Jay Saunders. She's the director of the SLV Seed Exchange, and she's one of our sponsors. And this is the local food panel. So I'm sure some of you have arrived to be part of that. And we've got some wonderful people in the panel. And I'm sure Jay will have a number of things to say about everyone who's going to be partaking in the panel today. So please stick around. That's about to start. And just another update. In about an hour with Elza at the wellness area. And then we also have 4 p.m. Mudblood demo. Okay, that'll be going on. And a number of other demonstrations are also occurring over here by the pirate ship and some in the wellness area. So please support everyone at the fair, vendors, body workers, massage therapists, healers over in our wellness area, the kids village area. Thank you, everyone. We have food vendors, of course, down by Elephant's Cloud stage, and we appreciate them and we appreciate everyone being involved. So I'd like to introduce Jay Saunders. She's here from the SLV Seed Exchange for the food panel. Hi, Jay. How are you? Jay also has really been a great helper at the Energy Fair, doing a massive amount, dropping posters off at the last minute, all kinds of stuff. So she's definitely been an integral part, and we appreciate all your help. Okay.
Is this the only mic? Okay.
Your host, then you could have.
Okay, great. Okay, great. Get them all seated. Yeah, I'm glad you guys are meeting. Got you all together. Oh, here comes live. Yeah, I'm with the landline. Yeah. Where's Bob? Oh, there he is. Thanks, Tree. Okay. Hi, everybody. So I'm gonna hand this to you. Because I'm gonna use this other one. Okay, what's your name? Okay. Thank you guys for being here. I'm Jay, and I operate the San Luis San Luis Valley Seed Exchange, and we have an event every spring at Joyful Journey, and it's a free and public seed swap, and we have speakers doing education around regenerative and local farming and agriculture. And I just am really grateful to have this panel here for you all to get to listen to today. And I'm going to quickly introduce everybody and then we'll get into this. In order of seating is Liza Marin. She's the founder of the San Luis Valley Local Foods Coalition, which works to foster an equitable local food system with an incubator farm park at on the Rio Grande and an aggregation and distribution hub, which you guys have probably heard of, the Valley Roots Food Hub. You can get a lot of really excellent regional food from there. Next is Bob Pedersen. He has been a longtime food sovereignty advocate, and he runs a farm in Salida and is the founder of Beyond Organica, which creates a lot of soil nutrients and compost things for your garden. Next is Micah Roseberry. She's been an organic farmer for over 25 years. She is out of Taos, New Mexico, operates a nonprofit with multiple projects down there, from Farm to School program, a CSA, which aggregates food from 15 local farmers and gets it to the community, a farmer and rancher co-op, which takes ranchers' beef and gets it directly to families. Next, we have Devon Pena, who is the founder of the Acequia Institute out of San Luis, and he has a little page here. He's a biodynamic farmer, seed saver, plant breeder, and philanthropist. The Acequia Institute has been dedicated to supporting environmental, food, and justice movements throughout the area. And then there is Amanda Labin of the Colorado Land Link. She's the director of that since last year, and she has been expanding its programming and outreach that has increased landowners reaching people seeking land to farm on. And I have a booth, the Local Foods Coalition has a booth, and the Guidestone Land Link has a booth all up by the road over there. So come see us. We have food that we're giving away, hemp seeds we're giving away. And if you have anything you'd like to contribute to the table, it's just, there's abundance from the garden and we want to share it and spread it around. So the first bit of this is, I'm really curious, who here wants to be, I want to just see a raise of hands. Who here wants to be 100% reliant on the grocery stores for your food? Who wants to be 100% reliant on All right, great. Then you're in the right place. I want to talk about the role that local food plays in a resilient food shed. And so my first question here is, what does it mean? And you guys can just popcorn. What does it mean to be reliant on your local food?
Okay, well, I'll give it a try. Liza Marin here. And if you think about poverty as not being able to take care of yourself, then you can think about community wealth as being able to take care of yourself with your food, your water, your energy, that we are strong, resilient, short supply chain communities, that we feed ourselves and take care of ourselves. And that's true community wealth.
Okay. We're doing a lot of reliance on the USDA school lunch program. We're building our agriculture system on that reimbursable funding that we all as taxpayers pay. And we are having food sovereignty by the children getting local grass-fed and finished beef from our local ranchers, carrots from our farmers, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And I would say that children, along with the water, are our greatest resources. And so I think we really need the young people to be engaged. So to me, that's resilience.
In San Luis, we talk a lot about local, slow, and deep. And that has special meaning to us. All our heritage crops are local varieties. And this is Che, by the way. Wanted to get a word in edgewise. Also, these heritage crops have to be prepared a certain way to unlock all their nutritional and medicinal power. So for example, our high elevation short season maize, the concho, gets nixtamalized with wood ash or calcium hydroxide. And then you can dry them out and make chicos del horno, or you can make pozol, or you can make masarina. And when you nixtamalize corn this way, all its nutritional possibilities to the human digestive system. We'd like to also talk about protective of it has a very deep heritage. And indeed, this is a white flint, flowery flint corn that has been adapted to 8,000 feet and high UV radiation and all the rest, all the other conditions that affect the growth of our cultivars. So local, slow, and deep is what we talk about.
Thank you. Amanda Laban here, and I think being reliant on our local food system really goes back to community and being connected to one another, connected to the people growing our food, the people distributing it, the people transporting it, the people aggregating it and cleaning it. And I think that interconnectedness is what makes us more resilient and adaptable over the long term. So, yeah.
And so what direction does our food shed need to move in to be resilient and secure and sovereign? Where do we need to go?
Yeah, I feel that our local food system is first and foremost built on relationships. It's about, I loved in the previous panel when they were talking about progress at the speed of trust. And that's what a strong, resilient local food system looks like. I like to say that our food safety is our relationship with our farmers, because for example, Tom McCracken sitting out here, and I know his practices are respect of the soil and growing food and living soil and being of high integrity to the organic ideal and values. And so for me, that is the food safety that allows me to have that relationship and eat that food with confidence and feed it to my family. And I think that we're working on hub and node connectivity. And so, we've been working on building a resilient food hub here where we're aggregating from about now. Nick Chambers is out there somewhere. He's our founding general manager of the Valley Roots Food Hub, but we started out maybe with $100,000 worth of business, but now in 2022, we're up to $1.5 million worth of business, where 65% of that is going into the pockets of our farmers and ranchers in this food shed. Guidestone and the Good Food Collective in Durango, and create these, supply chains. And, we had a relationship down in this lower Arkansas. That way we're trading, we're taking our, our greens and our root crops and potatoes and tomatoes and other microclimates kinds of food, so that we have these strong short supply chains that are reliable in a crisis, in a climate disaster, in a snowstorm, in a drought, because somebody is in our network is growing and has food available. And COVID brought that to light in a really beautiful way, that when there was no meat in the grocery store, we still had strong relationships with our grass-fed beef producers, and our meat was cheaper than what was out there if you could find it. So there's a lot of hub and node connectivity that I think is a step in the right direction.
100% agreed. And yet the percentage, I'm curious, what is the percentage of food that is produced regionally of our total food consumption? Any guess?
Not me.
I'm gonna.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to say, I know in Taos, it's less farmers market and in general, those sort of markets are less than 0.5%. And they did double in this last year after COVID. And I think it's probably kind of similar. And since I brought up, I'm going to give you the microphone back, but before I brought up the school district, I just found out $6 million that we're purchasing food for our kids. 20,000 of that is New Mexico grown. 20,000 out of 6 million.
Yeah, and actually Ken Meter did do a study in the San Luis Valley about how much we spend on food in the San Luis Valley and what percentage of that is local. And it was very, very small. And this is a 2016 study. So it's increased and we're working in the right direction. But, I love the, you vote 3 times a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. What are you spending your money on? And do we look to our local food shed first when we invest our hard-earned dollars? And that's how it starts, is that we really stand strong on that core value that we're going to support a local living economy and our own producers before we look elsewhere.
So when we have this network is the most amazing thing. If you all don't know about it, find out more about it. But if I almost want to say when the trucks stop rolling, this local food will come to us because we've developed these networks, but it's not enough. It's not going to be enough. And so a little bit of getting back to Jay's question, and my obsession is your backyard. We can grow an amazing amount of our food in our backyards, on our small farms. I'm going to guess that in the Crestone area, there is not one single acre scale garden. The closest thing might be Michael and Lydia. And I want to mention just a minute of food security versus food sovereignty. This is food security. You buy it at the grocery store, you use money from your back pocket or food stamps, and if you don't have money, you go and you get it from the food pantry. It requires the interstate highway system. It requires subsidized food production. It requires corporate grants on scale. That is food sovereignty. It requires access to land. It requires knowledge in your community. It requires water. Of course, in Crestone, we have land and water, but we don't have the rules and regulations that allow us to grow food. You can grow a little food in your backyard in Crestone or maybe out in the Baca, but you're going to pay an enormous amount of money for the water. What food sovereignty shifts some of that and empowers us to in some way take back the localization of access to land, water, and building knowledge in our community. And so if it's one just planting a seed in the backyard, and there's the breeding and everything else that goes along with it. So that's I'm just going to leave it there for now.
All right. I'm going to make it a little bit vulnerable because we actually had some true resilience this year. Bob had a knee injury, planted a giant field of blue corn.
I couldn't have done it without
Figured out how to do it like with a stick and without bending his knees. And I came actually from Taos to help him irrigate. And I really saw, and he grew a whole bunch of starts for the seedlings for the greenhouses we have in Taos at the schools. So we like did this exchange, even though it was kind of some distance, but we're all pretty vulnerable. It only takes like a small thing to happen. And all of a sudden, it takes so much labor and people increase their production. I'm focused on carrots. I've got a crush on carrots this year. So we're probably growing about, I'd say 15,000 pounds of carrots, which isn't that many carrots, but it's a lot of carrots, but you have to have a place to store them. The more people that know how to do that and make it equitable and actually, profitable so that you can stay in business. And I'm actually currently looking for a small carrot harvester, if anybody knows of one, besides like 25 people out in the field. But that's what we're looking at, and getting enough refrigeration to store things to be able to sell those out and eat those all winter, along with all the different root crops that we can store. And the same with refrigeration and freezer space for the local ranchers. And most people don't, like a lot of small beginning farmers, barely can get on the land. They don't always have a wash station. They don't always have refrigeration. Some people have to drive all the way to Taos from like Penasco and other small places to put their food into a refrigerated situation. So there's a lot of different things that need to be developed. And I'm just going to say that we happen to have gotten a $1.4 million grant from the New Mexico governor for food security to put a lot of the things I'm talking about into action. And so we're really excited about that. And maybe while I'm also talking about that, I've been working a little bit more. That came through the Food Policy Council. And that was kind of in a way infiltrated by real farmers. And I think that's probably a situation that maybe happens here in Colorado also. And we both have senators that are sitting on the agriculture committee with the farm bill that's getting ready to come up. And I think we need our states to work together also. And I want to cross the border. Like New Mexico is not really like another country, but it seems like everybody wants to, work in Colorado or work in New Mexico. But this is all a really big food shed. And we have a really big market there also that is not that far away. So I'd love to collaborate.
So what I see as the foremost barrier is access to land and one's ability to have accessible term lease on a property where they can allow their business to grow. We were with some farmers last night, and one of them has been running a business for the past 4 years now. And she started on 1/8 of an acre. She's up to 2 acres now. Each one of the last 4 years, she's had to move her business where she's farming. And she talks about not only the emotional and mental toll that takes, but the financial toll, the physical toll. And we have an abundance of land, and we have an upcoming generation of farmers who are very savvy in how they use efficient. And that they shouldn't have to beg and plead and pay a lot of money to do what they do. And, I think it's kind of shifting the perspective. If any of you out there own land, and, what you could do to offer that for a secure opportunity to a farmer. And, I see a lot of wonderful people out there who have great intentions and would love to see a farmer on their land. But then it gets very real very quickly when someone's on your property. And so it's going back to that relationship piece. And, how can we cultivate the relationships to just move past sort of this is mine, this is yours, and have it be more of a collaborative, just workable effort between all parties.
Well, for those of us who are in the southern part of the valley, the future of food sovereignty has a very specific kind of meaning. And while we, for the most part, have access to land and water already, we don't have access to capital and credit market. In fact, there's been 7 or 8 generations where maybe like your ancestors had access to USDA loans, we didn't. Maybe your ancestors had access to a good bank deal, we didn't. And the irony of this is that it kind of saved our land and water, is that by not going into debt with the big bankers like, you know, Willie Nelson helping the guys who followed Earl Butt's advice about get big or get out, that didn't work out too well, did it? So for us, the whole question of the future of food sovereignty is about decolonizing several things. First of all, decolonizing our relationship to financial capitalism and to force a community that includes 1/3 is the descendants of indigenous enslaved in San Luis. A lot of people don't know that. We're an indigenous community. And the damage done possibly by some of your ancestors through settler colonial dispossession of indigenous people, like the 8 million acres of Mexican land grants lost after 1848, that's real damage over the generations that created inequity. And so for us, the future of food sovereignty also has to be about rebuilding equity, a better alignment of equity with all those communities that have been colonized and dispossessed. So that we got to decolonize that relationship to how we finance acquisition of land and water rights. The other thing we need to decolonize is how we farm ourselves. I said this the last time I was here. For very complicated reasons, including the enclosure of our 80,000 acre common lands by a direct descendant of President Zachary Taylor. In 1960, we're kicked off the common lands, basically a sheep, goat, dairy, cow economy, and a polyculture in the corn, bean, squash, fava bean, and brassica fields. And what did we become? By the 1980s, all of a sudden, we become a beef, alfalfa monoculture, export colony. We stopped, us, Acequia farmers, stopped growing food for our community. And the result of these very complicated deformations that I think we can trace back to the impact of settler colonialism is we stopped farming as a polyculture. And everyone just started a monoculture, growing alfalfa, not worrying about the deep seeds that are part of our heritage. So part of our work is to restore that polyculture. Why? Because it's related to the third thing we want to decolonize, our diets, what we eat and how we prepare it. And that's why a moment ago I mentioned nixtamalization to some colleagues about how important it is to unlock all that beautiful potential of our native corn, whether it's red, blue, kind of a beige, and a white and a yellow, doesn't matter. They're all going to be part of our Molino operation. So the project that we're working on approaches the future of food sovereignty in this kind of 3 decolonizing acts that we're working on. And that'll also involve, of course, transforming the oldest business in Colorado, this R&R market, founded in 1857, never shut down despite 2 fires, converting it from a very successful institution, not just a grocery hardware, but an institution where people came to share news, to get loans. We're reinventing it as a community-owned food co-op with a mutual aid revolving loan fund. We're doing the mutual aid revolving loan fund. We've raised $250,000 for what I envisage as a $1 million endowment from philanthropy. And we're on the road to that. Why? We're going to be gentrified in San Luis. It's finally going to catch up with us. We're seeing signs of that already. We want to give local people were farmers, especially women who were cheated by their own families through partable inheritance when that shift occurred from farming to ranching. Oh, women don't ranch. Yes, they do. I learned baling from Veronica Sanchez. Don't tell me women don't ranch, right? Or do the farming part of ranching. But that was the ideology. And so we've hurt ourselves as well. There's a whole group of young adult women who want to be farmers to produce food for the market. That's food sovereignty. And also dealing with the violence of financial capitalism while you're at it. So our goal is to give zero interest loans or grants to local women who are going to either be smallholder farmers or food artisans developing value-added product for sale at the market and through our networks along the Front Range, including the low-income food hubs in Denver. One of our products, finally, and I'll move on to get it back to you, Jay, is we are opening up a volcanic rock corn mill to make our own tortillas and masarina. This is a very important part of our project. Indigenous Mexicans and descendants of the enslaved. And there's a handful of Spanish people, but they're not a big part of the community in terms of the demography. But the tradition of the tortilla more organic tortilla in the hands of the people of Colorado and the Upper Rio Grande.
Yeah.
So that was all amazing. My next question is, what's really working here as a network in the Valley, as food producers? What's working well here that we want to, keep facilitating and keep supporting? And then I'll ask you what's not working well. But first, let's go with what are our successes and what's been done really well. You might not know. You can pass the mic.
Well, it's not me. It's what you're doing and what you're doing and what you're doing. It's these building these networks. They are growing and growing and getting stronger. But the local food hub model that you guys are all seem to be working on is working, and that's all you guys talk about.
You guys.
What I was going to say is just that we are all communicating. And I think that's just an amazing thing. Like, we check in with Liza all the time about programs that she's doing. We reach out to the other organizations. Like, my organization's located in Chaffee County, but I've commuted to the Valley to do work for the food hub. And then that gets me connected to the people in this community. And then we continue to communicate, and we know that each other are there and doing things, and we're trying to not duplicate efforts and be more efficient. And so, I mean, just in one word, it's that communication. And I think that's really working well, and that we need to continue doing it and not lose that momentum.
So I'll talk about the work of the San Luis Valley Local Foods Coalition, and anybody out there who's with the Local Foods Coalition, why don't you give a shout? Woo! So the San Luis Valley Local Foods Coalition is the result of listening to the people of our community. And we had a gathering back in 2008 about food security, and people came together and talked about how we are this amazing agricultural area, and we don't have access to the food we grow here. We have this big export model. And so we started anyway, we had this gathering and we expected 10 people to show up, and we had like 65 people show up, and everybody wanted to keep meeting. So we kept meeting, and that's how the Local Foods Coalition got started. We really didn't plan it. It was organically created by the will of the people, the voice of the people wanting access to the rich agricultural region that we have here that we don't. And so we started working on Farm to School. I really appreciate Micah. And I want to say that, you know, Micah, we were on the Ogallala Commons conversation. That's a group that's working on these things, and Guidestone comes and helps our farmers at the Rio Grande Farm Park think about how they can step off the Rio Grande Farm Park as an incubator and step into their own business on their own land through the Land League program. And so we have all these beautiful connections. Bob's with the Seed Exchange, and Devon Pena, he's doing amazing work down there, but we've had crossover with Antonio Garcia and some others that have grown bolita beans down in San Luis because of what the Rich project that they're doing. And we're learning about the beautiful work they're doing with youth so that we can build the Rising Stewards at the Rio Grande Farm Park and teach young people and expose them to agriculture. And so we created the Valley Roots Food Hub to conduct Farm to School, because there really was no mechanism between the farm gate and the school plate. And that's really how we started. That hasn't ended up being a really robust part of our work, because schools are they have such a scarcity mentality and a scarcity budget. And I really, when we launched the Local Foods Coalition, we actually went to New Mexico, where the Farm to Table and the Farm to School movement was strong. And they've been able, through Pam Roy and others like Micah, to actually get money legislated through their state legislator to support schools buying farm products for their schools, which should be an institution that should be institutionalized. We have a 38-acre farm incubator where we wanted to teach people how to grow food, and we thought young people would be attracted. And instead, the people that we are serving are immigrants who don't have access to land, who are they come from agrarian communities and they know how to grow food. And we've also attracted others. I saw Sharice out here a minute ago. She's part of what's now become the Rio Grande Farm Park Organic Growers Cooperative. So they've built this cooperative and are building leadership and direction from what started out as providing space to grow. And then Lois Harvey's out here. She's a nutrition educator, teaching people how to cook from scratch and how to cook local foods. What is quinoa and how do you cook it? This amazing protein. And so we teach people how to cook and how to preserve food and how to use the food that they can access to the Valley Roots Food Hub. And then we have an economic development entity that's working on infusing our economy with local foods. And there's so many diverse and rich ways to build this local food economy. But right now, that's kind of the story of the Local Foods Coalition and where we're at today.
Well, as the little southern neighbor down there, I really want to put a vote in for the farmer rancher co-op model. We have so many consumer co-op models, but we need producer co-op models where the tiny percentage of any kind of profitability actually benefits the producers. And so that's really something that we're working on. And I just want to say, as I'm looking at my boots that have this blue cornatole stuck to them from cooking for the school lunch program, like there is a big myth about the schools not having enough money, because I'm doing 1,000 meals a day right on the USDA budget. And I mean, I'm trying to switch up the whole municipal district in Taos also. So I know that story. And I hear that story even at the legislature, begging for, $250,000 for grants for New Mexico grown. But if we're spending $6 million on some kind of person coming, like whatever, we have an RFP with a company from Texas that comes up, Labatt, which serves the prison food and serves the school food. And it's kind of a similar story all around, because the big conglomerates got a hold of that as an institutional market. And I'm positive that there's money in it. So, you can't just get your commodity. There's these commodities. You can't just get your peanut butter and make a sandwich. You have to get crustables that come from Smucker's factory. And this is in the whole entire, like with 25 ingredients, like every morning in probably every state. So anyway, I think that those are big markets that we can actually take a hold of, and farmers really want to grow for their grandkids. In general, it's older farmers who are like, I've had 6th generation ranchers, all of us eating together with tears in their eyes about, hey, this is what we really want to do. This is what we've been trying to do. And so, and I would just also want to give a shout out, because I stopped at the People's Market in San Luis on the way, and I saw the local honey and, the local zucchini, and got to have a tour and see the beginnings of something really strong there. And I think that that's not very far away from here. And that's a really, really strong, production place there. So I'm really hopeful for all this.
They're doing education there, and it's going to grow and grow and grow into a community center and events and a cafe. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah.
And it's only an hour and a half from here, and
Yeah.
it's beautiful.
We want to bring people like her to help us.
Lois, yeah.
Lois, for our cooking and nutrition program with the local youth. So all the 13 to 18, 19-year-olds that have internships to learn how to farm, acequia style, bring back the polyculture, all of that. They are required to take nutrition and cooking classes so that they can learn how to make the food out of the crops that they're growing. What better model can you have? I mean, it really does connect them to place, allows you to do a revival of heritage cuisine, which is proven to be healthier than going to family death, as I call it. You know what I'm talking about.
So do Devin and Bob have answers to what's working?
Oh, go ahead, Bob.
I think it is working, growing our food in our backyards, and I wish it was working more, as I guess. But it does work. It can take as much energy as you want to give it, and it can seem like a burden, or you can trust the food to the relationship, trust the relationship, not just with the people, but with the land and the plants. And it works to grow food in your backyard. So it takes a little time and money and everything else, but it's it works for your soul.
Well, you can have land, but doesn't mean you're going to have water. That's the lesson we learned this year. Well, let me show you what's working. What's working is this, that even though only 5 of us out of 13 had enough water in our acequias, the whole community stepped up, and we've been able to supply now for 3 months a steady flow of locally produced food. But do too. And so the next big campaign water rights in the state, but we lost about half of the CFS associated with those rights. That's why Sanchez Ditch and Reservoir exists. That's why Eastdale 1 and 2 exists. And so what works is to use the state legislature collectively, all of us, to support acequia farmers, tribal farmers, and urban ag, as well as food co-op farmers like those that we have here with the San Luis Valley Local Foods Coalition. That's what we really need to do, is legislative reappropriation of wealth that we've created and has been taken away. We need to relearn how to keep agricultural wealth in our community. And I think that's what we're learning to do this year with paying the farmers 90% of the sale price is what, and that's really high. And that's putting that agricultural wealth back in the hands of the farmers. We can do that because the market is run by a nonprofit. I understand that. And soon it'll be a nonprofit community food co-op. But we still envision our ability, especially after we build our greenhouse, of keeping those prices down and basically going from the backyard to the market. And that'll help us really increase the freshness of our food and not have to deal with, we'll have refrigeration. So in the market, you'll have your fresh produce walk-in cooler, but we're gonna, I mean, the greenhouse is gonna be like 200 feet away from the market where the outlet is. And so that's also, I think, a good part of our plan, and that will work a lot better for us. This is an energy fair. So I will mention that we're putting in a 42 kilowatt system for the 2,000 square foot greenhouse. And we're putting, I don't know if it'll be a Tesla wall, but we're going to put 3 EV ports. And I think that's not just because they're needed. There's very few here in the Valley, but because it'll get people to spend more time with us while their vehicle is recharging. Whether they eat with us or not, at least they'll be in the community a little bit longer. And that's, we don't want to just be another like 10 seconds passing through San Luis. And I think responding to the energy economy that's emerging is a positive thing that we can all do. There are not enough EV stations in the Valley. So, and we're going to feed ours with solar. I think you need 3-phase, so be aware of that. So.
So I'm gonna make this ask 2 questions simultaneously. But one of them is, what's not working? What are the gaps we have in our network, in the infrastructure, in the amount of food, and where are the gaps in nutrition? If we wanted to feed this community, this valley, solely from this valley, what other things are we going to need to produce, or how much more of the things that we have here? I'm really curious about, the entire nutrition piece.
To follow up a little bit on the acequia that Dr. Pena is mentioning, he's in the oldest community in Colorado, and those ways of managing the water, they didn't come down from Denver, they came up from Mexico. And now I live in Salida area, and the water distribution system is a problem. I offered to share some surplus water with my neighbors for anybody who had food growing downstream from me. I had this year I had plenty of water. Oh my God, you can't do that. You cannot share the water. It is set up a certain way, and do not mess with it, because then you're changing the whole water system that has mostly to do with getting water downstream to cities. And so what's not working is finding ways to cooperate with water I can't call it a ditch system. I have to call it an acequia system, because that's the way I understood of doing it. But it is completely foreign. As soon as you get out of San Luis and you start to come north, they don't understand how to cooperate with water. There's a gauge in the ditch, and you take what's yours and they take what's theirs, and that's that. And there's no sharing. Production is not working.
I'm going to just say a little bit about that equity piece, because we've had really big wildfires in northern New Mexico, and I think you guys had some in Colorado also, but we were particularly hit this year. And basically large, not like a lot of small farmers and ranchers were completely wiped out and burned out and lost their cows. And instead of buying those cows and putting those into our system, they were all shipped off to Texas for half price. Like there was really there's not been any help for they couldn't come to the meeting with the governor, because if they left their ranches, they couldn't get back in because of the police and the National Guard. And so it's really been really devastating. And I think it's amplifying a lot of the problems that are happening, and that what you've talked about the colonization and about the funding. Now we're having in New Mexico legislation to stop the ranchers from using their grazing permits that are in the national forest. Well, at least in New Mexico, no one's really taking care of that national forest. I mean, the national forest, they caught the Forest Service caught the forest on fire, and there hasn't been any accountability for that. So I don't know. I just think that we kind of, that's in New Mexico, but I think it's something to take note of, and that we all do need to look at the farm bill coming up once
We're
again.
in the same food shed.
Yeah, we're in the
I-
same food shed.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You're in New Mexico.
Okay, well, a couple things I'll say that aren't working are convenience, our convenience culture, that we want everything at the snap of a finger. And so what we get is factory food that's causing the nutritional deficiencies in and the health problems in our, and the other piece is centralization of, for example, meat processing, and we don't have, the whole USDA system, and we have to have USDA inspection. So poultry producers can't raise chicken. We get chicken from far away for the food hub because we don't have a USDA poultry processing facility here. Our meat packing plants are bottlenecked, and they've all given up USDA because they have enough custom meat to process without needing to do USDA. So at the Valley Roots Food Hub, we're really challenged to have good USDA products that come from our own community, and that's not working. We need to allow our veterinarians to do inspections and find new ways to make certifiable foods available to our communities. Just a piece on the nutrition, the second part of your question. So we are so vibrant here, and people fed themselves forever out of this food shed. You can forage, you can garden, you can fish, you can hunt. You can go to your farmer's market. You can go to your grocery store. We actually had our first harvest festival where we celebrated the food shed here, and we grow everything from asparagus to zucchini and everything in between. Quinoa is a full protein food. We can live. What we can't grow here is chocolate and bananas and coffee. And I don't know, if you want to say, we can't survive without those things, well, then we seek out our fair trade farmers and growers in other parts of the globe that we know have the values of community and decentralization, where they are paying farmers a fair wage, ranchers a fair wage for what they do for their products. And just thinking about the rich, people think that if you look up the Valley Roots Food Hub in the middle of winter, you're not going to find anything. And that's not true. We have bison and yak and beef and chicken and pork and, beans and storage potatoes and carrots and grains and flours. We have the Mountain Ute corn products. We have, Gosar Mountain Mama sausages and flours, and we have a very robust food shed here, but we don't turn to it. Because of convenience, we turn to, don't ever buy your food where you buy your gasoline. And that's what we do. Except the cloud. Yeah, except for the cloud, or maybe the pit stop in Moscow. But besides that, right. Okay.
Well, I'm just going to echo exactly what Liza said, because the two things that came to mind are speed and scale. So the speed piece, we are moving so quickly as a culture. Like, I can't believe what has happened since COVID. I am like a very fast moving person, and I have to keep moving faster, I feel like, to keep up. And that's, we're more efficient because we can do things online. And so instead of actually, slowing down, which maybe some of us did during parts of COVID, I feel like so many of us have sped up. We're trying to be more efficient and do things more quickly and get to more places faster. And so I think we constantly need to check ourselves and slow down and accept that good things take time. And the other thing is the scale. Like, we're all doing work to support this effort. All of these people are doing amazing work, and we could all double the work that we're doing, and it would still be a drop in the bucket. And it's not that we need to be mega businesses doing this. It's just we need more infrastructure, more funding, more people who are connected to this movement to make it work. It shouldn't be an anomaly. Like, we shouldn't be in the minority. This should be how we are functioning. And I feel like, probably what most of us do most of the time is look for funding to keep us moving forward and growing. And, it'd be great if we could all focus on the work that we actually want to be doing instead of asking for money all the time. So that's not working.
I wanted to add a little something about how did we get to a system that's not working for us? And it was decisions that were made maybe almost 100 years ago, going back to the colonialization, but in the last, say, 90 years, there was corporate government decisions to get people off the land into the city. Cheap food. And that system is why people were willing to leave the farm. Why would you leave a farm with wonderful food growing to go to the city where no food is grown? Well, corporations started producing the food instead of small farmers, and the prices were suppressed so that factory workers could have cheap, affordable food. It's virtual slavery, in my opinion, and we've all bought into it for generations and generations. And now we're down to, they say 2% of the population grows the food for the rest of us. Well, most of that 2% are driving tractors. They don't know how to grow food. But go back 80%, and it was 70% of the people knew how to grow food. And the system that we are trying to shift has got momentum, but these phrases, food sovereignty, prior to this coming here, I looked up food sovereignty and the foundations and the government. The government is starting to use that word. That's their,
Usually a bad sign.
yeah, I would think so. They're going to co-opt it in some way, but we have to not let them.
Sorry. Actually, that's true. There are a lot of things that aren't working, and there are some fairly, I wouldn't call them easy, but practicable ways of dealing with some of these problems, all these dysfunctionalities of the system. I was telling Jay last time we visited that almost every 4 years, whatever it is, when the farm bill comes up, I write a comment, of course, criticizing the insane, illogical structure of subsidies and insurance programs and crop subsidies and conservation credits and all the rest. And every time I write a comment, I talk about we need to reward those farmers who are providing not just ecosystem services, but economic-based services. And if you did that, we would begin to have more equity in our agricultural economy, where smallholders would have a little foot up, not much, but it would help us to be getting payments for ecosystem services. I don't like the idea, if it's true, of some hedge fund manager up in Manhattan controlling 100,000 acres over the country, all over the country, and picking up a bunch of USDA support. That's just dysfunctional, it's inequitable, and it has historically had a racist impact on people of color. That's why we had Keep Siegel and Garcia and all the other lawsuits against the USDA. So the dysfunction, what's not working is a predatory economy. I like to compare that to something else that we've talked about today. The Mycelium group talked about this notion of solidarity. And actually what our work is, we're rebuilding a solidarity economy in San Luis. And we're learning some lessons that I think apply elsewhere in terms of things like what are the governance norms of such a movement, of such an economy? And I like to compare the solidarity economy It's not what you use to become individually wealthy. It's what you do to create community wealth. Very different from the predatory economy of that the USDA and the land grant colleges and the corporations have created over the last, well, since the Merrill Act at least, right? So they've been around a while too. And those are institutions that were a part of settler colonialism, like prior appropriation, the Homestead Act, and the General Mining Act, as Charles Wilkerson taught us that so many years ago in his work. And so when I think about all of this and these really deep-rooted structural dysfunctions, I have to remind people it's actually not dysfunctional. It's working exactly what it was designed to do, to exploit the planet, to exploit the soil, to exploit farm labor, mostly undocumented and mostly indigenous. They go back here longer than any of us. I mean, this is their homeland. They, indigenous people from Mexico, Guatemala, wherever, they've been on this side of the planet for thousands of years. And so, but we need to think about what does it mean to say the system's actually not broken. It's functioning the way those powers that designed it, they organized it that way. And so therefore, that's why it's so wrong. It's not working for us. I would just say this, for ourselves, at least in San Luis, and I'm so heartened to hear you talk about the acequia. I like to tell people we're prior to prior. Coffin versus left-handed, what the hell kind of history lesson does the Supreme Court need? I talked to Justice Hobbs about this, and he agreed with me. That was a wrongfully thought out decision, because it basically said that the only water law true to place in Colorado was prior appropriation, erasing all the deep history of acequia customary law, which is a lot more communal and more concerned about your neighbor and about sharing scarcity and one irrigator, one vote. Look, about 10 years ago, maybe longer, the Ditch and Reservoir Company Alliance of Colorado came and did their annual gathering in San Luis for a reason, because like you were saying, they see good ideas in how we govern ourselves as acequias, as institutions of collective action, of the water as a commonwealth, rather than as private property that can be sold uphill toward money. So we can fix this. Now, not everyone can become an acequia. Now, we can't get all romantic about this either. We have our own contradictions, defections to neoliberal sensitivities. People no longer sharing the water in San Luis, wanting their share and saying, oh, I'm older than you. And, they were indoctrinated under a prior doctrine that was dysfunctional, but there for 100 years between the left-hand ditch decision and the acequia recognition law of 2009. It was almost 100 years between those. That did a lot of damage to our cultural norms and values. So don't think it's that to just, oh yeah, even in the acequia community, there's a lot wrong with the dysfunction of people who have defected to neoliberal instead of communitary values. And so be aware that I think all our communities will face those sort of binaries. And our solution is to create a hybrid that respects people's private interests, but is really about organizing the community assets in a way that they have an obligation to community as well, rather than just to themselves. One way we're doing that at the San Luis People's Market is to set up a rebate for not just for the workers, to set up a profit sharing system for the workers is what they want, but then for the customers to set up a rebate for them, like REI kind of, but it'll be different. You can earn those rebates also by doing labor, volunteer work, rather than paying money for groceries. It's a very flexible idea. That is a solution to, I think, the toxic economy that we're all forced into. And it's global, and it doesn't really care about your land and water. It doesn't care whether your children and future generations eat well or not. It just wants to commodify everything. That's all. Everything's a thing for sale. As the Zapatistas say, except for indigenous dignity. And that's what we can use to create our own community movement, to continue growing this food sovereignty movement as a community of accomplices. Gracias, Boto.
Thank you, Sub-Commander Pena.
So my next question is, what are any gaps in aggregation, distribution, storage and logistics that we might need to work on?
Okay, I'm gonna jump in really quick. So there's a lot of food that comes from Colorado down to Albuquerque, New Mexico on a La Montanita co-op truck. Like a lot of potatoes, a lot of peaches, a lot of quinoa, and it goes past Taos. I have a farm to table restaurant, Farmhouse Cafe, and the lunch program, and it goes all down to Albuquerque, and then I order it from La Montanita, and then it drives back up to Taos. And so I really feel that there's a way that maybe Taos, because we're actually starting to get more of a food hub going with storage, dry storage, refrigeration, freezer, that we could start to participate a little bit more in changing how that structure works, and also back to the producer cooperative model rather than always the consumer.
Beautiful. So your questions about gap in infrastructure, yeah, and you talked about all those things. I feel like refrigeration is huge, and the trucking, having these inefficiencies of trucks running empty, and how we can create a network of trucks that we are all taking advantage of one direction or the other, so that we can share this food in our food sheds. But you didn't talk about the human capital. And I just want to say that at the Local Foods Coalition, and what I hear about, you could be doing more and more and more. I mean, I feel that, we have built the Local Foods Coalition up to a staff of 30 some, and everybody, we have to work hard on work-life balance. And I call on all of you out there to get involved, because this is a heavy lift. If we're going to do this and be successful, we need everybody participating in. And I also want to say that acting as we make these rounds. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity to close the circles and be creating fuel from the biofuels of our, the biomass of our food system, and creating, that food waste going into providing a fuel for these trucks. And so there's just a lot out there that's a big challenge, and the more that come together to make this happen, the better. And I'm really thankful for Ginny Ducal here and her beautiful community garden. I just want to give a shout out when you were talking about, too. All right.
Thanks, Liza. That was great. Yeah, so I mean, we need more of all of it. And one thing that I think about as an easy first step is creating community food refrigeration and storage, where all the farmers in that community can drop off their products, and then the people in the community can come and pick it up. That's one easy solution. We don't do it very often. Everybody has their own little facility, or they're trying to raise money to buy their own refrigeration units and their own trucks to be able to move the food to the people. And I mean, just because of the work that I'm doing, I'll just touch on this piece of the Colorado Land Link program. Is a program within a small nonprofit in one county of the state. We work statewide, and it's me and an AmeriCorps volunteer trying to do this statewide land linking work. And we need a lot more people. And we need this to be happening in each of the regional communities, because I'll go to the southeast part of the state. I have a workshop with Ogallala Commons in a couple weeks, and it takes a long time to build that trust. Nobody they're not that interested in having me connect them to farmers. People want to connect to one another. And so if we have more people doing this work of trying to look for available land and connect farmers to the available land, that would be just an amazing thing within the state to have more of that happening. It happens in other states, and in Colorado, we don't have a big enough entity really to take it on, or we don't have, we're not connecting all the different regions in a way that's functional. So it's a little bit off of that like infrastructure, but it's all connected because land is one of the biggest pieces of this whole puzzle. And we just need to keep thinking about that fact of like, you have people say no one wants to farm anymore, and that is not true whatsoever. We have a ton of interested farmers out there who really just, they get going and they do earlier about that farmer who had to move is moving every year to restart her business. And you can do that maybe when you're in your, and it really, like, we just need that collective will and that collective effort of working together to overcome all these pieces.
You can't move your soil, and that's what you do, is you build soil over time. Elaine, who owns the grocery store over here, she told me a story about a strange thing that's happened. She's opened a grocery store. People have now rely on it. You can come to the grocery store anytime and get everything you need. But when she was growing up here in this town, I don't know how long ago that was, but it was, let's say 40 years ago, there were root cellars. People had big freezers. So there's this false sense of security that needs to be considered. If these grocery stores weren't here, or this food was not coming in every day, 1 week without the trucks coming down the road and everyone in Crestone is hungry. So build a root cellar.
Yeah, the Suterrano's a really old tradition. I remember about 26 years ago, some poor Colorado college students came with me on a field trip to Joe Gallegos' farm and by hand dug out a root cellar. When we hit that Alamosa clay lens, it was really heart-blowing, but artists. So even when you're doing within dollars worth of refrigeration, a new walk-in fresh produce cooler, a new walk-in meat freezer, new frozen food, and all of that. But the most important investment, including the physical investment of 2 volcanic rock corn mills, a tortilla press, that's kind of like the easy part, even though you've got a 6 self-reliant, we first have to rely on a lot of actors in a global economy. And we're very aware of that. I don't know anyone here that can build me a 3-section refrigerated work table for the butcher shop, right? And the one that's there is partly made of wood. It's not up to code, right? So I got to deal with a walk-in meat freezer that was built in the 1940s, largely out of wood, right? And I think the Colorado Department of Health and the Environment has been very kind in not shutting down the market over the last 100 years, because they, or at least more recently, they understand what would be a food junkyard. Although don't stop using the term food desert. A lot of food in the desert, if you're native, you know exactly what's out there. Not going to go hungry. Junkyard food, even junkyards still have good qualities, right? You can find that rare John Deere bolt that you needed to repair your old tractor. So food apartheid is another term that's used, by the way. But for us, that's the easy part. And it's challenging enough to get all that refrigeration in the building. What's really the challenge for us, and not just the refrigeration, but the tortilla operation, the restaurant deli, all of the rest. That equipment, the commercial kitchen, is for a local deep foods incubator, right? So it has a different function, not just as part of the market preparing, selling prepared foods. The hardest part is the relationships and the apprenticing that has to happen. It's not easy to operate a volcanic rock corn mill. That's why everybody uses metal augers. You know, the last thing you want is a few flakes of that volcanic rock to go into your masarina, a whole batch. It's an easy way to go bankrupt. And that's why the industry depends on metal augers, not volcanic rock. But I grew up with volcanic rock tortillas on the US-Mexico border in Laredo, where I was born and raised, and community founded in 1755. And the tortilla there was always processed with volcanic rock corn mills, molinos. And let me tell you, there's a huge difference. But who's going to run it? Right? We don't have, that's something that's a missing bit of the cultural memory of San Luis, because people there, they had mills, stone ground mills, but they were for wheat, not for corn tortillas. And the corn tortilla is a very unique volcanic rock. It's not the same as what you would use for other stone ground grains, right? Including wheat. By the way, I don't believe in purism, like being too pure about anything. And so we've identified a traditional Sonoran white flour that was introduced to New Mexico during the colonial period. So we're not so essentialist that we can't accept something good out of that culture, but it's low gluten, naturally. I think the problem with gluten intolerance is due to the fact that the phytogenetic biodiversity of wheat has been shrunk to like less than 0.001% of what used to be there. Think about that for a moment. And all the science that I'm familiar with shows that as you reduce phytochemical diversity, you're creating all manner openings for chronic disease, and like diabetes, obesity, cardiovascular, and all the rest. So we need to decolonize our own wheat too, turns out, but we do want to have a capacity to do the volcanic rock production of stone ground white flour, the Sonoran white. But that's still not enough. Who's going to run? If you look at the research literature, where the networks. Again, that's actually the easy part. The hard part is the next generation that's going to run that molino, that's going to run the co-op, that's going to be an acequia farmer. Preparing that next generation is the real challenge. And that takes very deep relationships and a certain kind of spirituality, even understanding how sacred these first foods are to us, because these are our first foods.
Okay. So my last thing here is what's the last thing you want to leave these people with? Like what's the message you have? And then where can they find you or get involved with you or support you?
You can work for any of our organizations, and you can tell other people about all of us and what we're doing and just continue to spread the word. Yeah, I'll leave it with that.
I will share the permaculture creed of people care, earth care, fair share. And I'm going to share my favorite saying by Nelson Mandela. All these are not my words. but we must take care of the old ones, for they've come a long way. And we must take care of the young ones, for they have a long way to go. And we must take care of each other, for we have much work to do. Aho.
Well, I'm going to be practical and say that we need our kids to be growing. We need to teach them in the schools. We need to teach them in our yards. We need to take them to the farm. We need to grow seeds. They're really good seed growers. And I think that we didn't really touch so much on seed today, but I think everything we're talking about, that's an underlying resource that we need to protect. And we need to buy food from farmers, from your CSA. If you shop at the market, like ask for what's local. You know, everyone, I mean, veritable vegetable, I think even comes here. Like there's so much natural food everywhere that you have to really be specific. Like we want local, and really find out what that is. And I'd say talk to some farmers and find out what they need. You know, if you've got a 401k, think about divesting that and helping somebody with some infrastructure, because we really got to help the young people. Thank you.
Another Bill Mollison quote is divest from the stock market, invest in your community. And seeds, that is one corn seed right there. The exponential growth energy produced from one seed is phenomenal. So you can do amazing things with a few seeds.
I'm too lost to be found in. She knows how to get home. I'll end with a very brief question for all of us. Ask yourself every day, am I being a good ancestor?
Okay, well, the one other thing I want to do is just shout out to the Elephant Cloud and the Crestone Mercantile, because they do a great job at providing food to this community. And again, to this panel for coming from as far as they have, and in the middle of like a kind of important time of year, for being on the farm. Thank you guys so much. And again, if you want to talk to them or sign up or get more in touch, come down to the booth down at the end of the park over there and see them. So thanks a lot.
And I just want to give a shout out to Jay she did an awesome job, but also she's responsible for the SLV seed exchange, and it does all start with seed. So thanks, Jay.
Just a few announcements. We actually have Asia Dorsey coming back, and she's going to be working with us again with community interaction and regenerative change. And she'll be coming on in just a few minutes here at the regenerative stage. Also want to announce at 5 p.m. there is a therapeutic yoga release talk and demonstration with Leela, and that's down at the Wellness Village. If you haven't been down there, it's past the vendors towards the park on the west side. And there are also massage, sound bowl therapists down there. So we have a lot of very quiet, peaceful wellness going on. So if you haven't visited that, please do. Later on here at this stage, we do have heliomorph fire performance. So that'll be happening at 5:30 or so after Asia does her regenerative change performance. And then we also have some more music. So we're starting to get in on this stage into music later. What happens later this evening here is we will have Mike Weird doing hip hop and music with very interesting mix. And we'll have a closing ceremony with Shayla Noella. And then we do have the River Arkansas the cloud stage, and then we will end with music here after our closing. So please stick around for that. So that's just kind of a short synopsis of what's going on with this stage. And just a few more minutes and Asia will be up. And thanks for sticking around. Okay, please welcome our special guest, Asia Dorsey and Regenerative Change. And I want to do a little bio for Asia, just to give you a little more background on her. I know Lydia and Lisa talked a little bit about her earlier today. You may have heard that with her last integration, performance, community, she uses her gift of pattern recognition as a bioregional and a bioregional herbalist, a permaculture educator with Regenerative Education Collection of Denver, a developer of vibrant organizations that permeate cultures of reciprocity as an organizational consultant for regenerative change. Her unique approach to facilitation and developing vibrant organizations acculturating equality, inclusion, and radical self-discovery through collective creativity and play. Her years of training and facilitating workshops emboldens and supports those around her to create transformative organizational cultures rooted in the ethics of self-care, land care, and fair share. And more information, if you'd like to get in touch with her as well, you can reach her at her website, which is www.bonesbugsandbotany.com. Please welcome Asia Dorsey.
Yay. How's everybody doing? And we should have 2 microphones, but I'm wondering what it would be like to be down here. Oh, I like this better. All right, we're gonna be down here. So before we begin, I want to preface that my time with you today is not just talking about relationships, but actually getting into them. Okay. And so our work today is going to be a demonstration of process. I am an organizational consultant for Regenerate Change. Adam Abrajesdale, Adam Brock, and I focus on bringing the principles of ecosystems into our people systems. And one of the ways we do that is through play. And so we're going to play today, y'all. Y'all going to be mad at me because I'm going to ask you to talk to your neighbors and tell the truth. So what we're going to do, who's familiar with polyvagal theory? Oh, nobody. Oh, can you tell us a little bit about polyvagal theory? We're going to try to not make the, I think this is fine.
Oh, polyvagal. So it has to do with the vagus nerve, right? Which is kind of a communication system between, I feel it's like, yeah, all the good stuff. Basically, it's the science of Kundalini, the way that I see it. And yeah. Orca.
I guess the thing that I'm most familiar with is the regulation of the nervous system. Yeah.
Yes. So the theory in polyvagal theory is that through history, all beings have evolved different ways of regulating their autonomic nervous system. That is our fight and flight, our rest and digest nervous system. In response to stressors, in response to trauma, depending on the tone of our vagal nerve and our vagal system, we will respond a number of different ways. Sometimes we move into our dorsal it's really associated with our reptilian brain. Okay. One of the most important things about us as people is we have evolved specific systems of co-regulation. It's one of the most significant aspects of who we are as mammals, people who drink breast milk, along with our four-leggeds, right? Is that we have actually been designed to co-regulate with each other. In our society, we focus on self. Is the fact that we actually need each other. How many of you have ruminants? Maybe having a sheep or a goat. Oh, y'all have rabbits. Okay. For those of you who have like larger ruminants, You're never supposed to have one. I teach you. So, first technique is called heart-centered breathing, and it's slightly meditative. The second technique is called bumblebee breath. So, we're gonna clap, and whichever one you want to do more, clap louder. You want to do the heart-centered meditation? Okay, okay. And how about bumblebee breath? All right, let's try it again. I'm not neutral. You do. I want to hear you whooping and hollering. To perform bumblebee breath, what you're going to do, and I'm gonna demonstrate before you do it so that you can choose if you want to play or not, okay? So we are gonna take our thumb and place it on our ear flap. Y'all are gonna do both. I only have one hand, right? You're gonna place your tongue to the roof of your mouth, and you are going to hum. And you can also place the pads of your finger at the top of your head because you want to feel the vibration. And so I'm going to give you an example and maybe you can hum with me, okay? You can remove your hands and place them back out your side. What do you notice is happening in your body right now? It feels good. Yes. What else are you noticing? You feel lighter. Yes. What else is happening for you right now? Quiet. That's right. That's right. So, bumblebee breath is a technique that we use in Yoga Nidra. It was developed in India, but it's also an ancestral technology that you can find in church. Anytime we hum in that way, those vibrations, ironically or not, some of you believe in things like this and some of you don't, but scientifically, vibrating actually helps to remove some of the stuckness that's around our pineal gland and all of the glands that are on top at the roof of our mouth. Not only that, but participating in that frequency actually helps you to improve your listening, and it helps you to improve your listening of others. Bumblebee breath is just one of the many ways that we can use to take some time away, to get grounded back into self and in body. And when we're thinking about conflict, and especially conflict resolution, often we move into these spaces of conflict activated. So one of the ways that we start to work with preventative conflict resolution includes centering and grounding itself with an activity like bumblebee breath or meditation or heart-centered breathing, jumping jacks, touching your body, and especially touching your face. All of these things help you to move into a ground. We can practice heart-centered meditation. We do have time for that. But y'all don't like, I don't, okay, whatever, it's fine. So the next activity we're going to move into, we like to call it relational soil building. And what I would like y'all to do, and some of our former students are here, so y'all know what's up. So what I be in their face, but I want you to get a partner. And you don't have to know this partner. In fact, it's even better if you don't know the person who's next to you. Okay. I see some of y'all looking around. I also need a partner up here, someone to demonstrate with. Yeah. You want to play with me? Yes. Thank you. So we are going to practice relationship as meditation and relationship as co-regulation. Okay. So this is my favorite game. This is called the noticing game. Anybody know the noticing game? So we are going to use the sentence stem, standing here with you, I notice. Okay? And you get to notice whatever you want about the other. You can notice something about their posture, their energy, their outfit, maybe how they stand, maybe how they're being in the world. And in response to being noticed, you're going to say, well, hearing that, I notice. And you're going to check in with yourself real quick. You might notice some sensation in your body. You might notice feelings arise. You might notice you retreating or hiding. But whatever it is you notice, it's perfectly fine. Okay? So, what's the sentence stem again? Standing here with you, I notice. And then what happens? Hearing that, I notice. Okay? So we're gonna do some demonstration. Okay? Standing here with you, I notice the tone of your arms. Come this way. We got rules.
Hearing that, I notice I'm embarrassed. Yeah. Feel embarrassed.
Hearing that, I noticed that my heart started palpitating a little quicker.
Yep. Hearing that, I'm shy.
Hearing that, I have the sensation to move closer to you.
Hearing that, I welcome that.
Hearing that, or standing here with you, I notice how your eyes kind of go up and then they go down in such a beautiful slope.
I'm not good at this. Hearing that, hearing that, I appreciate what you said.
Hearing that, my heart just got a little bigger. Thank you. Yes. So y'all can go back and forth with hearing that. And you can also break that and say something that you notice. Okay. We'll talk a little bit more after this round. So I have my handy dandy phone somewhere. Perfect. And we are going to do this very first round for 3 minutes. Okay. And then we'll do our second round. Actually, no. 4 minutes. Also, remember the rule when you're with me is that you don't have to do anything that you don't want to do. So for those of you who do not want to participate, I want to employ you to be our group listener. And so your job is going to be to walk around and notice what's happening with the group field, okay? So anyone who doesn't want to play, you're still a part of it. Nobody's on the outside, okay? So I'll check in first with my, what do I want to call y'all? All right, y'all. We hit our 4-minute mark. We hit our 4 minutes. I love seeing how sticky y'all are. How much time it takes you to bring your attention back to me, which I like, right? All right. So, where's the homies at? Who was doing observation work? I saw a hand. Are you the homie? Observation? Yes. Would you like to come over here and tell us what you noticed about the energies and all the things? Yeah.
First off, I saw a connection that I've never seen before. I experienced y'all, you. Those two that were standing by the pole had an energy that was way above all the rest of y'all because they connected eyeball to eyeball. The people, this lady, ma'am, your smile lights this place up. The energy that you two women shared is a bond that you can't ever break. I felt it. I was standing here, my camera was shaking. I said, quit shaking, because I felt the energy coming from you were saying, what you were expressing with your bodies. The energy your life brought. You'll see when I put a video up. I'm going to put a video up. All of you are going to be on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, if wherever I can post it, facial, social media, it's going to have your faces. And I promise you, the people that are going to see what I experienced, and I wanted her to let me, because I was here in the intuitive place that I stay, loving it. Those two ladies back there, whew, your hearts connected, didn't they? You two back there, yes, the two girls with the hats on. You connected really, really strong.
Let's check in. Thank you so much for that noticing and that sharing. Shout out to our homies who are part, even if they don't want to be a part, right? There's room for everybody. I'm curious about what you noticed in that activity. What came up for you? Yes, please come on up. We're staying centered.
I'm Willow.
Hi, Willow.
Hi there.
Hello.
Well, he mentioned that he felt soft in the belly, which sent my bottom two chakras straight to the center of the earth. And then we just started vibrating.
Yeah.
And usually I can't feel my palms when I do that. So it was like I could tell all of a sudden that I was vibrating because I couldn't feel my palms anymore. And it was a definite connection. I didn't want to yell in it.
You're doing great.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Think I'm
A
done.
definite connection. Thank you. And who absolutely hated that? Was like, I didn't sign up for this. Who was for whom was this a problem? I want to hear from you too. You are also important. Anybody? Yeah, come on up.
Yeah, thank you. Ariana? Yeah, so this is my Aunt Lisa. I call her, I'm her right-hand woman, but we've known each other forever, and it was a different kind of challenge to actually sit and notice each other. It was like, we're always going, we're always making. So to actually have a moment to notice each other, you know, she said something that is very common for people to see in me, but she sees me as so much more already. And when she noticed that thing, it felt so good to have like people like my nose. And she's like, oh, your nose. That's kind of cool. So yeah, it was a different kind of depth. Yeah, in space.
Yes, word. So we had some shot. I'm curious if his observations were y'all observations. So who else would like to share with me what is present now that maybe wasn't present before that activity? And or I hate you so much right now. I'm here for all of it. I promise. Yeah, please come on up. Yeah, it's what's present for you now that wasn't.
Yeah, so present for me now is one, connecting with somebody that I probably wouldn't have connected with, and also acknowledging the structure in which to connect was limiting. And so maybe like opened up a pathway in myself to actually connect without having the impetus of a structure and just be more free with connecting. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for that observation. I find that unstructuredness leads to even more anxiety. Yeah, but I like that observation. All right, y'all. So now we are going to get into round 2. Y'all ready for this? Yeah, we still got our observers out in the field. We still got the homies checking the scene. Okay, wonderful. So round 2, the sentence stem is sitting here with you, I notice, and I wonder. So this is your opportunity to get curious about the person that you're noticing. Okay? Hearing that, I notice and wonder, or hearing that, I notice. Okay? So can I have someone to come up and demo with me? I'm seeing the young lady with the blue, navy blue polka dots, the green stripe. No, she's like, I don't see you, sis. It's fine. It's fine. Preteens. Okay. Who would like to demo with me? Yes, thank you. Okay. I noticed the butterfly on your hat, and I'm wondering how liberated you feel in your everyday experience.
Being with you, I notice the red scarf and the bright dress. And I'm curious about your journey of confidence and expression. And I wonder what that journey looked like.
Hearing that, I noticed my clavicles smiling. And I wonder like what it's like to fall in love with you. I wonder if people in your life are constantly experiencing like a deep body smile.
Hearing you say that makes me almost want to cry. And it makes me feel really seen and curious about that skill you have to see people and express it vulnerably and with strength. And it makes me curious about who you are and how you walk to get here.
Wow. Okay, I'm starting to cry. Okay, we're done with that one. Thank you so much. All right. So that's the demonstration. I want you to be in your edge or not. You don't have to cross the threshold, right? You have the autonomy to notice what you want or what you don't want. So you're good. Okay, so we're going to have another 4 minutes. Thank you, Lisa. All right, and we're gonna get into it. All right, y'all. Welcome back. So I'll tell you what, the degree of stickiness is increasing. There is an actual and tangible way to measure group cohesion. And it's literally how long it takes people to unstick and to return their focus to me. So, how was that? Who would like to share? Let's get some new voices. Come on up, come on up. I want to know what that was like for you. I'm seeing smiles. Before we talk about what it was like, who was an observer? I see the wonderful person here with the aviator shades on. Would you like to share what you noticed around you? Yay, thank you. Okay.
So what, Vincent is my name. Thank you. So what I noticed is people who already knew each other, but getting able to go further layers deep and find out things that they might have observed but didn't know before. And that is very revelatory because it helps you understand a person you already knew and now know better. And probably going forward, you may have a better relationship with them. And I think that's very, very important because I think in our day-to-day lives, we have surface communications, but we don't go a couple layers deeper because we don't take that time. And this allowed people to take the time to go deeper, even though it was only 4 minutes.
Okay. Listen to our homie. Thank you. Somebody in the audience is still mad at me. They said, I wanted a lecture. Who else would like to share what they noticed in being curious? What happened for you in that space? I'm gonna just pick the wonderful person with the ankle warmers. Yeah. There we go, Olga. Yes, thanks for coming up here. Who are you?
Hi, I'm Orca. Gosh, what I noticed was my desire to go really deep with this person, but there was also still a little bit of hesitancy in myself of like, I don't know this person, but can we get to know each other? It was kind of this like, yeah, push and pull. Yeah. But I also noticed how important it is and how deeply I really want to go with everybody that I meet, you know, because that feels supportive to my life. And yeah, and maybe to their life. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And I'm curious about for whom was that also the case? You noticed wanting to go deep but pulling back because you don't know this person. I'm seeing a head shake. I'm curious about what you experienced. We got the Outback Steakhouse hat on. The Akubra, maybe? Yes, welcome up. Yeah.
So I was
What's your name?
amazed. I'm Tim.
Tim.
So what I was amazed at how fast, how deep and fast we went into the cosmic giggle. You know, we just hit the source and the universal, and I could not stop. It was just coming out. You know, the giggle is on right now, looking at your face, right, with that big smile of yours. Yeah. Thanks for sharing.
Yes, thank you. And shout out to the cosmic giggle. I don't know what time it is or how much time I got. Reclaiming. Environment. Why is it that we're at the Crestone Energy Fair and I have y'all staring into each other's eyes? Why am I doing this? Why does this matter? It's energy. That's right. But why else does this matter to our work? Because everything is relational. Nothing moves without labor power, without people power, right? What I just shared with you is an actual technology for building relationship, right? We are doing mycelial organizing, right, Duffy? And in order to build bonds with people who we don't know, in order to move forward, regulations, in order to create the change we want to see, we have to talk to people. We have to people with each other. In order to create love and affinity and relationships that become mundane and competitive, we have to see each other newly again and again, each and every day. Relationship is a social technology. This technology means that if you participate in activities like this before you are about to have a divisive conversation, what do you think is going to happen to that conversation? Are you going to be able to make the other an other when you notice the way that their eyes water up when you say something mean to them? Right? We often talk about community and relationship and all of these beautiful concepts in the abstract. But in our material reality, because of the conditions of capitalism, because of the conditions of colonization and disconnection, because of the conditions that we ourselves impose called, I'm not allowed to be real with you right now. We experience isolation in our everyday lives because we walk around being unseen, and we also unsee everyone around us. They just become the landscape. And so what I really invite for the rest of this energy fair is that I want you to practice noticing each other. And I know that there are social justice-y things that say you got to pretend like you don't notice what you notice. Like you can't talk about, like, oh, I noticed you gained a little weight. But anyone who has a grandmother knows that it feels good to be seen. They can track changes. Like, that's really great. So what I want to invite as we are reclaiming ourselves and our village and our communities and our environment, that the route to reclamation is seeing. So I want y'all to practice seeing and being seen. I also want you to notice how you're feeling in your body having been seen. I want you to notice how your thoughts aren't racing. I want you to notice how your shoulders have dropped away from your ears. I want you to notice that social regulation is as any kind of right? And so as we literally move from individualism, right, we can use social meditation as a way to cause healing in group and in self in any instance, right? And so that's what I want to share with you today. I will be up here tomorrow, and this is what I'm going to offer. I want you to come and talk to me. And if there's something in particular you would like to explore in my next talk tomorrow, I'm open to giving you what you want. Okay? So thank you so much, y'all. My name is Asia Dorsey. I'm an organizational consultant at Regenerative Change and an herbalist at Bones, Bugs, and Botany. And I am so, so happy to be here with so many like-minded spirits. And I look forward to continuing to cultivate beautiful community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Asia. That's awesome. I really love how, you guys are willing to be participating and working with the energy, right? As well as our performers, our musicians, right? And our panels. So it's really great to have the integration. So thank you for that. And thank you, Asia. We'll be seeing her again. One thing that I haven't mentioned yet that you may or may not be aware of, and if you've been at the Energy Fair in the ting, ting, ting. And we are having a pancake breakfast tomorrow morning. It's being sponsored by Succeed, and it will actually support that. That's from 8 to 11 tomorrow morning. Okay, what we're getting ready for next is our heliomorphic fire performance. Woohoo! Yeah. And Heliomorph is a group collaboration of professional fire dancers. If you haven't experience in the and trained to be able to put on a spectacular display of performing arts. The choreographed group pieces please join us for fire fans, dragon staff, contact staff, rope dart, and lots more coming up next on the Regeneration stage. A couple more announcements. We have at 6:30 p.m. over at the wellness area, Sonic Apothecary performing, and that'll be a couple hours. And if you have not partaken in that, it is a morphic experience of sound, shamanic oils, and energy. And so please, and plants. I want to forget about the plants singing. They sing too. So if you have not done that or you want to do it again, please join Peter May and Sonic Apothecary over at the wellness stage at 6:30. And before that, here on our stage, after our fire dancers, we will be having Mike Weird and the 33 octave. Mike Weird. Word? More a word than a weird. Yeah. It's more a word. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Tree. And he's a hip hop arts renaissance man. So please stick around. And again, our last performance on this stage after our closing ceremony with Shayla Noella will be River, Arkansas. So thanks for hanging around, and we look forward to still having a lot coming up soon. One more announcement. If you have been scoping around the Energy Fair and you have seen a rainbow llama, anybody seen a rainbow llama with bunny ears? Okay, there is a child that is missing this rainbow llama. I'd be bummed out if my rainbow llama disappeared myself. So if you do see that, just bring it over to the children's booth across from our main stage here. Thank you.
Yo, so we just wanted to give a shout out to Mr. Lang, who is producing the music that these guys will be performing to. Apparently he lives in Colorado Springs and he's a dope producer. So shout out to Mr. Lang.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's life. I'm gonna run this good. Like, okay, so I can just grab this mic. They're live. Yeah.
All right, let's give a big hand for our fire dancers, fire performance, heliomorph. That was awesome.
Right now. Okay, I definitely cannot hear you. How are you feeling? Okay, we're gonna try just one more time because I want to hear you. We've got to get this energy, this vibration raised a little bit because we're moving into the music for the night. So how are you feeling, Crestone Energy Fair? All right, there we go. Yo, let's give it up for the production crew. Treeford over here on sound is doing an amazing job. All the MCs, everybody putting this event together. Show some love for them. I don't know if y'all have heard of Mike Word and the 33rd, but Mike Word is legendary. He's going to be opening up some hip hop music and other various creative energy for us tonight. So, you know, peace, love, unity, safely having fun. It's going to be amazing. My name is Yasha Kasha, and I just wanted to share a little bit of information with y'all. So, haven't been in Crestone in a while, but I love it here. And we've got a 40-acre eco village called Sanctorum Eco Village that's near Colorado Springs, a few hours away from here. And we are hosting Heart Fire Festival there next month with Mike Word himself. So that's one reason I'm mentioning it right now, because if you like this music, there'll be more of that at Heart Fire next month. It's going to be amazing. We also got Lily Fangs, Amber Lily, Mike Word, Tree Kala, Jay Brave, Liquid Bloom. It just goes on and on. Blue Murian, Tree Fort's going to be there. We've got a hip hop collective called Original Currency. We'll be playing music. We've also got indigenous elders and teachers coming from all over the world to share some wisdom. Nana Marina Cruz from Guatemala will be leading a Mayan cacao ceremony. So I hope you can make it. Heartfirefest.com is where you can get the tickets and register. Tiering options, so everybody is able to come. And yeah, we really hope to see you there. It's a limited capacity. It's on 40 acres at our community center. So thank you for listening to that. I hope you can come through Heart Fire Festival at Sanctorum Eco Village. We've got a ton of solar power. We've got food that we're growing. We're doing some reforestation and soil building and lots of educational events and gatherings. So everybody is welcome. sanctorumecovillage.org. And yeah, so Mike Word is about to share this music. And also one last thing I'll mention, Mike Word is also a green builder, permaculturist, cultural ambassador, like 1,000 other things. He's just amazing. I couldn't even try to introduce him if I wanted to. So I'll just let Mike Word's presence and energy speak for itself. But one of the many skill sets he's bringing to Sanctorum Eco Village, same place Heart Fire is happening next month, which is going to be a permaculture design certification course that he is teaching this spring and fall at Sanctorum Eco Village. So connect with us if you want to learn a little bit about permaculture, fungal biology, you know, all of these things, eco village design, community building, etc. So thank you for that. Now let's give it out one more time for Mike Word. He's coming on in just a sec. Woo! Someone just reminded me, if Wida's around, or you can come find me, we've got flyers. If you want more info, just meet us out front here in the corner. There she is. Wave. Wida's right there. If you want some flyers, you can come get more info from her. Peace.
Yeah. What's up, Crestone? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You know, every once in a blue when someone comes in your life, it just shifts your perspective. Check it. My mood shifts like the moon lifts the tide. Gravitational pull, the truth is inside. Why wouldn't it be, Duke? It's alive, pumping through your heart chakra. Instant vibes, touch ya. Bring the rush to them little guys. Niggas think that they tough, but it's just a lie. I can see it on they face, yo, it's in they eyes. Stop faking the funk with that trick disguise. Thick and hides, but not for long, no. Feeling the morning heat like Alonzo. Wake up and make it pronto. Feel the shake up, for it's the bomb flow. Minus the military funding from all those corporate sponsors that don't think that we all know what they up to. I think that they all slow and corrupt too, on the brink of they fall soon. Cause every once in a blue, everyone sings a new tune. Going through a new bloom. Open them up with the new. Out the ordinary. Come out, y'all. The more the merry. Cause every once in a blue moon, everyone sings a new tune. Going through a new bloom. Open them up with the new. Out the ordinary. Come out, y'all. The more the merry. Look, flow anomaly. I hold on to beats till it's time to go off the deep end. I know not to beat every loss of victory. When you hold hot the heat, I got to eat. Fire in the belly, but no pot to be in. Seeking the rare truth, ain't no mockery. And deleting the bare roots, can't go stopping me, fam. These new jacks get away with hip-hop robbery now. But not in these lands, I will not be leaving anytime soon. And already plenty minds ruined. Set a time to when I will let a rhyme through on quality control. Bet I get the high you win ahead of time, doing what a mega mind. Padded shrunk as I get a while. You can pick up line in nice weather, yo. I'm coolin', effortless lift, feel the effervescence. Rise to the occasion, you won't ever forget this. Cause every once in a blue moon, everyone sings a new tune. Going through a new bloom. Open them up with the new. Out the ordinary. Come out, y'all, the more the merry. Cause every once in a blue moon, everyone sings a new tune. Going through a new bloom. Open them up with the new. Out the ordinary. Come out, y'all, the more the merry. Yeah. My name is Mike Word, the 33rd octave. And I'm a hip hop artist, a lyricist, and amongst many other things. I'm multi-dimensional being like the rest of y'all. You know the deal. And this just happens to be one of the dimensions that I enjoy existing in. So I'm gonna need y'all help with this one. Hip hop is a participatory thing. I don't know what y'all have seen before, but it's a participatory thing. So, you think you're just gonna be watching me rap? So everybody, I need y'all to say hola, hola, hola. Hold on. We're gonna do this again. I'm gonna give y'all a little bit more opportunity. You gotta be vocal, right? Y'all like speaking up? You gotta speak up. Check it. Say hola, hola, hola. Come on, y'all. Say hola, hola, hola. Okay, my voice moves along the contours of the beat. I'm more than meets the eyes, reach the skies with the combo. Got folks doing the rain dance the same as before. It's been alive for so long, yo. Strong flows, I hold with the sediment. Hit the ground running, pop holes from the weatherman. Bad design, cause man's declined to be excellent. Separate is man and mind. Now, man your mind, stay level like the water do. Way audible, that's what you ought to do. Make the mama nice and wet, that's right, I likes to get the earth working. Or first, then the death. I bend my breath and blend my steps right in with the next one. Ain't no ending left, yeah. So just let that cycle soak in. Left a cry or no joking. That's the mind for those folks when they can't do for self. Cause they used to help. Niggas ain't doing well, they ain't used to help. Fight each other over who's truth to tell. Knowing damn well there's more to it than you could tell. I trust the curse of the earth more than to do with still ass raps. Running this yaps about how you will fail though. So now y'all that's not what's up. Dropping we cast the phone. Pooling resources, not pulling these forces against the senseless. You don't got the front, we build with the rhythm. Vision at a vantage point. The seeds are rising to advance my point. Time to blow the lid off this opera. That lady singing type rap, ain't no stopping her. Forces of nature when we all collide. Of course it's the nature, make us all a vibe. Yeah, you know, we not playing. It's a lot. This the fog gets cleared up out the Dodge. Scot-free, you know it's not me that's about to rob. The squad's top T, powered up. Mighty network, we exert our love. By the hour, love on the up, never coward once. And it's for the long haul, extended stay. Profit first off the long haul, extended play. Then flip it with the script and extend the play. Till it's a given that the gift to hit us and the pain. The brain, stretch the game in your favor. Correlate before core beliefs the force major. There's recourse later for every deed that's done. Seeds of funds, this is a roadmap for the feast to come. Check it. Chop, chop, whatever's cold is cold, what's hot is hot. We get down to it when we rock the spot. Hot lava flow, so cold it's not logical. Spot obstacles, issues thought was not possible. Stay cracking off on the regular now. Strangle your outmen corners with the angular styles. Penetrate your shields and force fields with more skills. On course, still they trying to play with your child. Don't believe the hype sheen, they lie queen. The right thing to do, it ain't always the nice thing. The fight brings all type of beings to the party, y'all. They Marty McFly the scene. Time machines traveling on borrowed tomorrows. Heart flows of sorrow from art that goes viral. Yeah. Out of their minds, but we bring it back from out of their souls like. Yo, this it when it goes. Yo, this it when you know. Come on, yo, this it in your soul of souls. Yeah, this it when it shows. Come on, yo, this it when it goes. Yo, this it when you know. Come on, yo, this it in your soul of souls. Yeah, this it when it shows. Say, I wanna rock right now. Come on, say, I wanna rock right now. Say, I wanna rock right now. Come on, say, I wanna rock. Yeah, y'all. Right on, y'all. For anybody that just walked up, my name is Mike Word, the 33rd octave. Yo, congratulations for the Crestone Energy Fair, y'all. 33 years. It's 33 years. Ain't that a coinky dink? On the count now, baby. Yeah. Sugar, don't trip. Shout out all my people that was holding it down in the 60s and the 70s. Revolution would not be televised. Check it, I'm like Hannibal, riding in on a pink elephant. Element bender, in tune with each filament and fiber of being alive inside of me. The light you bring is the light is spiraling. Fibonacci, I only see the golden means ratio. She say she knows she gave me so much. She say fuck. Her pace speed slow, then she speed up rapidly. Mastery of the self, that's the masterpiece. Past the piece, that's what they used to say. Who's to say? Who's to produce the juice today? Yeah, we Orange Julius the function. The cream always rise to the top. Who got the gumption? Smoking till the party is hardly nothing while they looking up. The joint I'm falling in with love. Your eyes shine bright like diamonds. Lucy in the sky. Time aligning with you. Yeah. Come on. On the countdown, baby. Yeah. Sugar don't trip. I will not wait that long. To the top down. To the top down. Feisty, high off the vitamin C, my mind beside me, moving inside of the beat, dreams the size of a seed germinate. Y'all feeling the phenomenon on and on. Y'all, we living in the it can't be me. Say me beats the bounce. That's only acting right. Back the night to magnetize the light from out the back of mine. Yeah. Everybody, say yeah. On the countdown, baby. Yeah. Sugar don't trip. I will not wait that long. To the top down. To the top down. To the top now. Yeah. Right on, y'all. Thanks for rocking with me. This is fun. This is fun. How y'all feeling? Y'all feeling good out here? I'm not too vulgar. I'm not vulgar enough, right? We're on a musical journey. So I appreciate y'all coming along with me on this musical journey. Check. When I came a long way from them boys in the hood, she's born in a pretty woman. It's moist in the woods, lots of cloud friction. Crowds listening close to the thoughts of foul living, while kids is missing most of the messages. I float on the vestiges from days past in the hope that the rest of this story plays out like it's supposed to. This is eternal. Come here, yo. I slip my speech to hurdle all obstacles, external and self-imposed. Come along with me before we like there it goes.
Dust off your dreams, they've been sitting for too long. They watch you on the shelf that you place them on. The chase for perfection got you second guessing, stuck with apprehension. You feel the tension every time you don't give yourself permission to act on that decision, follow intuition. Listen, don't give in, long to sing your songs. Tongue, sing and lean until it tastes the sun. It's time to move on.
Come along, y'all. We rock our truth strong. Come along, y'all. Ain't nothing to prove, y'all. Come along, y'all. Just get in the groove, y'all. Come along, y'all. And get in the groove, y'all. Come along, y'all. Come on, come on, come along, y'all. Come on. Come on. I open the lab to the past and the future. Cause while we in it now, you won't have the computer. Mathematics, every cause has an affect. Craft it. How you start that your advent. When you stop marks your absence, grab sense with your next steps, grasp it. fast as it's here, it's gone flashes. Fleeting moments keep going past us to expand. This is why I'm embracing all I am. Cause without a moment to lose, I get the man's buzz. Knowing whatever consequence, the risk of going in and out of consciousness. Yo, I grasp the Holy Spirit and black out. You feel no more pain when I'm letting them raps out. Rap styles expressed unapologetically. We let the beat breathe steadily to the melody.
You've come a long way, you know pain, you know strife. You've come a long way, found a path in the night. Found a light when the chances were dim. Wade in the water and you learn how to swim. You keep moving on with the pain in your chest. You keep moving on, your ambitions help you rest. Grow to know all that defines you and let go of what confines you. Refine truth, stay true, and come along with me.
Yeah, say, I wanna rock right now. Oh, come on, y'all say, I wanna rock right now. Say, I wanna rock, I wanna rock, I wanna. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So now y'all get a little taste. It's some challenge. It's challenging, right? To speak on a rhythm. That's my only defense. Shout out all the musicians at the festival. Oh my goodness. You guys check out the booths. Peep the booths. Yeah. Because you know, everybody out here is living their dreams. They're designing their own lives. You know, that's an honorable, commendable thing. I love to be around people that forge their own path in the world. You know what I'm saying? Because you can easily just fall in line, just chill, do what they tell you. Nah, do what you tell you. Check it. The jig is up. And most don't even know it. Hold the moment, jump up on it, cause the moment is gone quick. All we got is memories. They accumulate steadily. To the beat, y'all. It's like, remember me? That good wood laser etched in your mind on that good foot, taking major steps in a time. When time is shifting, switching, it's written in the stars. Love is gonna get you, no matter who you are. As the movie stars and athletes, they ain't that sweet. You're getting some love, but not the same as last week. They turn on you fast, quick, get in a hurry, yo. So what you worry for? They ice up, go snow, flurry cold. These days, no surprise, these ways. It's the commonplace, more than having common grace. I'm moving at a common pace, y'all matching and step up. Notching with the word, y'all. Come on, get up, y'all. It's all love, y'all. It's our life, It's all love, y'all. It's our life, yeah. It's all love, y'all. It's our life. It's all love, y'all. It's our life. Peace to you and yours, y'all. It's our life, It's all love, y'all. It's our life. Keep doing what you do, y'all. It's our life, It's all love, y'all. It's our life. Now throw your hands in the sky and wave from both side to side. And if you love your life, then you're feeling the vibe. Somebody say, all right. Come on, say, all right. Say, all right. Say, all right. And you don't stop. Come on. Yeah. Freeze, the mind is deep. Don't play yourself acting shallow. It matters how you treat the world that had to have you. I'm tapping at you just like that. The rapper grab you. Magic on the mic like the rap attack travel. Spreading consciousness across the continents. Rocking this, many great, none is stopping this. But what you calling it? Even when it gets harder, you feel like giving up. We lift it up and get hard. It's hard, just like life is precious. The elements sacred. Yeah, y'all rock with me. Right on, y'all. Thanks for grooving. Or we crush them deep and don't think they is think. Confidence one thing, ego another. Don't be so above the people that trust you. People don't love you, get your mind right. Been enough trickery in the limelight. I find right design by lyrics, keep my folks tight. Spirits unified, with your vibe so deep my folks right. Lyrics to your MCs still think it's all about a salary. Powdery nose flows, frozen time while they self-destruct out. Goes for minds in the whole man. So we can hold land with no man's jurisdiction to send the soul plane. I said, 1% of the world uses their instincts. That's why we crush MCs that don't think they ish stinks. Confidence one thing, ego another. Don't be so above the people that love you. Evil don't get your mind right. There's been enough trickery in the limelight. I find bright design mic lyrics, keep my folks tight spirits, unified with the vibe so deep my folks write clearest. Nearest to your heart, our art combines periods of time, hear it in the signs, piercing all kinds of mentalities, can't stand fallacies. And these sucker MCs still think it's all about a salary. Powdery nose flows, frozen time. While they self-destruct, I goes for mines and the whole fam. So we can hold land with no man's jurisdictions. It's in the soul's plans. Yo, shout out all my people out there working hard. Shout out my people that worked hard to make this festival, this fair come together. Putting in 110% to make this thing a success. Congratulations and thank you for your hard work. Y'all know your work's not in vain at this moment in time. It's more work, hold the lane, keep your focus in line. One time for my people with change on their minds. Minds. No, your work's not in vain at this moment in time. It's more work, hold the lane, keep your focus in line. Yeah, y'all, it's about that time. Time on the brown skin, soul mellow brother in the mix, left this phrase. Let them know we still exist up in this phase. Where the journey to the end's more important than the finish change. Sparkling within while they working all I can. Turn this into heartless, mindless souls. Living in compartments, living in the darkness, or hiding behind screens. The optimal community, shining like high beams. Vibrantly rising, know yourself worth. Put your physical, mental, and spiritual health first. Roll with artists, activists, and educators on the quest. Grinding hard to the weight of the world. When they chest gets lifted. At least for a split second, making all that work worth it now. Living in the present to my advocates to change, staying on the grind. So know your work's not in vain. At this moment in time, it's more work. Hold the lane, keep your focus in line. One time for my people with change on their mind. Boys. Know your work's not in vain. At this moment in time, it's more work. Hold the lane, keep your focus in line. Yeah, y'all, it's about that ticket and tip, about that time. I keep raps in the book of life and illustrate on the mic with life looking like painting pictures with the words that you should recite. If you could and you wouldn't in the hood of night. And it's like this when you do it, shook the mic and came back, yo. I make that whatever it is, yo. You know I got that tracks in my scope, yo. I gotta move it. All of my people, yo, we show improvement, yeah. And we kick it off the topper, all in the bottom of the river when the hopper. To the middle, yeah, it don't quit. All of my people, we the ultimate. And we keep pushing it, keep pushing it. Keep pushing it, keep pushing. Know your work's not in vain at this moment in time. It's more work, hold the lane, keep your focus in line. Yeah, y'all, it's about that time. We gotta make this land a better land. Hey, you heard what she said, right? She said, we gotta make this land a better land. If y'all agree with that, make some noise. There's always room for improvement.
Next. Moving on to the heavyweight. The heavyweights.
Oh, my man about to get it. You came right in time because these next songs are like Shango energy. It's fire energy. So this is for the youth, y'all. The youth got that pent up energy. We about to show them how they let it loose.
Coming up next. Moving on to the heavyweight. The heavyweight.
I remove tombstones and plant trees on a cemetery. Carry me to where freedom isn't secondary. Where justice isn't just us. And the corrupt justice is what must prevail, y'all. We tell stories of the triumph. Trials and tribulations, keep our eyes up and open. All three, we all see the lies they hide. It's all me. I am cause we all the front runners. They run from us. Some want none of us to live, they hunting us. Something must give on the front lines. We either live to combine our courage or we unwind in defeat. Sometimes in the sea is the face to move mountains. Sometimes it's the sea. Rise with the beat. Mighty people in your chest plate. We hold the soul of the planet. Let it just stay.
So all you fake ass thugs out there talking about you got this and you got that, and you gonna murder this one and murder that. Yeah. Talking all that bullshit. I'ma put it to you like this, yo.
In the cars and bars, we front runners came to shine like stars, so let's go, y'all. This is more than guitars and bars. Front runners came to shine like stars, so let's go. This is more than guitars and bars. Front runners came to shine like stars, so let's go, y'all. This is more than guitars and bars. Front runners is who we are. Front runners with the drummers. I heard they trying to take the sun from us. Take our fathers and our sons from us. Like, what more do you want from us? Your headline ain't in the headlines. They wanted Martin doing bedtime. They wanted Malcolm doing bedtime. Even better doing dead time. Yeah, watch the earth crack like the sound of a whip onto a slave's back. This is history, y'all. We can't escape that. But current events show where the escapade's at. Fighting for the same injustices like this way back. Got me feeling like a 1968 black. Let's start trying. You shouldn't say that. The option, like, where's our 3-day race at, huh? This is for the guitars and bars. We front runners came to shine like stars, so let's go, y'all. This is for the guitars and bars. Front runners came to shine like stars, so let's go. This is for the guitars and bars. We front runners came to shine like stars, so let's go, y'all. This is for the guitars and bars. Front runners came to shine like stars, so let's go. Go, we can go, 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 go. With life, y'all. I kick the esoteric habanero, flaming arrow. Yup, the narrow raging bull in your ear. I hold the gold scepter, not the court jester. Rough texture, puncture to come test you. I be the messenger. My repertoire is interstellar, deep space, odyssey, peace, time, and state. Keep the Beretta in your waistline and pay attention to the baseline. Cause it's better when you stay the mind and free from animosity. Come together, don't waste time. You and I, TY, through the sky we fly. The energy is limitless, so pass me by with the ignorance. I'm in the temple with the gods, not tripping off the stuff that y'all figure with. I'm too raw, preeminent. You get my drift? Top dog, too intelligent to give it. It ain't what it seems, no. Like what's behind the curtain. One man's treasure, another mind burnt, and life worsen. With every lesson not learned, in a sufficient amount of time to fight. Burn this body turn, though. Smooth operator, so with aloe in the cut, yeah. Cool off the hater. True got a flavor, making something out of nothing. It runs in the roots already one with the truth. We run with the youth and show what other wouldn't stuck on stupid. If I don't do it, who the fuck gon' do it? It's something to it, y'all. And most of us is missing. Focus, trust, and vision. Hella whole sucker. Living a damn lie. My limit is they can't try. Nothing new on the horizon. These damn guys. Well, we form wise alliances to rise in this. Gotta wear the shoes, y'all. If the night fit like this, y'all. It's like this, y'all. It's like da-da-da-da-da like this, y'all. I said you don't stop the body rock. Everybody do it like this. We freak the funk, freak the funk, come on. We freak the funk, freak the funk. Check it, freak of nature. I see them haters. I'm just too busy living a life greater. I love to make my people proud to take the first steps into the zone out of the danger. When I see you out, no, don't be a stranger. I don't mean to shout, don't mean to bang the Beat so loud you don't see the change up in your mind. Frame the mind games you need to hang up. I know the beat sounds so lovely, something major. I seen the fire in your eye when I came up to you. You do that voodoo to a player. So say whatever you want to say, but stay up. We blaze up for the chronic with the lasers. Freak masters in this piece. Funky behavior. We blaze up for the chronic, y'all. Freak masters, funky behavior. We freak the funk, freak the funk, funk. Come on, we freak the funk, funk, freak the funk, the freak the funk. Yeah, y'all, we freak the funk, freak the funk, funk. Come on, we freak the funk, funk. We separate the good stuff from the junk. Period. Rah. Yay. Make some noise for yourselves, y'all. Do it one more time. But this time, I can't hear myself. Y'all got to make it so I can't hear myself. Okay? You're making noise for yourself. Okay? 1, 2, 3. All right, that was good. That was good. Yeah. I don't owe myself, but I owe myself life. I don't owe myself, but I owe myself life. You can take this body, but it ain't got soul. Your state can't shape what we control. You can take this body, but it ain't got soul. Your state can't shape what we control. Yeah, I'm about to free on y'all. That's what I'm doing now. I got that chorus, and now pursue the style that comes under drop of a dot. Wherever I'm at, yo, that's the hottest of time. I'm right here in the present. I'm feeling y'all. All this energy, I'm here revealing y'all. Yeah, and it don't get no hotter, no fresher. Yeah, everybody in the spot, bless ya. Old space and time, I'm making mine. Super rhyme. Cause I love to add them lyrics. Yeah, the wordsmith, add that spirit. Yeah, move the body and move the crowd. Might move your body, might make you feel like you allowed to stay free in this piece. Peace in my peace. Yeah, release. I don't owe myself, but I owe myself life. I don't owe myself, but I owe myself life. You can take this body, but it ain't got soul. So your say can't take what we control. You can take this body, but it ain't got soul. So your say can't take what we control. Yeah, it's like that. I said it once before, and I'm gonna say it again when I'm on the tour. Raw, yeah, hardcore to the floor. And then I give y'all some more because we raw. And get with it, yep, stay specific. You see me on the walls, hieroglyphic. That's where I existed in the present. Yes, and we gon' let it be. Let it live, let it be. And I might laugh, let it see. All of my teeth, I like rhyming. Yeah, and my voice keeps the light chimed in. And the fire stay burning. Oh yeah, do what you got to learn and improve. Show and move your body to the beat, y'all. And it just don't stop. Yeah, it's hip hop. It's all good. You don't have to applaud. You don't have to congratulate nobody. You just express yourself. You get in the mood, you get in the moment, get lost in your thoughts, whatever you gotta do. You know, that's what hopefully I'm doing for y'all. Look, I got people still moving. They just moving. Come on, move. Uh-oh. This one. What you did here? A little bit here. This is tight. I'm turned up. So keep it here, y'all. Keep rapping in your life. So get it there, y'all. Yeah, and move your body there, y'all. You got to move it. Got to move. Yo, every cause has an effect. Reflect on the life you live to get a check. A healthy dose of reality. Get the respect. Well earned and deserved. The word is coming next. Yeah, after your thought, after your actions. Yeah, master your walk, crafting your passions. In an organized mind or orderly fashion. Matching your ideas according to actress. No, cause success loves me. Yo, attract your people, manifest what needs. Some see the whole picture, some see nothing. Run ting, till you get something, yeah? Break it up now. Check it. Rappers are trivial. Open your mind the way we write that verse. Focus on your life the way you like. That start was whack and you can't feel that. Whoa, you might need help, y'all, so listen up close. This ain't funny, no, don't you dare laugh. Will you sell your soul if it comes to pass? Life is worth more than what your hands can grasp. And if that's what you're tripping on, your arse is arsed out. We about to flourish now. Cause that's the last route, true to the word. That's why my raps, they got style. Put contenders in submission, they have to tap out. It's no calm, it's just a me versus the me. Make peace with that and catch the heat worse degrees. Like, y'all go, I go, y'all go. You say, I like it. Say, I love it. I buy it. And I dub it. Cause I'm an MC, DJ, producer, beatboxing, b-boy, can't get loose to the breaks. Handstyles from the crate, so I'm used to the A. Writers know what that is, running jewels from the fakes, cop the ASR, Panasonic with the LP. C for the beat, I was so hungry to sink my teeth in a beat. It was so lovely. Money didn't make the rhyme and reason really want me though. It was all about the craft, that's right. It's like the first MC came from a past life. Writings on the wall, cars on the black light. Post a chop for hip hop, same as the last time. Now I'm in my prime, a little older, a little grown up. Still love why these youngsters don't even know her. It's bug, yo, they boned her. Now they disown her. Long voice in the room got me in the corner like. I say hip hop, I hip the hip hop. I say hip hop, hip hop. Say hip hop. Hip the hip hop. I say hip hop, hip the hip hop. Say hip hop and it don't stop. I say hip hop to the hip hop. Oh shucks. We got some folks with the rhythm bugs. What's up, Elza? I got my people in the building. My man Duffy, my man Yash, a rock, y'all, and you don't stop. A rock, y'all, a freak, y'all, a rock, y'all, a freak. My sister Asia, a rock, y'all, come on, y'all, and you don't stop. Any place, anytime, make impressions on any mind, any life worth living is giving you paradise, paradigm shift. Quick with the poking to get you open with. Focus is the pressure of life. We get them noticing it. Ease attention while we seize your attention in the eve of invention. Get the reaching ascension in the instant. Quick, fast, in the hurriescence. The beginning of the time, we carry interest in the nature. Those that don't understand still got favor. They just doing their job. I hate them. I give thanks for the overcome. Still projected obstacles to overcome. They come in lots less now than they used to. Walk 1,000 miles in my shoes, your house the blues too. Style, through and through, soul, wrap around the globe. How you choose to do is how you mapping out your goals. Rock, y'all. A freak, y'all. A rock, y'all. A freak, y'all. A rock, y'all. A freak, y'all. A rock, y'all. And you don't stop. A rock, y'all. A freak, y'all. A rock, and rock. A freak, y'all. A rock, y'all. A freak, y'all. A rock. And you don't stop. Yeah. I got a couple more joints and then I'm gonna be done. Y'all good? Shout out my man Treeport on the sound. Pick up the fire dancing, homie. Getting it in. We do it big. Go big, y'all. Yeah. All around, I'm supported. No shortage on the Tasha gets supported. No stored in my aura, a chorus. Perpetually transforming and tapping into dormant energy and sourcing. Up like a forklift, slow and never boarding, absorbing, running through my chorus. A respiratory, rest in the glory, blessing in 40. Lucky like a 4-leaf, ever since shorty on my Ricky 40. Urban ag quarry, insert the short key, 64 G. Travel platform speak and source free. Tight integrity, light blend energy, light from heavenly, unite polarity, live life verily, it's all a parody. Mary J, marry me, carry these prayers in the air for me. Are y'all there for me? Say yeah. Say fire it up with the light, ma. Inspired up in the light, ma. Desiring what's the right eye. It's Tiger. It's Tiger. It's Tiger. It's Tiger. It's Tiger. It's Tiger. Yo, we fire it up with the light, ma. Inspired up in the light, ma. Desiring what's the right eye. It's Tiger. It's Tiger. It's Tiger. It's Tiger. It's time. Everybody say, oh yeah. Say, ah. Everybody say, oh, yes, you can, yeah. Get to the itty and the nitty quantity. There's no hitty, cause hitty slitty, the kitty more slitty. There's more in me. It's the fourth feeling. The Lord sent me, it's the Lord that sent me. It's the sorcery, the sin link. Instinct core through me. It's in sync with the ancestors. Besides, we've been keen to have this. Besides, it's fast as a gust of wind, we muster it up the juice, let the fun begin. There's something in the roots up in the sunken end, where the suckers get loose to end the suffer. That's the right eye. It's Tiger. It's Tiger. It's Tiger. It's Tiger. It's Tiger. It's Tiger. Yo, we fire it up with the light bar. Inspired up in the light bar. Desiring what's the right eye. It's Tiger. It's Tiger. It's Tiger. It's Tiger. It's time. It's time. Say, oh yeah. Say, I. Come on, y'all. Say, oh yeah. Say, I. Come on, say, I. Come on, say, I. Say, I. Say, I. Come on, say, ah. Ha, 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 ha. Say, hoo, hoo, ha, ha, hoo, 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 ha. Say, ah, ah, ah. Say, ah, 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 ah. Say, ah, ah, ah. Say, ooh, 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 ooh. Say, ooh, ooh, ooh. No, yeah, y'all got it. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. All right. All right. Yeah. All right. This is my last song. Thanks for having me, y'all. My name's Mike Word. the 33rd octave, that octave that's underneath the octaves. You can hear it in the background. You know, what's that? Hold on. Before I start this though, I got I remember who has vinyl? Who still has a record player? My man right here. You already got one, Elza. You already got one. Who comes to get it first? My man got it in the backstage. Let's see here. Yeah, you know, that's a collector's piece. Look at that. Look at it has some engravements on it. Some special messages. Y'all never know, you know? Like word, you like 30 years from now, it's like that was like Jimi Hendrix, dude. Damn. You know, this dude was just playing music over a computer. Next thing I knew, saw him at Woodstock 2043. Just kidding. Clap your hands, everybody. You hear that clap? Just clap your hands. Like, come on, y'all, clap your hands, everybody. Everybody, just clap your hands. Don't be shy. Clap your hands, everybody. Come on now. Just clap your hands. Clap them hands. Clap them hands. Clap your hands. Come on. Keep clapping for me. I need to hear the soul. That's when your soul's in your clap. Check it. Once in a lifetime, time's infinity. Rap industry's finicky. We tap the energy of the enemy, eventually going so. Next time you see us, you'll potentially want more of that good thing. Where we at the hood sings songs of redemption. It's the facts you should bring across the map. We should sing in past lives. That's right. Add a triple black light, shines a blue sheen. Obsidian, Jungle Brothers, rockin' J Max, connected paths. Worldwide they respect the craft. Etched in the mathematics of the future, and it's like that. Automatic at the school of thought, where we choose to rock like spans through the galaxies. Who knew the odds? Cause that's who I'm rolling with, holding it down. It's all gravity, like stone temples holding the sound. It's all gravity, like stone temples holding the sound. On the humble where we run at, Black Panthers, Jaguars, Thundercats, from that physical state of faith was determined a long time ago. I'ma flow wherever the current takes us. I'ma go in the obsidian jungle. On the humble where we run at, Black Panthers, Jaguars, Thundercats, from that physical state of faith was determined a long time ago. I'ma flow wherever the current takes us. I'ma go. Yeah, y'all know that's y'all part. Go. From the gut, say, From the gut, say, somebody, anybody, everybody scream. Right on, y'all. Thanks for having me. My name is Mike Word. You can see everybody in the place to be. We got the Heart Fire Festival.
liberty, merging with infinity, the unity of divinity in the Trinity. Have a sip of tea with a side of hickory, a cup of Mother Mary talking about virginity. Bodhisattvas dropping, popping, hopping on the scene. Like, what's up, you missing me? Did you know this is a dream? It isn't what it seems. Let us live in liberty. Rebbies revving their Merkaba motors like a limousine, rolling down the rocky road when they climbing up a tree. Spiral lightning bolts rolling down the rocky road when they climbing up a tree, riding spiral lightning bolts up the ladder vis-a-vis.
To the sunfall. When the sun rises to the sunfall. When the sun rises to the sunfall. When the sun rises to the sunfall.
You said we branch out like a tree, silly with a P. No DMT in me. Silly with a P, DMT with Billy D. Wet. Branching out like a tree. Silly with a P. DMT with Billy D. DMT with Billy D. Said I'm silly with a P. DMT with Billy D. Wet dumpers. No PCP inside of me. Angel dusted off my crushes with all kinds of brushes. Every feather flock together, eagles, pigeons, puffins. Force joiner like Lucas, like George, like Yoda on peyote type form, type foolish. In the mirror like I'm thick with it cute. Now it's clear, hip hop's Baba Ram Das is here, what it do? Fake shaman stricken you with the stick and move. That's the beans talking, Jack, just be true to you. Gotta stumble to mumble before you walk the talk. Everybody's tripping, some learn how to walk it off. Crazy times, walls wavy like a baby's thighs. Vibes higher than the stakes to awaken minds. But I'll never liberate without my brethren. We watch the time pass and smoke heaven for the hell of it.
Got it? Yo, my Crestone family. This is energy, pure divinity. In the stone, feel this shit in your bones. Every day, wake up and give your thanks and praise. When you wake to the sun, waving with your heart reflection. We got Yasha Kasha, brother dancing round. He got peace, he be popping. Everybody, we be rocking. Rock the stone, this the stone to the bone. Feel it in your fucking feet, this the tone. We got stones, we got poems. Express your mind lyrically. This is chi energy, motherfucker, get with me. Immortality and all of my G's. Homie G, Bobby G, what you see? This is natural ecstasy. I don't need no amphetamine, no black tie heroin. We be rocking steady every day. I getting paid in the health. Every day make my way, one step at a time. Feel your life, feel the ecstasy, no strife. This is love, this is life. Pass it round the room like the split you hit. Every day I'ma get a lick. Yasha Kasha in the room, take the mic from me.
So many legends in the house. So many legends in the house, and the music make you bounce. I don't know what I'ma say next. It's coming out my mouth in the here and the now. That's what this freestyle game is all about. I'm making it up, and it's right on the spot, and it's coming off hot. Yeah, straight off the top. Like what? Yo, it's that hip hop, it's that hip hop, fractal symmetry in the imagery. Let it be. This that good word from the world that is coming. It's coming off the top. Good world that is coming. And Max Ribner in the back, like what? Yo, bringing that attack of the music. Here we go, passing it around. Where's Shayla Noella? I heard she's around.
Say yeah. Say oh yeah. Say do that ish, do that ish, do it.
Okay, what we got, stop, take a breath, go deep. I said, get your head down to your knees and steep. I said, be like deep, feel the sounds of the earth and take a deep breath. I know your self-worth because we're standing up tall. We're doing a dance. We're taken to the sun. It's a deep romance. I'm talking synchronicity. Wakes up inside of me every single dream that I could possibly be. So come together, reach out your hands. I want a little help as I walk across the land because it gets hard, it gets deep. But when we come together, you know we can see the possibility to spread our wings and fly. So get up, my friends, catch a dream, don't deny.
Mike Word, the best on. I want you to put Crestone in your breast bone. Check homes, you can check from when I bless zones. Bless domes with the best poems you ever heard.
Let's go.
And that's the word, stretch them out. I could elaborate, take them to the lab. Me and the homies could collaborate. It's Mycelial when I'm dealing you. Are you feeling this? Cause I'm feeling you. We could chill in the stew of the alchemy. Or the beat could drop and we could doubt for a wee little second, but nah, we gonna bring it right. Like that. Yeah, I think they like that. Mike, they think they like that. Like that. They like that. Yeah, I think they like that. Yeah, I think they like that. Yeah, they like that.
We like that. I like that. I like this too. When I kick rhymes, I kick you in your noggin, make you pay attention. If you listening or if you not listening. Yo, I'm glistening. I shine with the sun or in the bottom of the ocean. Yeah, because I got that inner light. Yeah, that inner fight. Yeah, that inner might. Yeah, I'm getting it right each moment. And that's the way we move, the way we groove to this thing. Yeah, to make me tune in. Come on, y'all. It's like this, y'all. It's like that, y'all. I know you love me. Everybody. Say yeah.
Yeah.
Say oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Say do that there, do that there, do it.
Do that thing, do that thing, do it.
Say do that thing, do that thing, do it.
Do that thing, do that thing, do it.
Say do that thing, do that thing, do it.
Do that thing, do that thing, do it.
We not done if y'all don't want.
Do that thing. Brother say do that thing. Do that thing.
Thanks for rocking with us. My name's Mike Word. This the crew. This the crew. Keep taking care of yourselves and your loved ones. And that's it, y'all. We represent that peace, love, unity, and having fun. We say peace, unity, love, and having fun. 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 Peace, y'all. Yeah, peace, peace.
Come on, y'all. Give it up for Mike Ward one more time. Let's go. That sounded good like the Wella, but next up we got Shayla.
Thank you so much to Mike Word. Could we give it up for Mike? Thank you guys for coming and hanging out at the 33rd Crestone Energy Fair with me. I really appreciate it. Thanks to Mike for being here. Thank you to the River Arkansas for making it a little later, and all the other musicians that played at our cloud stage earlier today. Our Wellness Village people, thank you so much to everybody for being a part of this, and our volunteers. I really appreciate you all making it happen. Takes a village, you know. We're gonna do a bit of a gathering here all together. Shayla's gonna call you guys in, my dear friend, Shayla Noella. She is a magical musician of voice and sound, and she is an intuitive reader, and she'll be here this weekend, tomorrow at the Wellness Village, so you can see her there if you like what she is doing, but she's here to lead us in a bit of closing of the day ceremony, and we're all gonna get close together. So if you guys can come in, prepare yourself maybe to come in a little closer to be here with Shayla. And I'm gonna hand it over to Shayla. Thank you so much for Dr. Kim for being here all day and supporting us and being the bomb. If you have not seen her in her office, you probably can't because she's full, because she's amazing. Yeah. Okay, so thank you, Mike. Shayla, take it away.
Thank you, Lydia, for all that you're doing and all that you are. Word, Mike, word, you're always dropping it out. Yeah, thank you to everyone out here doing what you do and being here. Do you guys all want to come in a little closer so we can feel more of the family vibes? This Crestone tribe. Yay. Who can reach down and touch some Mother Earth and offer some gratitude to her for holding us here? Gratitude to the cosmos and all that is watching over us. And gratitude to our heart centers. From the oceans to the mountains. Mahalo, heya kua heya naioi. 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 Hello, kaya kuayanay. Mahalo, kaya kuayanay. Mahalo, kaya kuayanay. Mahalo, kaya kuayanay. Thank you. Every time between each song, I'm going to ask you all to get a little closer. A little so you don't feel so alone up here. It's so nice to be gathering again. It's been a long time. I'm so grateful we're all here. Can someone shout out what they're grateful for? Thankful for you guys. Okay. I was trying to get a prompt on what to sing next. I'm just gonna improv gratitude to the space and to the spirits here.
you to these trees. Thank you to one another. Yeah, hey, yeah, hey, oh, hey, yeah, hey, oh, hey. Improv's always a funny one. Okay, who can come a little closer? The reason why is because I want us all to sing together. And so if you guys are closer, then I can hear your voices. So this next one's a little bit easier. Maybe some of you have sung it before, but essentially it just repeats over and over. Great Spirit watching over us. And then the first word changes. You guys want to sing with me? Great Spirit watching over us, Great Spirit watching over us, Great Spirit watching over us, watching over us. Great Spirit watching over us, Great Spirit watching over us, Great Spirit watching over us, watching over us. Ancestors watching over us, ancestors watching over us, ancestors watching over us, watching over us. Ancestors watching over us, ancestors watching over us, ancestors watching over us, watching over us. Tree spirits watching over us, tree spirits watching over us, tree spirits watching over us, watching over us. Tree spirits watching over us, tree spirits watching over us, tree spirits watching over us, watching over us. Star people watching over us, star people watching over us, star people watching over us, watching over us. Star people watching over us, star people watching over us, star people watching over us, watching over us. Mother Earth watching over us, Mother Earth watching over us, Mother Earth watching over us, watching over us. Mother Earth watching over, Mother Earth watching over us, Mother Earth watching over us, watching over us. Thank you for singing with me. Okay, so these all highly. I'm so happy to see all of you guys. This repeats a lot, so feel free to just sing along at any part, and you can make your own part up. It doesn't have to be the same as mine. We're gonna sing for the healing of our planet. We're gonna sing for the healing of our planet. Gonna sing for the healing of our planet. Gonna sing for the healing of our planet. Hey, ah, hey, ah, hey, ah, hey, hey, ah, hey, ah, hey, ah, hey, hey, ah, hey, ah, hey, ah, hey, ah, hey, ah, hey, ah, hey. We're gonna sing for the healing of our water. We're gonna sing for the healing of our waters. Gonna sing for the healing of the waters. Gonna sing for the healing of the waters. Gonna sing for the healing of the waters. Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey yo. Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey yo. Hey ya. Hey, ah, hey, ah, hey, ah, hey, oh. Hey, ah, hey, ah, hey, ah, hey, oh. We're
gonna sing for all the precious children. Gonna sing for all the precious children. Gonna sing for all the precious children. Sing for all the precious children. Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey yo. 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 We're gonna sing for the power of our voices. 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 Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey yo. 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 That was real trippy. I was singing for the power of our voices, and all of a sudden I felt like there's some spirit magic in the workings. Who knows about Red Earth Gathering? Brigitte Mars will be there. It's all women's gathering, September 9th through 11th. It's almost sold out, and it's really big. If you want to know more information, there's flyers up here. And everyone knows about Hot Fire, right? Hot Fire! That is in the middle of September with Yash. I'm so excited. Liquid Bloom, Lily Fangs, Amber Lily, Andy Bad. It's going to be so good. There's flyers for that too, right up here. And Tribal Visions. Jay Tanya's Tribal Visions. Dang, September is full of goodness. I hope you guys all come out. What wants to come through? You saw something iridescent? Something with rainbows. I think I know what wants to come through. Something with the shooty box. Actually, who's played a shooty box before? Super easy. Will you play it for me? Okay. And see, this is why I kept on asking you guys all to come closer. So if anyone wants to come closer again, you can, so you can hear the shooty box. Who likes to tone? So we're all gonna freeform it together, okay? So the shooty box is gonna be going, holding it down. Can you guys hear it? Enough? Get closer if you want. And just connect with gratitude in your heart and connection with the earth, and see what sound naturally just wants to easily come out in gratitude, connection to your heart. Like one big beehive buzzing all together. Feel free to let your sound come free.
Thank you for this life. Thank you for Open up your heart and relax your voice. Let the sound come through. Drip drop nectar from the cup. Fill the chalice, spit it out. Drip drop, drip drop, drip drop, drip drop. Drip drop nectar from the cup. Fill the chalice, spit it Gratitude to Crestone energy. Thank you for all that we are. Thank you to Drip drop nectar from the sky. Fill the chalice, spit it out. Drip drop, drip drop, drip drop, drip drop. Offering gratitude to each of you. How's the time? I could. Shooty box or drum? Okay. So your guys' voices are all warmed up. You'll sing with me? Yeah. Okay. Call and response. Here we go. I hear the call of our ancestors beckoning. Say, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. The wake up part, you can do it any kind of which way. So if some people catch on to the way I first sang it, I'm going to switch it up, but you hold down your part, okay? I love singing with people. If you're in the Front Range coming up in September, I'll be doing some singing classes, and I love to sing, so come find me. And also tomorrow in the field where all the healings are happening, I'll be doing voice activations where I look at you and I go, oh, it's that thing that's blocking your voice, and then you do this thing and that thing, and then your voice is open. In the field throughout the day, on a blanket somewhere, probably under a tree. Okay. So I hear the call of our ancestors, and then it'll be archangels and Mother Earth. And on the chant part, you can also do whatever chant is coming through you. It doesn't have to be exactly like mine. I hear the call of our ancestors beckoning. Yeah, you guys are good. So wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Wake up, wake up. Hey ya, hey ya, ya, hey ya, hey. Hey ya, hey ya, hey. Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey. Hey ya, hey ya, hey. I hear the call of the archangels beckoning. Say, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Wake up. Hey ya, hey ya, ya, hey ya, hey. Hey ya, hey ya, hey. Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey. Hey ya, hey ya, hey. Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey. Hey ya, hey ya, hey. I hear the call of the Mother Earth beckoning. Say, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Wake up. Hey ya, hey ya, ya, hey ya, hey, hey ya, hey ya, hey. Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey. Hey ya, hey ya, hey. Thank you all for singing with me. I appreciate it. And I think Bodhi's going to make a couple announcements. Yeah. Thank you, Bodhi, for all that you do.
Thank you so much, Shayla Noella. What an honor to come back all the fire at Arise. And so when Lydia was booking you, I was like, yes, for our closing. Thank you. What time is your voice activation tomorrow? Okay. Any time for her voice activations tomorrow, one-on-one. So thank you. So thanks, everyone. It's been a pretty full day. Lots of movement, lots of space, lots of contemplation on our themes with reclaim ourself, village, nature. And we have the River Arkansas, as some of you know, is one of our really lovely with Tree Fort. Rob, where are you? Is he right behind us? Come on up. Come on. This guy has been doing our sound for us now for probably 4 years. So let's give it a hand because he not only has this stage, it's the cloud, it's over at Wellness Village. Neil and Jake have been awesome. These guys are doing a lot of work to make sure that we've got beautiful acoustics out in the park for you. So Tree's DJ set is tonight. It is a private fundraiser at the Elephant Cloud from 9 to 11. Afton is selling tickets at the merchandise booth. And we should have a few left at the door, but you might want to make sure you go see her before it sells out. And would you like to describe your music?
Dang. So when I DJ for you guys or for anybody, if it's a DJ set, then it's based off of your vibe. So it is going to be all planned in the moment for you guys to experience what it is that you need to get down or out or in or whatever, and until it's over, you know? Yeah.
Thanks. Nick, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Oh, we don't have a list? Oh, okay. Just grab a thing. Hi. So, how many of you had a great time today? Fabulous. Well, this is a free event. Do you all know it's a free event? Are you here? Have you paid anything to be here? No. So, what I need you to do right now is reach into your pockets, pull out at least $1, and my two assistants here are going to stand up. Thank you. Up, up, up. And wander around for that $1 or more that you're about to give them. Great. Go into the world. Go into the world and come back.
So one of the things we really believe is just an exchange. We talked about that this morning, that it is a free event. We've got a lot of presenters, musicians, vendors, people coming in. One of the other things was we're feeding all of our volunteers that work a shift. That means feeding crew. You know, we've got lighting, video. So yeah, any little bit really does help us. And this is the one area where we have failed every year to actually ask you and say, hey, we do need help. We do need help to make this complete next week so that that burden isn't just on a small portion of our community trying to carry this event every year. So thank you. But for those of you that we're our sponsors, we really want to give a big shout out because it's these local businesses and new ones coming in, really trying to create partnerships in new ways with us that's helping us get to this next level. So, you want to say, or do you want me to?
Which ones?
Why don't you start with things and then we'll go to the big ones?
Okay, so we'll start with, we have our cultivator level. We have Aventa, Buck's Pizza, Crescent Moon Construction, Manitou Foundation, O&V Printing, Sand Dunes Recreation, Skoglund's Excavating.
And then at our harvester level, we have Beyond Organica, Crestone Eagle, our local newspaper, Crestone Mercantile, and the Elephant Cloud. We want to really thank them for all of our food. They donated our food to help support our crews and volunteers in our whole build work week. Our Saguache County Tourism Council, and K-Taos and Luna, some of the radio stations out of New Mexico. San Luis Valley Rural Electric Company, Spore, give it up for Duffy and their presentation today. T Road Brewing Company, our newest brew pub in town that has just opened with their new brewing. And Valley Roots Food Hub, amazing, all local foods. And that's where we're supporting our presenters and some of our crew with. So thank you. And to our community builder level,
We have at the community builder level, we have Cloud Station, Oppenheimer Ranch Project, Diamond, thank you so much. Shakti Shanara, I can't say that.
Shakti Sharnam Yoga Shala, Annie Pace, thank you.
SLV Seed Exchange, Darlene Yarborough Real Estate, Terra Media, Doug. Rainbow Lightning Family Village, Golden Turtle Sound.
And at our barn raiser level, we really want to thank the town of Crestone because we do have to get approval and it's a lot of meetings and it's permits and electric and water and street closures and our emergency services. Give it up for our peace patrol out there because they're our security. And how peaceful is it today? And then our fire department's been on hand. So that relieves a whole level of burden and stress off of us. And then the visionary level. Thank you. This is like our highest level sponsors right now. We're trying to cultivate different ways. And so off-grid guru, Eric Fissiness. He's been working hard all day from panels, sponsoring our building panel to doing video, doing our Earthship model build. So Eric and all of his edits and promo videos, thank you so much, guys.
They're even doing construction right now. You can hear them with the saws.
They don't stop, man. Saguache County, thank you to all of our county commissioners. This couldn't be done without their support with our sales tax grants. That's always our seed money that gets us started each year. And Succeed, Saguache County Sustainable Environment and Economic Development is our fiscal sponsor, and they have been for years. And just really want to thank them. They have a pancake breakfast in the morning. So please come out and support Succeed. This is one of their only fundraisers, and they are supporting projects from the Seed Exchange to the Crestone Community Gardens, the Highway 285 project. And they're going to be serving pancakes. They have their blue cornmeal from one of the local farms, Gosar sausage. It's going to be yummy. And it's by donation. They'll be out in front of the cloud. And we'll have some yoga at 8 for you and music starting at 9 for your day. It's Yoga with Sierra. And then Nick has transitioned last year into starting his own real estate company, Mountainside Realty, and has come in not only with his financial support, but all of his time and dedication. And many of you know him. He's been producing a lot of our other events in the community with Shumei and 4th of July and the Energy Fair. And if you know Nikki, the Feed the People. So thank you. It's been an honor. And for coming in at that sponsor, he lets me sleep a little bit more at night coming in with that in. So thank you. And we have got, how we doing? I'll talk all night. They know this. So should we introduce? Are you guys all ready for that? Okay. Okay. So thanks. Have a moment. Come back. We're gonna set up for the River Arkansas. If you haven't seen our food vendors, go ahead, grab a meal, support those local businesses.
And I'm gonna come around with that little tin and wag it one more time in your face.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks. Thanks, Kim.